Start. Welcome to the first hearing of the Committee's inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023-2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to Elders past, present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mark Nazak. I'm Chair of the Committee. I welcome Minister Tara Moriarty and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Agriculture, Regional New South Wales and Western New South Wales. I asked everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. So I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To the witnesses, I welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Moriarty, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation? And we'll begin with our first witness on the left, Mr Bolton.
Thank you. James Bolton, Deputy Secretary for the Regional Precincts Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Scott Hanson, Director General, New South Wales Department of Prime Industries. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Rebecca Fox, Secretary of the Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Steve Orr, Chief Executive Officer, Local Land Services. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Anshul Chaudhry, CEO, Forestry Corporation of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I believe we have one witness on video conference. Mr Wheaton.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Jonathan Wheaton, Acting Deputy Secretary for Regional Development and Programs. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Given that the other witnesses are appearing later, we'll obviously swear them in when they arrive. Committee is obviously resolved to have questions from the opposition, then crossbench, until the end of a session, and then there'll be opportunity for the government to ask 15 minutes of questions if they so choose. So we now start with questions from the opposition. I'm looking for someone to take up the voting. Ms Taylor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for being here today, and a very big thank you to all of the amazing department staff with you. Minister Carr yesterday in evidence confirmed that she discussed with you Bungendore School. Is that correct? Yes or no?
We've had discussions.
So you have had discussions.
I'd hear the point of order. Can we?
The Minister was answering the question and cut off by the Honourable Member. Now, the Minister's entitled to answer the question asked without being cut off.
Okay. The Minister is entitled to answer the question. The Member is also entitled to redirect if need be. I would just maybe ask her to give a bit of a pause before deciding if she needs to redirect. It was very quick, but do so. If you need to do so, just maybe do so politely.
Thank you, Chair. I would always endeavour to be polite. It was just a yes or no question. Minister Carr said it in evidence, so.
Well, I'll get back to where I was, Chair, and the answer is I believe we've had discussions. I don't know that we've had discussions since we've been in government, because it's not within my remit as the Minister for Agriculture, but I certainly live close to that community, so I would have had discussions probably with the local member and
thank you, Minister.
The Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Minister. As Minister for Regional New South Wales, are you familiar with the proposed Bungendore School?
Yes.
Do you have a relationship with anyone who is or has previously worked for CMAX Advisory or its associated entities?
I'm not sure.
Do you know the Tabenschlags?
Doesn't sound familiar.
Tara and Christian, you don't know them?
I don't believe so. Sorry, what's the surname?
Tabenschlag.
I don't believe so.
So you don't know, you haven't heard of CMAX Advisory, CMAX Communication, or Tara and Christian Tabenschlag?
I'm aware of CMAX.
I'll hear the point of order from Mr. Lawrence.
I'm obviously not sure exactly where this is going, but given that it seems to be linked to questions about the Bungendore school, I would question the relevance of it to the budget estimates.
To the point of order.
For these, I'm not finished, thanks. I would question the relevance of it to the estimates for the budget for the minister's portfolios.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, to the point of order as well. As the Minister for Regional New South Wales, that sort of encompasses and across lots of discussions across lots of different portfolio areas. And I think schools are one of the most significant investments in any regional community. And the Deputy Premier and Education Minister yesterday confirmed in estimates that she'd had conversations with Minister Moriarty and conversations when she was a duty MLC for that area as well. So I think it is important that it is very much a budgetary question about that school and that investment. I think it's in order.
The Department of Regional New South Wales is not a geographical thing. This is budget estimates. The fact that there's a school in regional New South Wales does not make any question about that school relevant to the budget for this department, if this indeed is what it goes to.
Further to the point.
I don't know whether you want to keep wasting
Okay, no, I don't.
time.
No.
I'm just conscious
I
we
wanna
just
press the
wasted 3 minutes.
minister then change to-
I am conscious of what Mr. Lawrence is saying. I will be listening very carefully as to see where this heads to. I do note the comments from Mr. Faraway as well in terms of schools in regions. I do agree it's a bit of a tenuous link, but let's see where you go with this question. I will be listening very carefully as to the link to the portfolio.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I just noticed at the end, before the point of order was taken, that you changed. Did you say that you actually do know about CMAX and CMAX Associates and the Tabenschlags?
Well, no, that's a different question.
No, Minister, respectfully, I asked you originally, did you know, have you heard of CMAX Advisory, CMAX Communication? You said no.
No,
I then
said
asked
no.
you,
That's not correct.
do you know, are you
not
aware
correct.
of them, Minister?
Point of
Not what I
order.
said.
Point of order.
Please don't shout at me.
I'm not shouting at you.
I think you were shouting at me.
Making it very clear on a point of order.
What's the point of order?
The point of order is talking over the witness.
Yes, let's allow a bit of a breath between each other, particularly for Hansard. I don't mind a bit of banter going back and forward, but at least give Hansard a chance to pick up who's saying what. Mrs. Taylor, I suggest you just put the question back to the Minister.
Minister Moriarty, have you heard of CMAX Advisory or CMAX Communication or Christian or Tara Tabenschlag?
I am aware of an organisation called CMAX. I don't know if I've met with them. You'd have to check my disclosures for that. I'm aware they exist. I don't know the other name that you have put to me. I don't believe that I know them.
Have they lobbied you about Bungendore School?
I don't believe so, because the name doesn't sound familiar to me.
Right. So when you did you know that a significant Labor donor has the potential to make almost $8 million in profit if the selected school site was overturned?
No.
It's now become clear, I would suggest, that these questions are not relevant to estimates for this portfolio. This is an attempt to mount a political attack that relates fairly and squarely to the Department of Education, it would seem.
No, to the point of order, Chair, this is budget estimates. The Bungendore School has been in the budget papers, and the Minister for Education specifically referenced it yesterday that she had discussed that with Minister Moriarty. It is directly relevant, and I allow you, I've been literally a few minutes, I've been constantly interrupted. Let me run my questions, and if there's nothing to hide, then we move on.
Just further to the point of order, it certainly is budget estimates, but it's budget estimates for a particular series of portfolios, which does not include education.
Well, last time we looked, schools are in regional New South Wales.
Certainly geographically, but that's a different thing to estimates for a particular portfolio,
let me-
I would suggest, Chair.
There's wide latitude in budget estimates.
There is generally wide latitude in budget estimates that we don't necessarily always focus on the budget, but we focus within the portfolio that the Minister is responsible for. You know, I appreciate what the member is trying to ask and its importance, but I'm struggling to see the strong connection to the broad portfolio. So I would ask whether you can bring it back to her role as the Minister for Regional New South Wales and that involvement.
Minister, you've now said to budget estimates that you are aware of CMAX and CMAX advisory. You also are aware of the issue that this advisory and the Tabenschlags are set to gain an enormous amount of money.
No, I did not say that.
No, you said you knew them, right?
No, I didn't.
And then you
Actually,
said
I
you
said
can't
the absolute
recall.
opposite of that.
You
I
said you
don't know
can't.
them. I don't believe I know them. The name does not sound familiar to me. I
The name
don't
does
believe
not
I know
sound-
them.
So when you ran an SO52 in the chamber about Bungendore School, had you discussed that with CMAX advisory or the
Here's a point
Tabenschlags?
of order.
And was that before or after they made a donation to the Labor Party?
Sorry, Mrs. Taylor, point of order's been
Just
taken.
to clarify, is this an SO52 in this term of government or the previous term of government? I infer it's the previous. If it's the previous, then again, relevance. Completely irrelevant.
I would say that that falls outside the actions of the Minister, given that she was not the Minister at the time. So
The Deputy Premier, to the point of order, Mr. Chair, the Deputy Premier actually referenced in her answers yesterday that she had had discussions with the then MLC, Duty MLC, for Monero, Tara Moriarty. So we are fleshing out answers given, yes, in the education estimates, but are relevant to the regional New South Wales portfolio, as it is a portfolio that intersects and crosses over with every other portfolio. That is the nature of that portfolio, whether it's education, transport, policing. It is a very wide-ranging portfolio, and that is why we're fleshing out these questions.
Order, Chair. It's
Gee, you guys
absolutely
really don't want
clear,
this, do you?
Chair, from that response.
There's nothing to hide, then let it flow.
It's absolutely clear, Chair, from that response that these questions would have been better directed to the relevant minister in the education portfolio.
She isn't the one that did the SO52.
They have nothing to do with this portfolio.
But her answers have allowed additional and supplementary questions due to the nature of the Deputy Premier's answers yesterday, Mr. Murphy.
To the point of order, if I can, absolutely appreciate all the concerns being raised, but our role here in budget estimates as the upper house is about transparency and accountability of ministers within their portfolio and across cabinet affairs and all of government. That's what we're here for. Wide latitude is something that is absolutely fundamental to our function as upper house members. Thank you.
I acknowledge everyone's contributions. I reiterate my points that we have wide latitude in questions. There was extremely wide latitude given in estimates yesterday with the Deputy Premier, but I would ask the Honourable Member to try and relate it back to the Minister's role as Minister for Regional New South Wales and not reference too much what she may have done as an MLC in a previous parliament, because she's not here being held account for that.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. This is a very serious issue, and and I will continue with that. Minister, as Minister for Regional New South Wales, have you ever communicated over text or email with someone who is or has previously worked for CMAX Advisory or its associated entities?
I don't know who works for CMAX Advisory or any of its associated entities. I'm aware that it exists because it sounds familiar to me. I don't know who works for it.
Would you take that on notice?
I don't know who works for it. That's the
but
answer.
can you check your obviously do your due diligence and check to see whether you
No,
actually
I've not
have-
met. I don't know who works for it. That's the answer.
But you know of CMAX Advisory.
It sounds familiar to me as an organisation. That's the answer I've given. But it's the answer I'll
do
continue
you
to
think
give.
maybe as a minister?
This is...
Well, question asked, question answered.
Supplementary question. Supplementary
Okay,
question.
I
You've
think-
been around a long time, Mr. Donnelly. You know how this works.
The minister answered the question at least 3 times.
What a protection record.
I note the comments from the Honourable Greg Donnelly, same comments he gave yesterday. I uphold those, but I also say that the members opposite are also are also able to ask clarifying questions. If they want to waste their time asking the same questions over and over again in different ways, that is totally up to them.
Okay, so I'll
Stop interrupting.
Minister, would you be prepared, can you take that on notice perhaps, as Minister of the Crown, maybe do your diligence and maybe come back to the committee at a later stage?
No, I don't know who works for that organisation.
So you won't provide those to the committee, Minister, is that what you're saying?
I don't know who works for that organisation.
Well,
What are you asking me to provide? I don't know who works for that organisation.
But you said you're aware of the organisation.
Because it sounds familiar to me.
And you've had no contact with Christian or Tara Tabenschlag over anything to do with Bungendore
that sound
School.
familiar to me.
Well, they're either familiar to you and you know them, or they're not, and they've made a significant donation to your party 2 weeks after you lodged an SO52. I would remind you that you are under oath. So are you saying that you do not know either of these two people, or you do not know CMAX Advisory or their entities?
I'll hear the point of order.
That is probably the 10th time that those 2 or 3 questions, which are all in that question, have been put. It's put in a repetitive way with the voice raised, and I would suggest that it's discourteous and it's repetitive.
It is repetitive. The voice was raised. It wasn't. I wouldn't say it was at a level where I would have to intervene, but I would just ask the member to mind the tone, and if she wants to continue asking those questions, perhaps try asking them in different ways so they aren't being ruled as repetitive.
Thank you, Chair. Did anyone lobby you about Bungendore School, Minister?
In opposition, as you would be aware, it was a hot topic, excuse me, in the community of Bungendore. I was the Labor representative in opposition, I guess, is what you would describe an MLC as. I am aware that it was a topic of conversation in the community. I've had discussions with people across the community about the school, certainly in opposition. I don't believe I've had conversations with people since being in government, because it's just not within my portfolio. There is now a Labor Member of Parliament who I'm sure is across those details, but I've had conversations with people about the school in the community, yes.
And did you discuss the review of Bungendore School with Minister Wan?
I don't know if we've had discussions about it.
You don't know. So you don't know whether
so.
you know CMAX Advisory, you don't know whether you know the Tabenschlags, and you don't know whether you discuss Bungendore School with Minister Wan.
It's not within my portfolio responsibilities.
But you sit
Ms.
in
Taylor.
Cabinet, Minister.
We don't discuss individual schools at that level.
Right. So, Minister Moriarty, when you lodged an SO52 for information on a school site, and then 2 weeks later a substantial donation was made to the Australian Labor Party, for the first time ever to the State Labor Party, this same organisation has donated in excess of $200,000 to the Federal Labor Party. What do you say about that? Is that a strange coincidence?
I don't know anything about it.
Point of order has been taken. What is
This
that?
seems to entirely relate to things that occurred in the previous term of government, and I appreciate, Chair, that you've made some comments inviting the Honourable Member to return to things that are relevant to the estimates of this portfolio. This seems to be a flouting of that ruling, because I ask, how on earth is this relevant to the budget of the Department of Regional New South Wales, the Department of Agriculture, any of the statutory corporations? It's completely irrelevant, I would suggest.
I would encourage the member to very quickly bring it back to how this may or may not have influenced the actions of the minister now that she is the minister.
Sure, sure. Thank you very much, Chair. And so I'm just going to put that in a package. So I'm going to say that we have a situation where we have an SO52 that was lodged. 2 weeks later, the Labor Party get a donation. CMAX Advisory, run by the Tabenschlags, who you can or cannot remember whether you know them or you're aware of them. You've also said that you won't provide this committee with any text messages or emails that you may have had in contact with them.
No, I didn't. I don't know them. I
Will you
don't
refuse to
believe
take
I've
it on
had
notice?
conversations with them. If you want to put stuff to me in a package, then make it accurate.
Well, it is accurate, you see, and the thing is, you're not answering the question. These are very, very serious issues of which, Minister, you appear to be right at the centre of. very serious issues. And I have asked you respectfully multiple times about that, and you are jumping around everywhere because there's something to hide, isn't there, Minister?
I'll hear the order.
You've
I'll
got
hear
something to
Mrs.
hide.
Taylor. Mrs. Taylor, I'll hear the point of order, which probably wasn't heard over the shouting back and forth.
There doesn't seem to be a question.
No.
It rather seems to be grandstanding and lecturing, I would suggest. The honourable member should ask questions.
They
That's their
should.
job.
I appreciate if you're trying to put a package or a case together, but I would encourage the member to actually put that package together quickly and finish that package with a question.
What was the catalyst for requesting documents relating to the location of Bungendore School?
As I said earlier in a previous answer, it was a very hot topic of discussion in the Bungendore community. Bungendore is a very small community, so as you would be aware, a topic of discussion in a small community is something that people are aware of. People across that community from all sides of that debate raised issues with me, and as the GDMLC at that time, I sought documents about that issue to be able to assist the community with the questions that they had. Simple as that.
Were any of the people that you just spoke about, that spoke to you and lobbied you to do an SO52 on Bungendore School, were either of those people Christian or Tara Tubenschlag or anyone from CMAX Advisory or CMAX Communication? You
No.
are under oath.
No.
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 So all of the people that lobbied you were community groups?
It was probably the number one topic in the community of Bungendore.
I'm well
and
aware
probably
of that,
still is.
Minister. And I think it's going to continue to be after this.
Sure. I don't know. Look, I don't know where you're going with this.
I
I'm
know
not
where I'm
involved
going. I just want you to answer
in
the questions,
decisions.
Minister, honestly.
You can ask as many questions as you want. I'm
I'll
happy to
hear
answer them.
point of order in the
Point of order.
1 minute.
Well, simply the statement, the backhand about honestly answering the question. The honourable member has been around the block a few times. Know that that's completely inappropriate.
Yeah, let's just be mindful of argument in questions. I did rule on that yesterday. Obviously, the member wasn't here, but let's just be mindful of incorporating argument into our questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, is there anything preventing you from answering these questions today?
I have answered the questions.
No, I asked you. Well, you haven't because you're unclear on certain elements, which I understand, and you have the opportunity to take it on notice or not, but that's up to you. That's at your discretion. But as a separate question to these questions, is there anything preventing you today in answering these questions?
I have answered the questions.
Are you being investigated?
Yes or no?
Point of order.
What
so-
questions? The honourable member is going to make that suggestion. The honourable member needs, I would suggest, to say what questions he's referring to.
Yeah, I
Otherwise,
would-
it becomes
Just
an
about all of
impossible
them, I
question.
think.
I would agree with that. I would stipulate you should indicate which questions you feel she has been reluctant to answer.
Well, okay. Are you prevented from answering any questions today regarding knowledge of CMAX, regarding to your discussions with community groups, with the Tabenschlacks, or some of your ministerial or parliamentary colleagues?
No, I've answered the questions.
Thank you. That concludes government's time. I'll pass to Ms Hurst.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Hello.
You and I have talked a fair bit about the national standards for poultry. We've talked specifically in relation to the use of battery cages. I just want to put battery cages to the side for the moment and talk about the rest of the standards. So aside from battery cages, is the position still that the rest of the standards won't become enshrined into laws or regulations?
We support the standards. These are standards that have been determined through a national process, and New South Wales has supported the standards along with every other state.
So, Minister, when you say support, I mean, obviously supporting or endorsing standards won't make them legally enforceable. So I'm wondering, with the rest of the standards, is there going to be an effort from the government to turn those standards into either laws or regulations in New South Wales?
At this stage, we're committed to the standards and to ensuring that they are implemented in New South Wales.
As regulations?
Not at this stage. I'm working with industry to implement the standards as required in a timely manner. I'm working with industry to make sure that we can get to the point that we need to in relation to these national standards, because that's what we've committed to, but whilst also being mindful of impacts on business and supply and costs and all of those other issues.
There's quite a few very serious standards that have come from this national standards process, which obviously, if it's not legally enforceable in New South Wales but is legally enforceable in other states, could end up being quite problematic. To give you an example, in the turkey farming industry, turkeys are hand masturbated, and the new national standard at least requires that turkey toms must not be overstimulated during semen collection. That's an actual quote. If we're not putting in new national standards as legislation or regulation, that means that that actually still remains legal in New South Wales. I'm wondering why the government's made the decision to keep that legal in New South Wales where it would be illegal in the other states and territories.
Look, I'm not sure that that's the case. I'm not across the specifics of how the turkey industry operates to that level.
Have you read the poultry standards, Minister?
Yes, but at this stage, my answer is the same. We're committed to the implementation of the standards over a period of time.
How do we implement a standard like that? Or, there are many other standards. If you've read the report, then you would be aware, of course, that around duck farming and the fact that ducks are semi-aquatic animals, but they're only provided nipple drinkers. That's their only water source. Again, the national standard process has recommended that states implement new regulation or legislation to ensure that there are other sources of water so that ducks can at least wash their eyes so they don't go blind. Why wouldn't we make sure that that was a new law in New South Wales?
We'll work through the best way to implement this. We're committed to these standards. There is a period of time to work with industry to make sure that we're getting the process right so that the standards can be met, whilst also not causing issues, as I referred to earlier. So,
have you
look,
met with Sorry, Minister, sorry to interrupt you, but
Sure.
Have you met with anyone within the duck industry or the turkey industry about these specific standards that have been recommended to implement in New South Wales, and how has that sort of shaped your decision to reject making them legally enforceable in New South Wales?
Well, I wouldn't accept the last part of the question. It's just a question of the timing and what we're doing at this stage.
Sorry, which part of the question are you rejecting? That it won't be legally enforceable?
Yes.
Oh, so they will
have
be
I
legally
met
enforceable?
with people from the industry? Yes. I have engaged certainly with people from the turkey industry about the work that they may need to do in relation to being able to comply with the standards. I'm not sure. I will check if I've met with anyone specifically in relation to the duck industry, but certainly turkeys, yes, I have.
Just going back, you said that you reject the part of the question that they won't be legally enforceable. How will they be legally enforceable if they're not regulations or legislation?
Well, we're working through, we're supportive of the standards, and we're working through what it will mean to ensure that they're implemented here in New South Wales. I am working with industry. I've met with you and your party and other organisations from the welfare perspective a number of times. I want to engage with everybody involved in this to make sure that we're getting the process right.
Can I just clarify from you how it will be legally enforceable if it's not a regulation or a legislation?
These are things that we'll deal with over time. For the moment, we're committed to the standards, and I am engaging with people from across the industry, and I am engaging with people from across animal welfare, including yourself.
Yeah. So, Minister, are you saying that at one point they maybe become regulations or legislation, and that's how it will be legally enforceable? Because obviously the government committing to something doesn't mean it's a law. A law only becomes a law when it's actually written into legislation or into a regulation. If these standards aren't put into any regulation or legislation, then they wouldn't be legally enforceable, and that was the reason for my question. You rejected that it wouldn't be legally enforceable. I'm just trying to understand why it wouldn't be why it would be legally enforceable. Are they going to be brought in later as regulations?
Look, we've had discussions about this, and I want to continue discussions with the organisation and other animal welfare groups. I also want to continue the discussions with industry to make sure that we're getting this right over a period of time, so that there aren't implications. I wouldn't rule anything in or out in terms of making sure that we get to having the national standards in place in New South Wales.
You mentioned that you'd met with animal protection organisations. Did you meet with any animal protection organisations prior to attending the Agriculture Ministers' meeting in July?
I'll have to check the timing of this, but I've certainly met with a number of animal welfare organisations over the 6 months that I've been Minister. So I've probably engaged before that meeting, but I'd have to check the specific timing.
Could you take that on notice? My understanding is that you haven't met with any animal protection organisations prior to that meeting. How did you sort of then develop the decision on behalf of what New South Wales would do when you hadn't met with any animal welfare representatives?
Well, New South Wales is committed to the standards. So these are things that were in place.
Can you explain what commitment to the standards means if they're never actually going to be enshrined into legislation or regulation? Because if it's just a commitment from the government, but it will never actually become legally enforceable, there's no way for the charities to ever oversee it or make sure any industries are actually following through on it. How do you actually expect this to work in practice?
Well, I do expect it to work in practice, which is the conversation that I'm having with industry and have had with industry. We're committed to the standards being implemented in New South Wales. What I'm doing is working through that in a careful, considered way with industry, with all of the interested parties. I would also say the supermarkets and other major industries are moving in relation to this as an issue in terms of stocking free-range eggs in the supermarkets. I think in 2025, I've actually written to them in the last little while to get confirmation from them that they are still committed to that.
Sorry,
things
Minister.
are moving in this space at the same time that the government is that I am working with industry to make sure the standards are implemented, and it's important that I do it in a careful, considered way.
I note the latest budget didn't include any ongoing funding promises for the enforcement bodies that actually uphold the legislation under your portfolio, the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. What will actually happen to the enforcement bodies under POCTA if funding is pulled by Labor to be able to actually uphold animal cruelty legislation?
We're working through that now. We've made a number of commitments in relation to animal welfare and reviews that we're doing in terms of how these bodies are funded, how these issues are monitored. I'm working through those issues now. I'll have more to say about it soon, and the budget will be determined based on the decisions we make in terms of how that will work.
Thank you. Minister, I might just turn to answers given in the House to my questions last week around emergency fodder for fire-affected farmers. You gave out a number that people could call to get assistance. I passed that on to some of the affected farmers, and they were told that all they could be given was a 3-day allocation of fodder. Would you think that's acceptable in terms of the impact that they are suffering from, that they only have 3 days worth of fodder being allocated from your departments?
Look, that's in relation to a particular emergency and that service that is available to people in certain circumstances. You would be aware that other announcements have been made since then. Some of these communities have been declared by the federal government in combination with the state government so that they can apply for further assistance. And the Rural Assistance Authority will be available to provide assistance that is needed.
Do you think the 3-day allocation is acceptable in terms of a response from your departments?
It's not the only response. It's a response. It's one part of it, but there are other things in place where we will provide support where it is needed to people who have been affected. In relation to your questions, it was in relation to bushfire, particularly around Kempsey. That's likely to be a broader issue across the state over the summer, unfortunately, and it will expand in terms of people who are experiencing drier conditions. That's one part of the assistance, but there is other assistance available.
Yeah. Would it surprise you to hear that a private citizen holidaying in Greenland can organise more fodder allocation than your department can? Because one of my party branch members, after me giving that number and hearing that he'd only get a 3-day allocation, organised it himself and was able to organise weeks' worth of fodder allocation for those affected farmers. So does that concern you that a private citizen holidaying in Greenland can seemingly organise more assistance than your department?
I mean, look, I'm not aware of the individual circumstances of the person that you raise. I'm happy to hear.
Prima facie, does that concern you?
I accept what you're putting to me. I'm just not aware of the broader circumstances involved. There is more assistance available when people need it. If you want more detail, I'm happy to hand over to Mr. Hanson, who can perhaps provide it. But we do want to make sure that people are given the support that they need in emergency situations, which is what we're talking about here.
We might pick up with Mr. Hanson later. I've just got more questions for you. Thank you. I'll just go to your announcement for the $13 million feral pig management program. I'm just wondering whether you, perhaps on notice, can provide some more details in terms of a detailed breakdown of how that $13 million has been expended and how much has already been expended thus far. I note that the 4 dot points include providing advice, supplying baits and traps, assisting with coordinating baiting programs, and becoming involved with other control techniques such as trapping programs. I note there's no mention of aerial shooting of pigs, so I'm just wondering whether that's also one of the other control techniques that will be included as part of that $13 million funding.
The answer is yes, and that work is
which part of the question?
Aerial shooting.
Yep.
It is underway. Let me see what I can find for you now, and otherwise I will take the breakdown.
I'm happy for you to take it on notice, and if you can provide it before the afternoon session or for the afternoon session, that would be great.
Yeah, I'll see what I'm happy to provide details. I'll see what I can do in relation to the timing of that.
Yeah.
I understand, and people will correct me about the details of this, but there was an operation conducted on Friday where over 500 of these pests were dealt with in one day from an aerial perspective. So it is part of the program, but look, I'm happy to give you the specifics so that you can dig into that a little more.
Yeah, sure. Minister, last week we also touched on the sale price of livestock being at a record low. I think you obviously mentioned in one of your answers to either I think my question or Mr. Faraway's question, you commented that it's because of a glut in the market or a oversupply in the market. Minister, are you aware that the stock being sold is roughly the same amount as last year, and that the glut isn't probably at the sale yards but probably at the processing yards? Are you aware of that, or have you been provided advice to that effect?
Yes, I'm being provided advice on this. I do have acknowledged, and I do acknowledge the drop in prices. It's roughly around 40% and that drop has been occurring since the start of this year. Part of the reasoning for that is that people are preparing for drier seasons, the drier season that's coming, I should say, and looking to sell at roughly the same time, and that has an impact on pricing.
But there's no increased level of, there's no significant increase in sales from previous years at the same time. So I'm concerned as to where this narrative of an oversupply in the market is coming from, and where that oversupply is, where that blockage is occurring.
Sure, perhaps the details I'll hand over to Mr. Hanson.
Mr. Hanson looks like he wants to answer.
Thank you, Chair. So cattle supply, if we can start with there, it is significantly higher this year than what it was last year. 28% higher, in fact.
What about sheep? Do you have figures for sheep?
I do, but let me just finish the story on cattle, because that has been southern Queensland, northern New South Wales, drying conditions, and it's been a record build-up of the cattle herd in the last 3 years because of good seasonal conditions. That's seeing that turn off. At the same time, can I just say, processing throughput is actually above last year's as well. So the process.
So when processors are claiming that there's a backlog or a blockage, are they being accurate? If you're saying that processing is at an increased rate?
They are at an increased rate.
I think you were higher.
They are higher. They're just not 28% higher, which is what the throughput of sales are higher, which is where that backlog gets created. With regards to lamb and sheep meat supply, we have seen, again, Queensland and northern New South Wales have increased supply of lambs and sheep into the markets. I don't have the numbers immediately to hand on processing
That's fine. I might just move on to the funding announcement that you made, Minister, along these lines, where you committed $2.2 million to review supply chains, address food security issues and be a voice for farmers. For the first part of that, will that review of supply chains include an examination of the practices and tactics of collusion that is happening at sale yards? Like I've witnessed firsthand, the buyers now not even doing proper bids and using hand signals to actually drive down the sale prices. I know ACCC have gone there, and obviously the buyers are on their best behaviour when ACCC are there. But will this review of supply chains actually look at the tactics of collusion and driving down sale prices?
Look, I'm happy to have a look at that. That's not something that's been put to me, but I accept that you're putting that now. I'm happy to look into that, get further details. It can either be added to that process or can be something that I have a look at. That sounds like something I will take very seriously.
Yeah, can you elaborate as to what you mean by be a voice for farmers in terms of that $2.2 million package?
Well, it is a commitment to look at these. This sounds like a specific issue that I will need to look at, but it is about having a look at supply chain issues. These are things that get raised with me and were raised with us before being in government by farmers. They want to get a better understanding and to have me be an advocate for them to understand what happens in terms of their product on farm and the cost that they might get for it and what happens in between that being at the end of the supermarket aisle and what people pay for it. And I am happy to look at those issues and work with farmers to make sure that they're getting the best deal that they can.
Okay, well, as part of that look at the supply chain, we'll be looking at the process of abattoirs being reviewed, specifically how they calculate the weight and the fact that they actually remove a lot of the components of the animal, which they still use to make money from, but the farmer never sees the benefit of. Like all the offal, the intestines, and they essentially make a profit off that, and the farmer never sees the benefit of. Are you going to look at how we can maybe develop a fairer process in the processing of our products for farmers?
I'm happy to consider any of the relevant issues that, in terms of that commitment, that fit within those supply chain, within that supply chain remit. But I'm also, it's a standing invitation. If there are particular issues that are affecting farmers and their ability to get a good deal, then I'm happy to have those issues raised with me and work with them on how we can deal with that.
Thank you, Minister. I might hand over to Mr Farraway.
Sure.
Thank you, Minister, and to all the agency staff here today. Just one or two very quick follow-up questions from the first session from my colleague, Ronnie Taylor. Have you ever, Minister, as either prior to being the Minister for Regional New South Wales or as the Minister now, have you ever made it clear to community groups, the media, Parliament, advisory councils or lobbyists what your preferred view is of where Bungendore School should be located?
I don't have a preferred view about the school. I'm not involved in the process of determining the details for the school. As a person
do you have a view yourself, like as a Queanbeyan local? Like, do you have a personal view, or have you ever made that view public?
Yeah, I'll hear the point of order. I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
Well, it's firstly in relation to the fact that this is canvassing views the Minister might have expressed prior to being a Minister about a matter that's not in her portfolio. If the opposition wants to advance what seem to be conspiracy theories, the House is sitting again in a few weeks.
I would suggest to the member that if he's going to make some sort of comparison to what she may have said as an MLC and what she's saying now, I would get to it reasonably quickly.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'll bring it right in, Minister. Do you have a view on where the Bungendore School should be located?
No, that's a matter for...
Asked and answered. In relation to the question before the last one, the Minister said, no, I don't have a view.
To the point of order,
I don't have a view, she said.
Yes. In the past, has she publicly, as the Minister publicly put views or, tabled in media, in Parliament, I specifically asked, what is her view?
And she said, I don't have a
It's
view.
yes or no, and so I can move on. I'm happy to move on once the Minister...
She's answered that question.
So to confirm that is yes or no, Minister?
It's not my responsibility to have a view on
but your
where
personal
things should
view
be
as
placed.
a Queanbeyan local.
Experts, I'm sure, in education and other parts of government have made considered decisions about appropriate locations. My view is that Bungendore are entitled to a school and they should get a school.
And no view on where it should be located. Sorry, I'll move on. Minister,
Bordering on badgering.
Minister, can I ask, why don't you support the Stronger Country Communities Fund, and why have you allowed the Treasurer to cut this hugely successful program in the recent budget?
Because we have a better way of doing things. And we put a better way of dealing with public money in regional New South Wales to the community during the election campaign, and they voted for us. They elected us into government. We have plans to spend money in the regions in a way that is of most benefit and to be spent where and when it is needed. There are a number of ways that we will be doing that. We have a significant budget in regional New South Wales.
So I suppose, Minister, from that answer, what was the concern with the Stronger Country Communities Fund?
There were a number of inquiries into grant funding from your lot through this Parliament.
Yeah, but as the Minister for Regional New South Wales, what was your concern with that fund?
I followed the grants inquiries that were conducted by this Parliament, and plenty of concerns were raised into how decisions were made by your government. And we considered that it was appropriate to be doing things in a different, better, more accountable way. And that's the proposition that we put to the people of New South Wales, and they elected us.
Did you have concerns over how that funding was rolled out? Did you previously?
What I'm doing is rolling out funding in the way that we said, as this Labor government, would do for regional New South Wales. We said we would invest in better services across regional New South Wales.
Minister, was there a concern, as the Minister for Regional New South Wales, in developing this, did you believe that that fund perhaps only benefited coalition electorates? Was that your concern, or did you have a concern with that?
My view about this was that money could be spent in a better way across regional New South Wales that was more fairly spent based on need, and we made a number of commitments to the community that we would invest in services that are severely lacking across the regions and have been for many, many, many years. We gave a commitment that we would invest in education and health We're building schools. We're, as per your previous questions, we're investing in health across regional New South Wales.
Thank you, Minister. I've got limited time, so I'll continue to move on. You've spoken several times in the House and in this Parliament about pork barrelling. Do you believe that the Stronger Country Communities Fund was a form of pork barrelling from the former coalition government?
We have a better way of spending money across regional New South Wales, and that's exactly what I will be doing as Minister for Regional New South Wales. And one example of that will be the development, the review of the Regional Development Act, and a new trust that I'm about to start consultation on to engage with communities across the regions about how they think we should spend money.
I've got limited time, so I'll keep the questions flowing, Minister. Minister, the Police Minister and member for Swansea, Yasmin Catley, has said and stated in a media release, and I quote, "The Stronger Country Communities Fund has made a significant contribution towards improving regional communities, including the area that I have the pleasure of representing." Do you agree and support the Police Minister's statement? And I'll table that media release. I might pass one to the Minister so she has a reference.
I can do it.
Doesn't seem to be.
I would do it, but I'm not allowed to.
Well, I was just looking for a date on that, but I'm assuming the member will get to that point. Has the Minister been provided with a copy?
No.
It's coming.
What I'll say in general terms is I'm sure any Member of Parliament is happy when money is allocated to their local community. Certainly a lot of National Party MPs visit me looking for funding out of our government to support their communities because they didn't get any out of their lot when they were in government. I'm sure the comments were made in relation to funding being provided. As I've said in my previous answers, we have a better way of providing funding and resources to regional New South Wales.
Your parliamentary colleague, the Police Minister and member for Swansea, has said the Stronger Country Communities Fund has made a significant contribution.
I hear the point of order.
I've just got a copy of this. 2 points, Mr. Chair. First of all, it appears to be, I don't think a complete, but partially complete media release, if I can read this correctly, from Yasmin Catley in her capacity as the Labor member for Swansea. That's the only capacity as I see in this media release, firstly. And secondly, it's undated. It's undated.
It's available on her parliamentary website. So
well, I don't know where you got this from.
I
don't know where you got this from, Sam. But
well,
I think there's some.
I would just ask that you. Sorry, Mr. Dong. I just ask that you would, I guess, better articulate what exactly the point of order is. I understand you're questioning, I guess, the veracity of the document or the quality of the document, but I'm sure the Minister is able to do that in her own capacity.
I think it goes to the question of clarity of the questioning. If this is a question, this is a line of questioning, as I understand that the member is looking to prosecute, and he started to do so. But there's been no explanation about where this has come from.
Happy to explain that,
and its actual status in terms of data.
It's available on Yasmin Catley.
Okay, well let me roll on the point of order, please. Yeah, please. In your questioning, can you please include an explanation as to the source of the material?
And for the record, Mr. Chair, I've actually tabled 2 additional documents for the Minister that the committee staff have, I think, given to the Minister. So, okay, excellent. So there's 2 more coming, and I'm happy to reference the date and sources for the next ones to keep the questions flowing, Mr. Donnelly. So, Minister, again, and I quote Minister Catley, "The Stronger Country Communities Fund has made a significant contribution towards improving regional communities, including the area that I have the pleasure of representing." Do you agree with your colleague, Minister Catley?
I mean, I'll refer to my previous answer. MPs are always happy when money is spent in their community. All of the commitments that were made previously will be honoured by this government. We just have a better way of spending money across regional New South Wales going forward, and that's exactly what we'll do.
Okay, all right, so I'll move on. Minister, last December, and it is the December Christmas newsletter for Jenny Atchison MP, is where I'm quoting this from, and I've tabled a copy of this. Minister, last December, the Regional Transport and Roads Minister and member for Maitland, Jenny Atchison, claimed in her December newsletter that she had delivered more than $5.54 million from the Stronger Country Communities Fund for her Maitland electorate. Do you believe that this is a form of pork barrelling for the seat of Maitland?
I think, as per my previous answer, MPs celebrate when money is spent in their electorates, and I'm sure her community celebrates any investment. As I said, we'll honour any of the commitments that have been made before. We've just got a better way of spending money. I don't have an issue with
So you
MPs
believe that
celebrating.
there is like your own colleagues so far celebrating these investments in their electorates, which I might add are Labor electorates in the last Parliament. So are you saying that there is a better way, and that your colleagues are wrong, and there's a better way to deliver money from the Stronger Country Communities Fund?
I think there's a better way of spending taxpayer money in regional New South Wales to make sure that people across regional New South Wales get the services and investment that they're entitled to. That is something that we took to the election, and that is something I'll be delivering on.
So you're maintaining that the Stronger Country Communities Fund did not deliver in the best way possible for the people of regional New South Wales?
I think Labor will do it better.
In what way?
I've just outlined one example.
Right, moving on,
we're
Minister.
redoing the Regional Development
moving on,
Act, and
Minister.
I'm out.
So,
well,
Minister-
I need to answer the question. You've asked me a question.
But I've got limited time.
The Minister
You just asked me a question.
was
so I'm going to
asked
move on.
a very clear question
Yes.
as to how she would do it better, or how Labor would do it better. The answer was nowhere near begun, let alone completed, and Mr Faraway thinks he can interrupt. It's out of order. The Minister should be allowed to complete her answers. At least some modicum
Limited
of an
time,
answer.
Chair.
Yeah, the Minister is allowed to complete her answers, but the member is also allowed to redirect. I do accept the fact that she was up very early on in her answer, but if the member wants to redirect so
redirect,
quickly,
yeah,
that's on him, because then he doesn't get the benefit of the answer. So I would ask the member just to, if he has to redirect, be polite in doing so.
No, thank you, Mr Chair and Minister. So redirecting, Minister, we'll keep on the same theme. The Parliamentary Secretary for Disaster Recovery and the member for Lismore, Janelle Saffin, issued a media release on the 6th of February this year, and it is, I've tabled a copy, and that's directly from the member's website, and it is titled, Lismore MP Janelle Saffin has welcomed confirmation of electorate-wide success in the Stronger Country Communities Fund Round 5. The media release goes on and quotes Ms Saffin, and I quote, sharing in a total of almost $6 million in SCCF Round 5 grants is great news for our local communities in all 4 local government areas, and a timely injection of money into our local economies. Some recipients have contacted me to tell me of their success, and they are absolutely thrilled. My question, Minister, is do you seriously maintain that this was not an effective way of delivering community grants to regional New South Wales, including Labor-held seats, and that it is a form of pork barrelling when your own Labor Party lower house members have supported the rollout of this and celebrated it publicly?
I'm pleased that they've received funding for programs in their local electorates. I'm pleased that the community of Lismore received funding. They're well and truly entitled to it. Given everything they've been through, they're also well and truly entitled to it because they're a great community that deserves investment from government. It's appropriate that the local member celebrate investment in her community.
But what
we'll
do you
continue with that.
What do you say as the Minister responsible for, grants for regional New South Wales when you have your own party and colleagues and ministerial colleagues in lower house seats who are celebrating and acknowledging that it was a successful program, that it worked, and you've allowed the Treasurer to cut it from the budget?
They're celebrating that there is money coming into their communities, as they should. Lismore and Maitland, and I've forgotten the one that you put to me earlier, but they're all entitled and to receive investment from the government. I'm glad they've received it. They're certainly entitled to celebrate that across the community. I don't begrudge them receiving investment from the government. We've got a better way of doing it going forward.
Minister, why have you allowed the Treasurer to cut such a successful community grants program that not only benefited every single local government area? So this isn't an electorate. This isn't an electorate program. This was actually based on LGAs. Every single LGA under that program got its fair share of funding. And can I ask, why did you allow the Treasurer to cut such a successful community grants program that has benefited such a hard-hit, flood-impacted community like Lismore?
I don't accept the premise of your question. That's not what we have done. We put a better way of investing in regional New South Wales to the people of New South Wales, and they elected us to form a government to deliver on that commitment, and that includes investing in better services, which have been severely, significantly lacking from investment from the previous government. We're investing in better healthcare. We've got
Minister,
a record spend in regional roads.
If I can redirect, your new proposal under your programs announced or yet to be announced in the budget, are they based... Does every single local government area in regional New South Wales get a set allocation of funding from a community grants program?
There is a program for electorates that we did take to the election, which is administered in another part of the government, that every single electorate in the state of New South Wales gets an amount of money allocated
a set
to.
Amount. Is that $400,000 local allocations grant? So Minister, that program for regional New South Wales, it only allocates $400,000 per electorate. Is that correct?
There's many programs.
Specifically that one,
that
in your understanding?
also build and enhance on that. That is just one. And I have outlined a few others that are within my remit.
So if I can just take you back to your answer around that $400,000, I just want to have that confirmed, just for my understanding.
This run for a couple of questions to see whether it would come back to this minister's portfolio area.
Well, you need to let me ask.
But Chair, the questions clearly relate to the local small commitments allocation, which is the responsibility of a different minister. And they ought to be ruled out of order unless they come straight back to this minister's responsibility, Chair.
Yeah. They should be related to the minister's responsibilities. I note the interjection there from Mr. Faraway that he's trying to make a comparison. I would ask that he would make that comparison reasonably succinctly so we can get to the point.
So Minister, do you believe that the stronger country community... Well, do you believe that every local government area should have a set allocation of a grants program like the Stronger Country Communities Fund?
I think the people of regional New South Wales deserved better, and they deserve proper investment in services spent in a way that is more accountable and available to communities where and when they need it. We made significant commitments to the people of New South Wales to allocate taxpayer money in a much better and more equitable way, and that's exactly what we are doing, and that is exactly what I am doing as the Minister for Regional New South Wales.
Do your new programs allocate funding based on local government area, or do they base them on electorate?
They base it on where money is needed.
No, okay. So are you saying that some local government areas across regional New South Wales could possibly see zero funding under the Minns Labor government if it's not allocated per LGA?
Money will be spent in regional New South Wales based on where and when it is needed by communities across regional New South Wales. That is the appropriate way to spend taxpayer money, and that's exactly what we will do.
Okay, Minister, moving on. Would you generally accept that the staff in your department, and I acknowledge they're here today and I have a huge amount of respect for them, that they do a great job in delivering for the people of rural and regional New South Wales?
I do.
Excellent. A big part of the department's work would be clearly communicating information relating to your grants programs, especially to regional and remote communities. Would you say that's a fair statement?
Sure.
Okay. Would you accept that the department, that work that the Department of Regional New South Wales, or DPI, undertakes would be more of a challenge in communicating that in the bush and in the regions, whether it's coastal or inland, than it would be in the city? Due to media markets and the tyranny of distance?
I think it's important to communicate the message of government and what is available to communities wherever they are, and I'm certainly keen to ensure that happens across regional New South Wales.
So, Minister, do you stand by your statements to the media? And I would table the Daily Telegraph article here. do you stand by your statements to the media that the staffing levels in the Department of Regional New South Wales and the Office of the Cross-Border Commissioner are absurd?
We're doing, as you would expect, for a new government, it's appropriate to have a look at where resources are allocated and to make sure that they're allocated in the appropriate way where they are needed. I'm answering the question. You need to let me answer the question.
Do you still maintain that those staffing levels are absurd? You've been in the role, obviously, 7 months now, a new government, I accept that, but do you still maintain 7 months in that the staffing levels within the Department of Regional New South Wales and the Office of the Cross-Border Commissioner are absurd?
It's appropriate that we have a look at how resources are allocated.
That as a yes.
And it's important that we ensure that departments across the board are allocating resources in line with the new government's, with our government's priorities.
It's fair to say that that's a yes if that's the case. You're still not happy, you still think they're absurd, and you're wanting to review the staffing levels within your own agency and department.
I'm reviewing across the board to make sure that money and resources and staff are allocated in line with the priorities of our government.
Yeah.
We've told the community what we are going to do.
I take it you stand by your
and I need
words.
to make sure that the department are doing what we told
Okay, you've answered that question. Thank you, Minister. It's clearly you haven't changed your mind since that article and that you do maintain that they're absurd.
Point
so
of
we'll move
order.
on.
Point of order. I mean,
guys, if you're going to keep taking absurd points of order, we'll just call the Minister back for supplementary hearings.
I still have to hear you. Thank you.
Go right ahead, but the Minister's got plenty of questions to
Point of
answer.
order.
Good morning,
Stop
Wes.
wasting our time.
Good morning, Wes.
Unclear
Share the
what
love,
Mr.
Wes.
Fang is doing. Is he
Stop wasting our
contributing to the
time.
point of order?
Mr.
or
Fang
The
is-
Minister needs to be
Mr.
held accountable for her actions.
So I would ask that he be called to order. He's just arrived. If he's not called to order, he'll continue in the same way he behaved yesterday. He should be called to order.
I would just acknowledge the fact that comments about wasting time also add to the point of wasting time. So, but I do have to listen to points of order. Unfortunately, even if they are frivolous,
I just run and
I still
cover
need to
all the
listen to them.
time.
my point of order is verballing the Minister. The Minister has provided an answer. The member tries to then commit the Minister to a position that was in his question.
It's her own position, Mr.
No,
Donnelly.
no.
Good
What
one.
you're trying to
You got to
do-
run a protection racket.
No,
You
no,
got to
no,
do
no.
it properly.
Well,
You
I
gotta
want to
do
hear
it
the point of order in silence.
You can't. You might not like the answer, but you can't verbal witnesses. You can't verbal witnesses, including the Minister, and that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I would just ask, before I go to the crossbench members, I would just ask members to keep the sarcastic comments and quips and other little funny things at the end of questions and responses to a minimum. I'll now call Ms. Higginson.
Thank you. Minister, good morning.
Hello.
Minister, you are aware we're in a climate crisis, that protecting the public native forest estate would see 1.8 million tonnes of carbon savings per year. That's 76 million tonnes by 2050. That would see around $2.7 billion worth of climate benefit. And that's based on the price of $35 a tonne, which is the current price. I note that Transport New South Wales has priced the carbon per tonne at $63 per tonne in 2021. We're looking at around $5 billion worth of carbon saving. What are you doing right now to end logging the public forest estate and, in particular, expand the plantation estate?
Look, we're committed to, and I am, as the Minister, committed to a sustainable forestry industry into the future. So I want to be really clear about that. That is...
Can I just pick you on that? Sure. Thank you. Thanks for that answer. If we're talking about a sustainable forest industry, can you please explain, Minister, how right now your forestry operations in Braemar and Myrtle are in court and on hold for illegality. Cherry Tree is in court and on hold for illegality. Newry State Forest is in court and on hold for illegality. There's the stop work order that has now been extended to 75 days in Talaganda State Forest because of illegality. And I'm talking illegality based on unsustainable logging practices. Clouds Creek State Forest is currently on hold and not being logged because of allegations of illegality and investigation. Bulga State Forest is on hold while further investigations are undertaken around being able to comply with sustainability principles of ecological sustainable management, and Oak State Forest is currently not being logged because of allegations of illegality in relation to logging preparation. How can you possibly sit here and say you're committed to sustainable forestry if that's what your forest estate looks like at the moment?
Well, I am committed to a sustainable forestry industry into the future. You've raised a number of issues in relation to a number of forests. I would say that the activity across the board hasn't stopped because of the proposition that you've put. It's stopped as a precaution, and we've of course got Mr. Chowdhury who can give some specific details about particular activities in those individual forests that you name. But we take a precautionary view when there is legal action taken. While, for the moment, while that's occurring, activity is conducted, harvesting is conducted elsewhere. That's so I don't accept that these decisions have been finalised, but we're trying to work through these issues in a careful, considered way. But look, I'm committed to a sustainable industry.
So, Minister, how can you possibly say that there is a sustainable industry when you know that it's been a loss-making industry for over a decade now? We saw $28 million in losses in the hardwood sector. We know we're making great gains in the softwood sector. So if you could go to the first question, what are you doing and where's the budgetary allocation for expanding the plantation estate right now? Is there an acquisition program happening?
Oh, well, there's a few parts to that question. And I would say this is not a loss-making industry.
But Minister, that's what the books say.
There are costs available.
I'll hear the point of order.
The Minister had just started to answer that question, and in fact it was 3 questions in one.
Yeah.
I think the Minister should be able to answer at least one of the questions before she's interrupted.
To the point of order,
Yeah.
I'm actually making the allegation that the answer is incorrect, and I've provided that evidence, $28 million in loss. How can you then say it's not a loss-making industry?
Well, hang on.
The Minister had started to answer that precise question.
Yeah. The Minister is entitled to dispute the validity of the question if she so wishes. I think we should actually, if that's what she's doing, I think we should be allowed to hear it, and then obviously Ms Higginson, you can then counter that
Chair.
dispute. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The answer isn't as simple as that. Forestry Corp is of course responsible for managing forests, and there are costs involved in managing forests. There are also a range of issues that have occurred in forests, including fires that have occurred over the last couple of years. I'm happy to get specific information from you from Mr. Chowdhury, who is here now, and I
can add to that, Mr. Chair, if that's okay. So just in native forest, Ms Higginson, so Forestry Corporation, as you know, looks after about 1.8 million hectares
I do know
of
that.
land.
Yeah.
And we manage that for a whole variety of reasons, including fire management, public access into the forest for recreation tourism, as well as producing timber. And so we harvest somewhere around 1 to 2% of the forest in any given year, which means about 99%
Can I please
of the
interrupt
cost is
Mr.
utilised.
Chowdhury? And I apologise. I know it's
That's
so
okay.
rude, but the practice really is in budgets, if it's okay. I will get some time with you later this afternoon and the questions at this point, because we have such a limited time with you, Minister. I understand what your effort is here to suggest that we can take the native forest logging losses that we experience across the public forest estate and offset them with the gains we make through the other parts of the forest we manage. I don't think the public finds that acceptable, Minister. I believe, and I think there is clear evidence, that there is an enormous case put to you that you need to be more fiscally responsible. And right now, not...
And you...
It's not a lecture.
Too much argument in what at this point,
Can I just finish?
unclear.
I understand your
If I
desire.
could make my point of order,
Yes.
then those opposite can respond. There is too much argument in what I assume is a question, but is not even a question yet. And it's unfair. It's a questioning process,
I'll go
not
lighter,
speech making.
Chair. I'll go lighter, Chair, if that helps.
Well, it's not about. I would, unless you want to add to the point of order, I would just say it's not necessarily about going lighter, Ms. Higginson. It's just about we have a practice of not having argument in questions in the House. That extends to questions in committees. So if we can keep argument to a minimum in our questions, that would be great. And that's something I've ruled on across the board
Thanks, Chair.
for all members.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, it is costing New South Wales taxpayers to log the hardwood forest estate. Those costs are getting higher each year. In Forestry's own financial reports, they say that the prognosis of loss is not going to get much better in the short, medium or long term. The health of the forest estate is diminishing. The Natural Resources Commission own report tabled in December last year says that. What are you doing to end native forest logging and to expand the plantation estate, which is what we need in terms of our vision?
Again, there's a whole lot of things that have been put to me in that question, so I need to try and remember the early bit and work through them. Timber harvesting is not loss making, so there is taxpayers have asked Forestry Corp to manage the entire estate, and that does cost money. We need these forests to be managed. There are a whole range of other opportunities inside of our forests that we are also looking at, some of which have been outlined, and I'm sure you're aware of all of them. We're not putting an end to this industry. We have made a commitment to expand our plantation estate, and that is certainly an essential thing to do to manage some of the issues that you are rightly concerned about.
Can you elaborate on what you're actually doing to do that, Minister?
We've made a commitment to do that, but you would be aware that that takes time, and we'll work through the best way for this government to do that going forward, and I'll continue to have that conversation with the community and you and other people who are interested in what that looks like. But
Thank you,
we're
Minister.
not ending.
Thank you, Minister. In the last minute, can I just ask you, please, about the broad-scale threatened species assessments that are taking place? It is a legal responsibility on Forestry Corporation to undertake these broad-scale surveys during and harvest operations. On a brief analysis of the results of those surveys, it's unbelievable that Forestry Corporation is not finding threatened species when they go about these surveys. At the moment, you've got greater gliders being found in the south by citizen science, Forestry Corporation not recording the den trees. We've got stop work orders. What are you going to do to improve the records and the assessments around threatened species? Will you commit to independent ecological assessments before logging operations immediately?
I expect these assessments to be done appropriately and in accordance with the requirements. I've got no information or advice that tells me that that's not the case, but I do expect these things to be done in the appropriate way.
Well, Minister, I put it to you, they're really not being done well. The return on species is unbelievable, and that was just on a very, very scant analysis of the BioNet records. It's quite alarming. Minister, we need to do better on threatened species management in forests.
I expect these things to be done in the appropriate way.
Thank you. I'll pass to Ms Hurst now.
Thank you. Minister, the government made several election promises in regards to animal welfare changes. The entire legislation around animal protection is under review. We have codes like the Rodeo Code that's now 33 years overdue for a review. With that in mind, while we were determining which witnesses would come to this budget estimates hearing, I was advised by your office that the position of Director of Animal Welfare had been abolished. Was this a decision by you, Minister?
I don't believe that's true. I believe there's a new person in the role. Mr. Hanson might give us the details.
So I think what you're referring to is the fact that we still have, obviously, the Chief Animal Officer, and she'll be here this afternoon, the Chief Animal Welfare Officer.
I'm just asking
you were
about
asking
the
about the
position
Director.
I was given advice directly from your office, Minister, that the position...
I'll hear the point of order from Mr. Lawrence.
Just concerned about Mrs. Taylor interjecting. It was sauté by Chair, but clearly designed to have some impact on the question.
That's fine.
She
Don't
should
waste
respect
Emma's time.
who's
Let's just
questioning.
keep going. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair.
So sorry, can I just... You're talking about the Director of Animal Welfare Reform?
The position of Director of Animal Welfare.
No, so...
It was originally Susan Robinson.
That's right. Ms Robinson went on long service leave
Yes, I
last year.
understand
Her
that.
responsibilities, in fact, have been picked up by a number of staff across the business. Those staff are continuing
Has
to
somebody else
drive the
been-
animal welfare reform.
Yep. Is somebody else been hired into the position of Director of Animal Welfare?
No.
Is someone going to be hired into that position?
We have... the animal welfare reforms are being driven by a larger team than just one individual person now.
Sorry, is the position of Director of Animal Welfare going to be
It no longer
refilled?
exists. No.
No. So that position itself has actually been abolished.
Well, the answer is that there's a team of people who are doing it. And further to your early question, we've committed to review how these things...
Sorry, Minister, I didn't ask a question about the review. My only questions I have asked... No. I talked about the workload that would be on the department, and now I'm talking about the fact that the Director of Animal Welfare role has been abolished, which Mr Hanson has confirmed the position no longer exists.
Wow.
Minister, given the amount of workload, is now the right time to reduce the number of staff in the Animal Welfare Department of the Department of Primary Industries?
I mean, I'll go back to the answer that's been given, which is there is a team of people working on this, which is appropriate.
I understand that, but that's the team that already existed. Has there been any new recruitments or new roles created, or has the work of one person, which is a director role, been redistributed amongst people who are already very busy? I'll direct that to the Minister.
Well, the proposition that you've put that roles have been given to people who are already busy, I don't know that that's the situation. I don't
So you don't think that the other staff in the Animal Welfare Department are busy?
I'll let you finish and then I'll answer.
Yes, so my question is, you don't believe that the other staff in the Animal Welfare Department are busy?
I'm sure they are.
So then I reiterate my question. Given they're very busy, given that I assume this sounds like a very large workload, given that we're reviewing the entire legislation, is now the right time to reduce the staff within the DPI that are working in animal welfare?
Well, I don't know that they've been reduced. The specifics of that I
Well,
will
one
hand over
role
to Mr
has been
Hanson because
abolished.
I'm not involved in the internal workings of staffing arrangements inside of the department.
So, Minister, you had no input into the decision to remove that role whatsoever?
I'm not involved in the internal workings of staffing arrangements inside of the department. That wouldn't be appropriate.
So you weren't informed that this role would be abolished within your department and not refilled?
I'm not involved in the internal workings. No, the answer is that there are a range of people doing this work. I'm satisfied with that. I haven't had any issues brought to my attention in relation to this. If you want the specific details for how things work inside of the department, I will ask Mr. Hanson to provide that
I'll
detail.
go to Mr. Hanson this afternoon. I'm sure we can talk about it further. And sorry to cut you off there, Mr. Hanson. So you're confident, Minister, given the enormous workload that is going to be coming forward, that you're comfortable that is going to be a reduced department, that one role has been... We've confirmed that one role, a director role, has been abolished. We've also confirmed that it won't be replaced. So that sounds like there will be one less staff member. And you're comfortable with that, Minister?
Well, I mean, the details of how staffing arrangements are made inside of the department are not for me to interfere with. I will ask Mr. Hanson to provide the details, the specific answer to the question that you've asked.
Do you have any concerns, Minister, about the fact that that has been reduced, or that?
Can we just answer the question that was put?
I'll go back to Mr. Hanson this afternoon. My question to you, though, Minister, because we do have limited time with you, is: are you concerned, as the Minister in charge of animal welfare, that's about to lead a review into the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, that role has been abolished?
No.
Okay. Minister, I want to ask you about Gary Beach and why shark nets have actually been deployed at Gary Beach, given it is closed for the 2023-24 season and is inaccessible to the public.
Look, the details of the logistics of that I will ask Mr. Hanson to deal with. My broad understanding is that the way that the program is rolled out, so the way that the nets are put in, mean that it's done as a system across the entire geographical area, and it's not a question of separating out some beaches or others. However, I'm not involved in the specifics of how they're rolled out. I will seek an answer be provided by Mr. Hanson to your question.
And I will get, and I apologise I keep doing this to you, Mr. Hanson, but I will get back to you this afternoon. Minister, I just want to ask about your role in the process and evidence, and obviously there was, and I'm aware that obviously that there was emails and different organisations emailing you, particularly about Gary Beach, and asking that no shark net be deployed in Gary Beach, given that it's inaccessible to the public. What evidence did you use, or did you rely on? Obviously the call on whether or not shark nets are deployed or not does come down to you. What evidence did you rely on to make the call to include a shark net in that beach, given it is inaccessible and closed?
I didn't make decisions for shark nets on individual beaches. That's not within.
So you didn't
the
give
remit.
any consideration to the
I've
fact
given
that
consideration to the shark net program across the board, and you're right to say I've received correspondence about it. I have. I've received a lot of correspondence about it, as I would expect, as I receive a lot of correspondence about every issue in this portfolio. And I consider the views of the community as we did in relation to this particular issue. Mm-hmm. The reason that we determined that it was appropriate to maintain the program for this summer is that we are trialling new technologies on beaches to warn swimmers and the community about sharks, and to protect the community when they swim on our
sorry,
beaches.
Minister, I mean, I'm just wondering how that, when you talk about protecting community, sorry, Minister, sorry to interrupt you.
I mean, I'm answering a question that you've asked.
No, I know, but I'm grabbing onto one part of what you're talking about there within that answer. You said, talked about protecting the community.
Yes.
I'm wondering how then that related to your decision to put in a shark net into a beach that is inaccessible and is closed. You said that people had emailed you about that issue. I mean, surely you can't make these decisions in a vacuum.
People have emailed me about shark nets. I'm talking broadly. I don't make decisions on individual nets on individual beaches.
But surely this
which is
issue
the answer
was
that I've
raised
given.
with your office. Can I ask
issue
why
of
it
shark
wasn't
nets,
considered?
the issue of shark nets has been raised with me from every possible perspective.
Just to clarify, Minister, I'm only talking about the shark net at Gary Beach, rather than any broad decision. I'm wondering, you did say that you weren't involved in any decisions in regards to individual beaches, but obviously people in the community would have emailed you specifically about Gary Beach, and that would have been across your desk. I'm wondering why that wasn't given consideration by you within this decision.
What I've said is I've received correspondence broadly in relation to shark nets from every perspective. I am aware of the issues raised on that particular beach. I don't make determinations based on individual arrangements.
So you have no power within your role as Minister to talk to the Department of Primary Industries about not putting a shark net in a beach where it would be completely inappropriate to do so?
I'll come back to where I was at the start of this line of questioning, which is my understanding is that this is a program that rolls out across a geographical area, but I'm happy to deal with the specifics of your question by getting the department to respond to your particular question.
I guess my question, though, is more about your role in that decision.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get an answer for you about.
You don't know what your role is in the position of a decision?
I mean, that's not what I've said.
Well, my question is
but
to you, Minister, is your role. I'm trying to understand whether you have the power as the Minister to consider one beach, Gary Beach, which is closed, clearly inaccessible to the public, that issue has been raised to your office, and you said that you've made a decision more broadly on shark nets, but I'm wondering, A, why you hadn't considered Gary Beach or had talked to the Department of Primary Justice about Gary
and
Beach.
I'm trying to answer that part of your question. So we can, if you'd like to hear the answer.
I'd like to hear your
that's
answer,
what
please,
I'm giving
Minister.
you.
Yeah.
I don't make individual decisions about the material that goes on individual beaches. Inquiries in relation to this particular issue were made. The information, as I understand it, is that the program is rolled out across a geographical area. The details in relation to your specific question should be directed to Mr. Hanson in relation to the actual logistics for that particular beach. But that's the answer. Those are the discussions we've had. My answer's not going to change.
Thank you, Minister. Are we going to see alternatives to shark nets before 2024?
We're trialling a whole range of technologies over the summer, just as we did last summer, including smart drumlines and drones. There is a range of technology being trialled. I hope that those trials are successful. We certainly want to move to using other technologies well into the future and in the closest possible future that we can. My responsibility is to make sure that we're comfortable that that technology is working as effectively as it needs to keep people safe when they go to the beach over the summer. And the decision will be made on whether we're satisfied that the technology will provide that safety to people when they swim, and any decisions about expanding that or using it instead of will be made based on the information that we gather as we continue with the trials.
Thank you. Thank you. We now go to questions from the government. I note Mr. Murphy's leant forward in indication he's poised to strike.
No questions.
No questions.
Excellent answers from the Minister.
It's all been said.
Well,
Answers have been so comprehensive.
thank you for extending everyone's morning tea. So we will now come back at 11:15. So there will be some morning tea.
Ronnie was ready
shortly.
to take the
Can't
floor.
wait. Ready to go. Okay.
Witnesses are free to come up and stand. Okay, welcome back after that short break. We'll now return to questions from the opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. Did you instruct your office to make requests regarding the employment of the Assistant Cross-Border Commissioner on the 3rd and 4th of August?
No.
But do you want me to repeat that question?
Sure.
Because we have evidence that about... Okay, did you instruct your office to make requests regarding the employment of the Assistant Cross-Border Commissioner on the 3rd and 4th of August?
Did I specifically make requests?
Did you request a brief, of which we have?
Well, that's
Your office.
Information about the cross-border commissioner, full stop, after I think articles appeared about it. I've said on the record I've been having a look at the commission.
So, Minister, my question was really very straightforward. Did you instruct your office to make requests regarding the employment of the Assistant Cross-Border Commissioner on the 3rd and 4th of August? You just said no.
But that's a different
Did
question.
you ask for a brief? It's not a different question. You can't. You have to tell the truth.
I'll hear the
Okay.
point of,
Stop bullying.
I'll hear the point of order.
This, in my suggestion, is harassment and discourtesy, because that is not the question that was asked. The question was asked was whether the minister did something. The minister explained that, and then it was put to her in this aggressive, badgering way that she's been inaccurate, and she hasn't.
To the point of order, Mr. Chair,
Question
my
should just
question
be
was here.
asked
It's in
clearly.
black and white. Don't verbal me. I said, did you instruct your office to make requests? That was my question. I read it.
The first question that I understood was being
No,
referred to
you
was
are-
not that.
We'll go back to Hansard. That was the first question.
We don't have the benefit of going back to Hansard and getting
Don't
really
tell me
very
I've
quickly.
done something I haven't.
I'll
I
just-
object to that.
I
Speak
would
through the
just-
chair, perhaps.
I'll speak to who I
I'm sure you
want.
will do what you want, but
I
speak through the
would
chair.
just maybe suggest the member put the question again.
Again,
that she
okay,
just
let's see if
asked.
we get a different answer. Did you instruct your office to make requests regarding the
Point of
employment...
order. Point of order. The sarcasm of about the different answer. I mean, the individual...
No,
It's not hard, guys.
sorry, I'm not
Just
going to
ask
uphold that point
questions.
of order.
Yeah.
I asked the member to ask a different question. She's now asked the question again. She's now asking that. I didn't hear any sarcasm in terms of a different answer.
Thank you, Chair. Did you instruct your office to make requests regarding the employment of the Assistant Cross-Border Commissioner on the 3rd and 4th of August?
I've answered that.
So no was your answer. Okay. Did you provide the brief that you did request that your office had, that I have in my possession after we had the inquiry, which was information? Did you provide the brief to any other minister's office or the Premier's office?
I have not provided a brief to another minister. I don't believe. Full stop.
Minister, did your office provide the brief that was requested by your office on the Assistant Cross-Border Commissioner to the Premier's office or any other minister's offices?
I don't know.
You don't know. Would you like to take that on notice?
No.
You're not going to take that on notice.
I've just answered that. I don't know if a brief was
Minister,
provided. That's the answer. I
Minister,
don't
will
know
you
if it was
please
provided.
provide the committee with the evidence of whether your office provided the brief that your office requested on the employment of the Cross-Border Commissioner to any other ministers or the Premier's office?
I'm not aware if a brief was provided from my office. I'm not aware of it.
So, Minister, we actually have been provided the brief that was requested by your office after the committee hearing that we had.
Sure.
So I'm not sure, respectfully, how you could not be aware of that. So now I am saying that brief that is in existence,
I don't dispute.
that was requested from your office, of which we
Sure.
have the evidence of, please can you provide the committee with the information that is, did you provide that brief that was requested to the Premier's office or any other minister's office? If you don't know, as you said, may I ask you to please take that on notice and provide the committee with that advice?
With respect, you've just asked me the same question in a different way, but it's the same question you asked before. Did I provide a brief to another office? I did not.
So did your office provide a brief to any other minister, the brief that exists, on the employment of the Cross-Border Commissioner?
Point of order.
I don't know.
It's been asked.
Okay, so
Asked and
that's fine.
answered.
So then if you don't know, will you take that on notice to provide the committee with the answer.
The committee
of
seems to
order.
have the answer based on what
Point
you
of
just
order.
put to
No,
me.
This
I'll
is
hear
now
the-
the
I'll hear the
third
point of order.
This is now the third time that question's been asked.
There's two questions.
The members are allowed to ask the same question in different ways over and over again if they so wish to. I don't see it as badgering at this point. I would probably suggest if we do have a copy of this briefing, perhaps it should be tabled, and then the minister can be asked to answer further questions on it. I'm not telling the Honourable
Thank
Member how
you,
to
thank
do
you,
it,
Mr. Chair. I do have the brief because it was given to us after the committee into this. So what I'm asking now is, did the minister or her office, so any of her staff in her office, provide the brief that exists that you said didn't exist?
I didn't say that at all.
Well, okay, then will you provide that information to the committee?
What information?
This is really, the question is very simple. I've asked you, come on,
This has
Stephen.
gone beyond the limits of courtesy.
This is a
We're
simple
getting
question.
multiple propositions.
You obviously haven't done
We're getting
estimates before, Mr.
expressions of
Lawrence.
disagreement. If the honourable member could just ask a
what you're meant
question
to be
by
smart.
question.
To the
Can I-
point of
There's a
order,
way
no.
to do
To
this,
to
and
the
it
point of
preserves
order.
her time.
To the point of order, Mr. Chair, and may I ask through you, I've asked the Minister a question to provide information as to whether the brief was circulated by her staff or by any member of her staff or herself to the Premier's office or the Minister's office. I've asked her respectfully to take it on notice and provide it to the committee.
Discourteous expressions of scepticism is what we're getting. It's a waste of time.
I've been hearing the escalation of frustration from the member. I unfortunately can't compel the minister to answer in a particular way. You have put the question as to whether she will table it. And if you want to put that to her again, you can. But I think she has answered.
Will you table whether or not your office provided the Premier's office or the Minister's office with the brief on the Cross-Border Commissioner?
Will I table that? I don't know how I would table that. I don't know. In general terms, briefs communication happens between officers on a very regular basis.
I understand that, and that's why I asked you the question.
What communication is happening, what information is being shared, because we have to work across government on different issues, as you would expect.
So
I don't personally track it.
Minister, maybe I'll rephrase it, a supplementary question to my colleague's question. Did the Premier's office or any of your ministerial colleagues' offices, including the Environment Minister's office, request a copy of that brief?
I don't know.
Can you take that on notice?
For the same reason I just answered.
Can you take it on notice?
Can you take that on notice, Minister?
I will.
Order. Two members badgering the minister at once. I mean, fair crack at the whip.
Look,
Chair,
all I'm
I'm going-
asking is that you take it on notice. You seem reluctant to do so. That's the standard procedure.
There's no reluctance. I'm answering the question and I'm giving the context that
Okay,
these
so Minister,
communications
can
and
you answer,
conversations
please
happen
answer the
on a
question?
daily, multiple
Will
times
you,
a day.
will you go back?
Point of order.
Order. We're not going to have
Tell
people
us.
yelling across the room or talking over the top of each other purely from a Hansard point of view. It's just not going to fly. So question and answer, just like yesterday, question and answer. Appreciate that you're not probably getting the answers that you want in terms of whether the minister will take it on notice. Unfortunately, we can't direct the minister to answer a question in a particular way.
229.2, evidence must be directly related to the question. That's it. It's not. 229-2, in standing orders, page 79.
So, Minister,
So
I will
you're
ask
disputing
this.
my ruling?
No, I'm saying that's what we're saying. The minister's answers are not being relevant.
So I'll just move on, Minister, if you could just answer yes or no, if that's all right. I have asked you on numerous occasions if this brief that you had requested was provided to other ministerial offices. I completely respect and understand that you don't track things, you're very busy. But what I've asked is, did anyone in your office send it forward? It's a simple check. Will you provide that to the committee if there is evidence that the brief was forwarded on to the Minister or Premier's office? It's a yes or no.
Communications happen across offices
I understand
on various
that.
topics
Point of
all
order.
the time.
She's entitled to answer.
I know what the point of order is going to be, and I'll let the minister finish her answer. I know you're not happy with the answer in the way it's coming out.
It's just yes or no. Will you provide
We
that
can't
or
direct
not?
the minister to say yes or no, unfortunately. So,
Communication happens as you would expect across government all the time. I'm not. I am of course, aware of the sensitivities in this matter because it is before another inquiry in this Parliament. And I'm looking forward to seeing what that inquiry comes up with. I don't want to interfere in any processes.
Oh.
I don't track briefs and communications as I
So
said.
you sent it on, but you won't provide the committee with the answer. This
No,
is
that's not
appalling.
what I said.
I'll move on.
Point of
Were
order.
you asked to
Point of-
provide a
point of
comment?
order.
Oh, can
Point
you
of order.
stop
I'll hear
interrupting
the-
me?
Point of order. You can't just verbal the minister at the end of her answer and think you can move on and get away with it. That's just not acceptable. That's
So
not the way
You're
it
not
is.
the chair.
Let me rule. I've already ruled on the fact that we shouldn't be making quips and sarcastic comments at the end of questions, despite how frustrating the answers to those questions may be for the asker. You know, I accept that you were redirecting. You can do that in a way that's a bit more polite, but you do have the call.
This is budget estimates, and you are supposed to answer the questions.
I haven't.
When
Point
you
of order.
asked to
Point
provide
of
a
order.
comment to
Point
the
of
media,
order.
Point of order. It's
Yeah.
discourteous the way that Mrs. Taylor continues to attack the witness, not through a question, through commentary
you're
and
all
sarcasm.
attacking me with your constant points of
I
order.
have just ruled on that you shouldn't be making those quips, and then you just made another quip, Mrs. Taylor. Like, come on. I am trying to be fair here.
These 3
I
blokes
know.
just firing
Can
things
we
at
just
me.
get to the next question? I'm
Okay,
conscious
yeah.
of
Were
your
you
time.
asked to, sure,
Play the
Mr.
victim.
Chair, thank you. Were you asked to provide a comment to the media prior to the story running in the Daily Telegraph on the 3rd of August?
You'll have to tell me what story you're referring to. I provide
It's
comments.
a constant line of questioning about the employment of the
I'm
cross-border.
actually
the assistant
genuinely not trying to be cute about this, but I provide comments on a regular basis. You'll need to be specific.
It was on the 3rd of August, Minister, and it was in relation to the employment of the Assistant Cross-Border Commissioner, of which your office requested a brief be generated, which was provided to us on the committee. So my question is, again, for your reference, were you asked to provide a comment to the media prior to the story running in the Daily Telegraph on the 3rd of August?
And I've asked for some clarification on what you're referring to. I'm
And
not
I've
trying to be
told
cute
you
about
it's-
it.
it's about the
I don't
employment of the
know.
cross-border commissioner.
From my recollection, there's probably more than one story that's run about it.
My
And so
date was
I'd like to be
specific.
able to answer your question with the appropriate information. So I'm just asking for some more specifics.
I can't be more specific, Minister, than the date. It's the 3rd of August. That was in
Okay,
relation-
I don't know what I said
Would you
on
like
any
to take that
particular
on
day
notice,
of the
Minister?
year.
Would
If
you
you
like
want
to
to
take-
put a proposition to me, then I will answer it. But I don't know what I did on on the 22nd of September. I don't know what I did on the 27th of March.
You probably don't
You'll
know
have
what
to
you
put
did
something to
yesterday.
me.
So,
Point of order. I want to particularly take a point of order in relation to Mr. Fang's interjection, which was you probably don't know what you did yesterday.
Yeah, that wasn't. It wasn't.
Complete insult.
It wasn't
completely
helpful.
gratuitous.
It wasn't
Should be
helpful,
called to
Mr. It
order.
wasn't helpful, Mr. Fang. I suggest you refrain from making those comments.
Juvenile.
so, Minister, will you take that on notice or not?
But I'm asking
So my
genuinely for
question
some
again, this
specifics.
is very
If I can help with
straightforward.
this, perhaps a general answer, because I don't know specifically
If
to
you
what
just
you're
answer,
referring.
I'd really appreciate
If
it.
a quote from me appeared in an article, it's likely that I provided the quote.
Yeah, so my question was, were you asked to provide a comment to the media prior to the story running? So that's a yes.
If a quote was given,
Okay.
is run of me saying something in a
great.
newspaper, it's likely
Thank
that
you.
I've given that quote.
Minister, have you requested information on any other public service officials in your department, like you did on the Assistant Cross-Border Commissioner?
Okay, I just simply don't accept the premise of that question because I have already answered that I did not seek specific information about the person to which you're referring.
Misleading estimates, Minister.
You did.
Point of order.
Well,
is that a question or just?
It's not, I
an
don't think
insult?
it is a question. I think it's a statement. If you want to reframe it as a question, that's fine. So that's not a question.
Yeah. So, Minister, we have from the committee, which you would know and your staff will know at the back by the looks on their faces, is that we have the brief
Point
that
of
was
order.
requested from your office.
Point of order.
Oh,
It is
Mr.
not
this
in
is
order
ridiculous.
for
This
the
is
honourable
not how you
member
run
to
estimates.
reflect
Yes, it is.
on staff and the expressions on their faces. It's worse than a verbal.
Well, I'm
She
happy
should
to
leave
withdraw that.
Yeah,
Mr.
staff
Chair. I just
out
want
of
to
it.
move on.
Okay, she's withdrawn the comment.
Yeah. So, what is the status of the cross-border and assistant cross-border commissioner at the moment, Minister?
As in the office? Or-
And the positions. Are they there? Are they working? Is the office functioning? Are they in
is the
attendance?
office-
Point of order.
There's
Point of
about
order.
6 questions in
Point
that.
of order.
I'm hearing the point of order.
Yeah, there was 4 questions asked at that point. Just then, 4 consecutive questions. Now, we know how the questioning and answering is done. You can't try and steamroll 4 questions at the minister and then, get away with it. That's just not the way this operates.
The Minister is quite capable of answering multiple questions at a time. I refer to the Mutti technique, where he would bombard you with 15 questions in one paragraph, and I think the Minister can step out her answers in line with those questions.
Okay, I'll have to remember
Well, she can
the
repeat it
questions
if you
in
want.
order. Is the cross-border commission function working inside of the department? I believe so. I've not had any issues raised with me in terms of whether the function of the part of the department that deals with cross-border issues. Nothing's been brought to my attention that function is not functioning, for want of a better way of putting it. I'm happy to ask Ms Fox if there's any issues but nothing's been raised with me. In terms of individual people working inside of the department, that is a matter for the department.
Yes, thank you, and I'll ask Ms Fox if that's all right, Minister, in the afternoon session, because we have them. But it's really interesting because you say that, but yet you requested a brief on one of your employees, and that's twice now, where you've said that you don't deal with the internal workings of your department, but you just completely contradicted yourself.
That's not
Anyway,
true.
thank you very much.
What
Upon
you've
your
just said is
appointment
Point of
as a
order. Point of order.
correct
It's the
summary of
same
the
old
evidence.
serial offender. Verbaling the minister.
Okay.
at
You
the
guys
end-
look, you look
No, no.
ridiculous, boys.
Thank
Well,
you.
no.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. I know what you
I
look
to being called a
ridiculous.
boy. I ask you to withdraw that.
Oh, I'm very
Thank you,
happy
Mr.
to-
I'm conscious of the time.
What are
Can we not verbal the Minister? Repeat the question.
Upon your appointment as a minister, were you provided with a charter letter from the Premier?
Yes.
And have you been given priorities by the Premier?
Yes.
And Minister, what are your top 5 priorities for the department over the course of this term of government?
Well, my priorities are making sure that regional New South Wales gets its fair share of funding that we committed that we would deliver. We, further to what I was giving evidence about this morning, we took a proposition to the people of New South Wales about investing in regional New South Wales in a better way. We were elected into government off the back of that, I would argue, and it is part of my responsibility to make sure that we are properly investing in regional New South Wales in the way that we said we would.
Point of
So
order,
that
Mr.
includes...
Chair, my question was quite specific. What are your top 5 priorities? If you'd like to take that on notice, I'm really happy. I've just got really limited time.
I'm answering the question. It's making
We know,
sure that
I
we're
need to move on.
investing...
Do you know what your top 5 priorities are, or can you take that on
To the
notice?
point of
Answering
order.
the
To the
question.
point of order. There is no point of order. The minister is answering the question, and you cannot compel the minister to answer in a particular way. It's discourteous to interrupt.
That's right, but the member can actually redirect or cease to hear the answer and move on to another question if she so wishes.
Minister, are you classified as a senior minister?
I don't know how that classification is determined, so I doubt it on that basis.
It is determined, so
Okay.
you don't know. Okay. Are you a standing member of the Expenditure Review Committee as the lead minister for the Department of Regional New South Wales?
Am I on the Expenditure Review Committee? No.
No. Can you guarantee that despite the obvious budget cuts to capital expenditure, the Department of Regional New South Wales will remain as a standalone agency over this term of government?
There's a couple of questions in that. I don't accept the premise that you've put to me in relation to cuts. That's not what has occurred.
Okay.
The Department of Regional New South Wales does exist as a standalone organisation, and that's...
My question was for the term of government, Minister.
I have no plans to change it.
Okay, thank you. Is the Department of Regional New South Wales still considered a central agency?
I don't know what the definition that you're putting to me.
Okay, you don't know that.
It's
That's fine. I'll
certainly-
move on.
Point of order.
Do you agree
Point of order.
that the department...
Point of order. Point of order.
Point of order.
Well, no, the minister answers and then comes back by saying she doesn't know. Now, I mean, that's just trying to have the final say. That's not the way.
The minister said she didn't
She said
know.
she didn't know.
The
Ron
minister-
just repeated it.
Greg.
The minister.
Come on,
the-
seriously.
Okay, sorry, the minister admitted that she did know. The member just reiterated that point. Can we just move on to the next question, Ms.
Yeah,
Taylor?
what are your primary responsibilities as the Minister for New South Wales, and who in the department supports these responsibilities?
Well, I'm not the Minister for New South Wales.
Western New South Wales.
Oh, for Western New South Wales? Well, there is a section in the department that does support my role in Western New South Wales. I've engaged with them quite a bit because Western New South Wales deserves as much attention as it can get from this government, and I'm certainly determined to make sure that that's the case. My priorities for Western New South Wales are an enhanced and more acute version of the broader priorities that I have for regional New South Wales, which is to make sure that we are delivering the services that are required across that region, which needs it probably more than any other in New South Wales.
Okay, I will just go to Miss Boyd and then to Miss Fairman.
Thank you, and good morning, Minister. I think we're still in the morning. I'll ask a few quick questions and then I'll hand over to my colleague. Labor made an election commitment to replace the outdated POTCA legislation and introduce a new animal welfare framework in New South Wales. When is that happening?
We did make a commitment to do that. I have begun work on that. I have begun consultation around what it should look like. I'm conscious that there has been a lot of consultation over a long period of time, so I obviously, as a new minister, need to consult on how and seek the views on how I will deliver on that commitment. That process has started, and I'll have more to say in the public domain soon.
What's the scheduled sort of delivery date for that project?
I don't have a particular timetable, but the work has begun.
Labor made an election commitment that it would introduce legislation to ban puppy farms in New South Wales. When is that going to happen?
It will be happening in this term of government.
Labor also made an election commitment to create a new independent office of animal welfare. As you'll know, the Greens have put forward a bill to do just that. Is that something that you were also working on?
Well, that was a commitment that we made to the people of New South Wales, and I will be responsible for delivering on that. I've started the work on considerations for what that might look like and how it would be dealt with. And again, I'll have more to say about it soon.
Why were animal welfare organisations told not to make submissions for the September budget?
I don't know if people were or weren't told to make submissions. I didn't tell people not to make submissions.
Why was no money allocated for animal welfare organisations in the September budget?
Because we are doing, the work has begun on what we committed to doing, which is to some of the things that you just mentioned, the Independent Office for Animal Welfare, the review of the Act. We're doing the work around that now. Once that work is done, we'll go through the budget process to ensure that there's a budget for the future of what that looks like. There is money allocated, there has been money allocated to animal welfare organisations over the course of last year, and somebody, probably Mr Hanson will correct me, I think $20 million to the RSPCA. I might have that figure wrong, but I'll just check.
I will come back to
recently. Sure. So they have been provided with funds, but as we work through what the new bodies will look like, that's when we'll deal with the funding.
So given that the election commitments are in a process of being finalised sort of by the end of this term of Parliament, are you saying then that there will be no new money for animal welfare organisations until the end of this term of Parliament, or
No,
will we
not
see
at
it
all.
in the next year?
Well, I'm working through the process of that now, and as we determine what these things will look like, I'll go through the internal budget processes as people would expect, and that will be a consideration for the next rounds of budgets, and I'm sure questions at the next rounds of estimates.
Do you think that as Agriculture Minister you're able to adequately prioritise the welfare of animals in this state?
Yes.
How much of your total attention and hours would be spent on animal welfare versus agriculture in an average week?
I really, off the top of my head, couldn't give you a breakdown. I don't necessarily categorise individual things inside of this portfolio on that basis, because it is such a broad remit, but it absolutely is a priority. It was a priority commitment for us as a government, and it does get my proper attention.
Would you endorse the creation of a separate minister for animal welfare, given the importance the community places on this issue?
It's not something that we're considering at this point in time.
I'll hand over to my colleague for the remaining time.
Thank you. Ms Fairman?
Thanks. Sorry, Chair. Can I check how much time?
You'll have 7 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay. Morning, Minister. Minister, are you aware that the former coalition government, when Barry O'Farrell was Premier, downgraded the environment portfolio, which included moving marine parks to the Primary Industries Department? When will you be handing marine parks back to the Environment Department?
Okay, so there's a couple of parts to that question. Am I aware of what Barry O'Farrell did when he was Premier? No, I'm sorry, that's a little too far away in my rearview mirror, and I wasn't in Parliament at that time. I accept that there were movements made. I don't accept that it was a downgrading. They are within my remit, and that's where they will be.
Okay, so in her second reading speech to the Act, which did this at the time, the Agriculture Minister then, Minister Katrina Hodgkinson, said that this change was all about overturning Labor's politically motivated marine parks. So, Minister, do you support Labor's approach to marine parks, or do you support the Coalition's approach to marine parks?
I support Labor's approach to marine parks. I'm responsible for them, and I look forward to dealing with them appropriately.
So have you been, you're aware though, and you know, yes, it happened under Barry O'Farrell, but you and I have met about this, Minister. I've spoken to you about it. You're well aware that under the coalition government, marine parks were moved to the Department of Primary Industries. You're aware of that?
Well, actually, what we have met about this and what we've discussed is, for want of a better way of putting it, your views, and I'm sure that's on behalf of others, but you have expressed views to me about where you think it should fit within government. I accept that that's your view. I respect that there are different views across different sectors of the community about where certain things should fit and where responsibility should fit. You have put that to me, but they are within my remit, and I'm comfortable with that.
Minister, the question the question is though that you're aware that this is what the coalition did to basically get control of marine parks. They called Labor's approach politically motivated, and they moved marine parks into the DPI. That's a fact. It's not my view. It's a fact. Correct?
Well, no. You've put a couple of things to me there, including something that's not a fact, which is an opinion. I don't know. I'm not engaging on whether it was politically motivated or whose.
Which bit was the opinion? Which bit was my opinion then in that question?
You've put to me that people 10 years ago expressed a view about political motivations for decisions that were made. I was not in the Parliament 10 years ago. I don't know what the political motivations were for decisions. I respect that you have a view about it. I don't know what the political motivations were at that time.
Thank you, Minister. In the question that I asked you, the first question, I said where the quote politically motivated had come from, and it came from the Nationals Agriculture Minister at the time, Katrina Hodgkinson, who said that the whole change to marine parks at that time was to get rid of the politically motivated approach by Labor on marine parks. Not my view, the Agriculture Minister's view. So do you support the National Party Agriculture Minister Katrina Hodgkinson's way of dealing with marine parks, or do you support Labor's approach?
With respect, I'm not disputing that was something that was said probably 10 years ago. Again, with respect, Katrina Hodgkinson was the minister, I think, about 10 years ago. I can't speak to people's views at that time about political motivation. I understand that there are views about this. We are a Labor government. We don't see the world in the same way that the Coalition do. I won't treat this portfolio in the same way that a National Party minister would. I say that without opinion. We're a different political persuasion. What I will say is that there's joint responsibility. There's joint work done between myself and the Minister for the Environment, as there are in a number of areas of my portfolio, for very good reason. We don't operate
Minister.
as silos inside of our government, and I
Can
work
I
closely
check?
with
Can
the
I-
Minister for the Environment on
Thanks,
issues
Minister. I
that
have
cross
very
over.
limited time, so I'm going to interrupt. Can I check then, Labor brought to the election a policy of restoring sanctuary zones in marine parks, yet we've heard nothing. To speak of politically motivated, that was a politically motivated decision by the former government at the time to essentially declare an amnesty over fishing in sanctuary zones. When are you going to restore those sanctuary zones? The politically motivated decision by the previous government.
Look, I'm working through all of the parts of this portfolio, including commitments that were made over time, and I'll have more to say about these things going forward.
Minister, you're aware that this was simply a political decision that was to instruct fisheries compliance officers to not enforce the law. So with the stroke of a pen, and given it was an election promise, you could just restore those sanctuary zones and instruct fisheries compliance officers to enact the law. Why isn't that a simple thing for you to do?
I'm working through this and every other area that I'm responsible with in a careful, considered way. This is part of that process that I am undertaking as Minister. These things need to be considered properly and carefully, not with the stroke of a pen.
What are you considering in this area about basically restoring the law when it comes to sanctuary zones?
Well, I don't accept the proposition that you're putting to me in terms of restoring. There is provisions in place now.
Why don't you accept the proposition about restoring? What is there about that proposition when they were sanctuary zones? The previous government just basically said to fisheries officers, don't enforce the law.
I don't
what
know
is it
what
about that word restoring that you're so objecting to?
So respectfully, you're putting a lot of propositions to me about what the previous government did and what motivations were and what people's views of those.
They're the facts.
Okay. Is there a
They're
question?
facts.
I'm trying to answer.
They're not propositions. I'm just stating to you the facts that happened under the previous government.
Okay, and now this is the government that is in place and is considering.
You're not doing anything. Not doing a single thing when
I'll
it
wait
comes
for
to
you to ask a question, and then I'm
conservation.
happy to engage.
Is there a question in the last 10 seconds?
Yes. So when will you restore sanctuary zones? Because that was a Labor Party commitment. When can we expect to see that in the next 3 and a bit years?
I don't have a specific timetable.
Are you going to do it?
Well, that was the bell. Thank you, Minister. I might just turn quickly to cultural fishing. Last Parliament there was a report that was supported by your party which made a finding that the process in terms of getting this problem sorted was too slow. When will we see associated regulation and locally driven community management plans with regards to cultural fishing?
Yeah, this is it's a good question, and this is certainly an important issue. We're working through all of the relevant information, and I would like to get to a point where we can have local plans in place across local communities. That's certainly the preferred option. There are some that are quite successful in some parts of the state, and I think there's, well, I don't think, there is room to develop more of those across the state, and then there are other parts where it's the conversations are continuing. We will be dealing with the regulation about this soon, but I'm consulting and making sure that we're engaging with everybody that needs to be engaged with in this space, as you would expect.
Yeah, with all due respect, there's probably been about 13 years of consultation with the community. Do you have a work schedule or timeline set out for when the regulation will be drafted and when the community plans will be established? Do you have
It's very soon.
Very soon. Okay. Minister, you aware of the 2022 Ernst & Young report on forestry operations, particularly the socioeconomic status of hardwood timber industry?
I
hold it
may
up.
have been briefed on it. You might.
It was funded. It was funded by the Commonwealth and obviously also funded by the New South Wales DPI. Perhaps I noticed. Can you come back to me with what your department and what your government's position is on that report?
I'm happy to come back with details on the report that you've put to me. Happy to deal with any other questions, but yes, that's fine. I'm happy to take that on notice.
I'd also draw your attention to a large report. You're aware of the Stoltz New South Wales social licence to operate?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chowdhury's nodding. I'm sure he's read all 252 pages. I'll narrow your reading, Minister, to the qualitative and quantitative findings. I'm wondering whether you could perhaps on notice come back with on what your government's position is on those qualitative and quantitative findings on that report. Is that possible?
Yeah, I'm happy I'm happy to do that. I'm also, look, the survey results were quite interesting, and I think what it demonstrates is that there's certainly an appetite for a discussion around this space in the public domain and the social licence in this space, and it's absolutely part of what I want to do broadly in terms of my responsibilities in that space.
Sure, thank you. There was a report, an article put out by Michael West Media, accepting that was full of hyperbole and emotive language, but it speaks of a disagreement between the EPA Forestry Corporation around the science of forestry. And I'm just wondering, is there an actual conflict in your various departments on the science of forestry, first and foremost?
On the science of forestry, look, I'm working closely with the Minister for the Environment, who has a responsibility for the EPA. We want to make sure that we're working closely together so that this is not an either-or proposition. We want I certainly want a sustainable forestry industry well into the future, and we need to manage the environmental aspects of that at the same time. We're working closely together on in this part of my portfolio as we are in others, because it's important that we manage both of those things.
Okay. Is there a conflict between what Forestry Corporation says in terms of science and what the Natural Resource Commission says, or are they in agreement? And is the disagreement between the EPA and everyone else?
I can't answer questions on behalf of the EPA. I'm not.
Mr. Chowdhury, do you agree with the Natural Resource Commission's science on forestry, and disagree with EPA?
Look, I think there's different views on forestry science, and there people are entitled to their views. I don't know how much more to add to that.
What's your views on the EPA's views?
Look, we are working quite closely with the EPA on a whole range of things there. Including, measures that we can provide into the forest to protect environmental values and those sorts of things. There's no specific views that I'm across that are contrary to what we are saying.
Okay, sure. Minister, there's been a lot of talk in the media around psychosocial risks and work health and safety. What work has your department done on the impact of aggressive and violent protesters in forestry and how contractors are supposed to manage those psychosocial risks?
It's a great question, and it's something that I certainly take seriously as the Minister, and I've met with a number of people who work in this sector and with you about this, but certainly with people who work in this sector. They are under enormous pressure. They are highly skilled, fantastic workers who deserve to be treated properly in their workplace. I'm very concerned about the level of and style of some activities that occur in relation to protests in some parts of the forestry estate. Of course, people have the right to protest and raise issues about this or any other area, but I am concerned, and people who work in this sector have raised with me their concerns about people hiding in camouflage gear inside of their trucks or underneath their truck tyres, hiding in machinery, hiding in camouflage gear in long grass. When people are operating significantly sized, heavy machinery, that is not a way for people to convey a message. And I am concerned about the impacts that it has on people's mental health.
So given your concern and accepting that your government's not willing to support the bill that I've put up, what steps are you putting in place as a government to mitigate those risks and minimise those risks, particularly around psychosocial hazards, but also obviously the physical hazards as well?
Sure, people are entitled to be safe at work. So we have that. That is a rule across all of government.
That's a nice broad, sort of motherhood statement, but I'm just more about what concrete action, what positive action are we going to do to curb this behaviour?
Sure, we're undertaking work on a forestry roadmap which will factor in part of specific support that needs to be in place for people who are working in this area. They're entitled to be safe at work. Forestry is also currently paying for security for people to get in and out of their workplaces, police to assist them to get in and out of their workplaces. That's practical support that is in place, that shouldn't have to be in place, but it is in place.
Do we have a timeline for that forestry roadmap?
I don't have a timeline to give you today, but soon.
Okay, thank you. I'll throw back to the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, who is in charge and running the office of the Cross-Border Commissioner as of today?
That is a question to the department. I don't deal with there is a Cross-Border Commissioner in place, but the question that you put to me, who's running it today?
So you don't know if the Cross-Border Commissioner is actually running his own office?
I assume he is.
You assume he is, but you don't actually definitively know that? Is that fair to say? Or
Well, he's the Cross-Border Commissioner, so I assume he is.
Okay, all right. We'll come back to that maybe with Ms Fox in the afternoon session. I want to return, Minister, to the 9th of August, to that Daily Telegraph article that I tabled earlier, where you are quoted in that article as saying that the staffing levels within the Department of Regional New South Wales and the Office of the Cross-Border Commissioner are absurd. Part of that article talks about comm staff, and it's quoted as saying that they're just backroom staff. Do you believe that is the case and effectively not a good use of public funds?
We took a package to the people of New South Wales that we would spend money in a better way, and that includes making sure that money is spent on the ground, assisting,
well, if I could
providing
redirect
services.
that question specifically around communication staff within your agency, do you think they're needed, and do you think it's a good use of public funds?
Well, that's a different question.
That's why I've redirected it.
Okay, of course there is a need for people inside of departments to communicate the work that is occurring, to communicate the work of government more broadly. In a budget where there are not unlimited resources, it's important that we, and I certainly as Minister, want to make sure that that every cent is spent providing services directly to the people of New South Wales.
Following your answer,
rather
Minister,
than back of house administrative staff.
With regard to referring to comm staff as backroom staff, which that article does, which you're quoted in, do you consider what kind of effect those types of comments would have on the morale and mental health and well-being of the staff in Mr Hanson's agency and Ms Fox's agency, coming from their Minister?
I think the staff who work in regional New South Wales, in DPI, in LLS, in Forestry, in all of the sectors that I'm responsible for are fantastic. I will praise them right now here on the public record. I think they do a genuinely terrific job. I think everyone sitting at the table with me now does a fantastic job.
Why would you make those comments if that's the case?
I didn't. The comments that I made were in relation to making sure in a difficult budget situation where there aren't unlimited resources, that we're making sure that the resources we have are being spent delivering services directly to the community.
Do you still maintain that comm staff within your agency are backroom staff?
I don't I don't have an opinion either way on what they're.
But
what,
you did
what
in
the,
that article,
the-
Minister.
What the description is. My answer remains the same. We need to make sure,
there's still
with the
backroom
limited
staff.
resources there are in this budget, which we inherited from your government, that we are spending money where it needs to be spent, and that is delivering
So you stand
services.
by your comments made in that article, Minister?
I stand by what I'm saying right now, which is
But
that
do you-
in a finite budget
do you
situation,
stand
which
by
we
the
have to
comments
fix
in
because
that
we
article,
inherited a mess
Minister?
from you lot, that we have to make sure that money is spent. This is not the
So
Barrelaro ATM anymore.
Just to confirm,
Money
Minister,
has to be spent.
Do you still
the,
maintain
in
your
consideration
comments
of the
in Daily
priorities of the
Telegraph
government
article?
of which I am a member? And that means delivering services to people in regional New South Wales.
Redirect.
If that means that
based on your
resources
answer,
have to be
Minister, just
moved around in
redirecting
order
a
to make
question
sure that services
with
are
regards-
properly delivered
Hang on, till we
where
have-
they are needed,
Trying to
then
redirect
that
the
is
question,
what I will
Minister.
do.
The member is just trying to redirect, Minister.
So, Minister, did you personally give those comments in the Daily Telegraph article on the 9th of August, or did your media advisor or a representative from your office?
I don't know.
Can you take that on notice for me?
No, if I'll give you the answer that I've given before,
that's fine.
which
No, well,
is
that's
quotes
fine.
that
I'll move on.
if
I'll move
people
on,
have
Minister.
sought,
I'll move on.
if
Minister,
there are quotes from
Minister,
me,
I'm going to redirect and move on
you
because
don't
you
want to
won't
hear
take
the
it on
answers
notice.
when they don't
Minister,
suit your
have you
narrative.
received the report from the department explaining the size of the office of the Secretary?
Have I received a report?
Yes, well, you asked and commissioned for a report to be done on the size of the office of the Secretary of Regional New South Wales, Ms Rebecca Fox.
I did, and the
So-
size of the office has been reduced
Okay.
because, in line with the answers that I've been giving,
By
we
how
need
many
to-
has it been reduced by, Minister? Like, just have you got any numbers on hand?
I do, but I'm not going to give them off the top of my head because it's better that I be accurate.
Okay.
Ms Fox can
Yep,
potentially give
can,
that detail.
I can pursue that with Ms Fox in the afternoon. Will you be terminating any additional staff as a result of the findings of that report and, as you describe, as those absurd staffing levels?
We are making sure that the resources that we have, and they are reduced because of the budget that your government blew,
So, Minister,
are being
what- if
managed
that's the
in an
case, I'm just
appropriate
gonna- I'm just
way
gonna
to make
redirect
sure that the
based on your
services
answer.
that we committed
What-
to delivering to the
in
people of
your
regional
view,
New South
Minister-
Wales are being delivered.
Minister, in your view, what do you think are reasonable staffing levels for the Office of the Secretary of Department of Regional New South Wales?
I don't determine the staffing levels for the
But
office.
you
That
have
is
a
a
view that-
question
Yeah, right.
for the Secretary of the Department, and
But you've just contradicted yourself, possibly, Minister, where you've commissioned a report on the size of the staffing levels in the Secretary's office. Then you've just said that you don't determine that. So
I
you've
don't
obviously
determine it, but I'm allowed to have a look at it. And I've got to
you've-
make
but
sure
you've
that
clearly-
money is being
you've clearly
spent.
made decisions and instructed the agency to reduce staffing levels in the office of the Secretary for the Department of Regional New South Wales.
What I have, what is my clear instruction is that we are spending money in regional New South Wales in line with the priorities of this government. And they are the priorities that we took to the people of New South Wales. So resources have to be used in a way that is in line with the things that we told the community we would do.
So based on that answer, if the Department of Regional New South Wales staffing levels are to realign, to be realigned based on the priorities, wouldn't it be fair to say that if you were reducing staffing levels in your own agency, you have less priorities to deliver for the people of regional New South Wales? 'Cause how can you possibly deliver those priorities with less resources and staff to do it?
We are delivering the priorities of this government, and I've answered many questions about that today.
Okay, Minister, the former state New South Wales government made a commitment when the Department of Regional New South Wales was established, and that is that it would be majority agency with decentralised jobs. And there was a commitment made of 400 jobs across regional New South Wales, and they were in Coffs Harbour, Armidale, Dubbo and Queanbeyan. As the Minister for Regional New South Wales, can you commit to this committee today and to the people of regional New South Wales that there will be zero job cuts and losses as part of those 400 jobs in regional New South Wales?
There are staff movements across departments. Just because there is a number on one year doesn't mean there's the same number in another year. It depends on the work that is occurring. across any department.
So I
A
suppose-
significant number of
based
the
on that
people
then,
who work
Minister,
in the Department of Regional New South
in
Wales,
order-
76% in fact
order
work
to
in Regional New
keep
South
it
Wales.
simple, I'll redirect the question. Can you commit that there will be no job losses for the Department of Regional New South Wales where those jobs are based in Regional New South Wales?
What I am doing...
Maybe collectively rather than separately.
76% of the staff in the department currently, and I'll check that that's the most accurate figure, but it's roughly about that percentage of the department, are based in regional New South Wales, and that's completely appropriate for a department that is for regional New South Wales. I have repeatedly said, and I'll continue to say, the resources that we have and that I have within my remit need to be spent in an appropriate way to deliver the things that we said.
That was a previous answer, yep, and I accept that as part of your answer. So, Minister, again, can you commit to the people and the communities in regional New South Wales that they will see no job losses as part of the positions that are based in regional New South Wales?
Yep.
I'm reluctant to take a point of order, but it's about courtesy and respect to the witness, and also allowing the witness to answer. The question's been asked and answered, and then as soon as the Minister starts answering the second question again, statements are put to her that are not questions. It's not courteous, it's not respectful, and it's not allowing the witness, the Minister, to answer.
I was listening intently for anything other than questions. I didn't hear statements. I did hear the same question re-put multiple times, which is still in order. Just if you're going to do so, just do so politely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, how many executive level positions within the Department of Regional New South Wales are planning to be cut?
We gave a commitment that we would make changes in relation to that across the board, across all of government.
Okay. So, but specifically, Minister, in your agency, within your department of the Department of Regional New South Wales, how many executive level positions are looking to be cut?
I'll take the specific details of that on notice, but we took a commitment to the election that we would reduce across the board, across all of government, the number of senior executives across all of government, because the numbers blew out across all of government under your government.
So, Minister, based on your answer...
And it goes to my ongoing and previous answer, which is that we need to make sure that resources are allocated where they
thank you, Minister.
needed.
So I suppose I'll redirect
across
the question.
regional New
You
South
have
Wales.
confirmed that there will be cuts to executive level positions within the agency. You just don't have a number yet. Is that
It was an
correct?
election commitment that we would reduce the number
That's what I'm
across the board.
confirming here. You are now the Minister for Regional New South Wales. I want to confirm, you have confirmed as evidence today for the committee that there will be cuts at the executive level within the department, but it is not resolved as yet just exactly how many of those positions are to be cut.
I didn't say that at all. I said I would take you asked me for the details, and I said I would take it on notice, and I'm taking it on notice.
Okay.
We made a commitment.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. If you're
to
taking
reduce
that,
those
I'm
numbers
going to take
across
that
the
on
board.
notice. So I will move on.
You've asked for numbers, and I've
Minister,
taken that
with
question on
regard
notice.
to
I'm just
the
being clear
Department
because you've
of
just said
Primary
something that's
Industries.
completely untrue
Well, you're
about
going to
what
take
I
it on
said.
notice, Minister. That's fine. I'm happy to move on and keep it flowing because we've got limited time. Minister, with regards to the Department of Primary Industries with their head office based in Orange, a fantastic part of the state, I might add, can you confirm to the people of the Central West that there will be no job losses within the Department of Primary Industries in Orange?
The Department of Primary Industries does have a fantastic operation running out of Orange, and that's where it will remain. It certainly is a better fit out than the material you've got over most of those towns for whatever election campaign you're running. But I support the operation running out of Orange, and we're maintaining that.
So moving on, with the Department of Primary Industries, who do a fantastic job based out in Orange there, will you extend DPI's travel budget to ensure that they can continue to deliver on their statutory duties, including biosecurity, plantation management, as well as research?
No issues have been raised with me in relation to any part of the department not being able to carry out its functions.
Okay.
It can carry out its functions. It does carry out its functions
Is
very
the
well,
so
and
I'll
I'm happy to praise them on the
question
record.
based on your answer, Minister. Is the Department of Primary Industries, are they under any cuts to their travel budget?
We are looking at how resources across government and across the department can be spent in a more efficient way, given the budget circumstance we inherited from your government.
Does the department have less funding in your first budget as the Minister for Regional New South Wales compared to the previous financial year for DPI's travel budget?
I don't determine the individual makeup of the travel budget of the department. I'm happy to
I'll explore it later this afternoon with Mr. Hanson. But are you aware that there could possibly be under your, obviously, as the Minister for Agriculture in this state, that DPI's travel budget could be slashed?
DPI does a fantastic job, and I expect they'll continue to do that fantastic job within the resources that they have. I look forward to continuing to see the fantastic research and development work that they do. I look forward to seeing the fantastic biosecurity work that they do. They do a terrific job in every part of the state, and there is no reason for that to be interrupted.
And again, are you able to commit, which is one of the great decentralisation success stories of the state of New South Wales, that the DPI in Orange and its functions will see no job losses under your reign as the Minister for Regional New South Wales and the Minister for Agriculture?
I support the department to be able to fulfil its operations. The budget is what it is, and we have to make sure that resources are spent in a way, because of your government. We have inherited a significant budget black hole because your government failed to get
Minister,
it under control.
I'd like to move.
I've let the last 6 interjections from Mrs. Taylor go. She's now raising her volume. She's done it for the 6th time. I'd ask that she be called to order. It's discourteous, and it's a breach of the procedural fairness resolution.
I'll just remind the member that I would just remind them. Thank you. I'll just remind the member that she wasn't asking the question. I know she was excited by the answer, but could we just at least try and have a natural order of things?
I'll keep it. Minister, I'd like to ask a question with regards to your portfolio, Western New South Wales. Now, it's very fair to say that the seats of Barwon and Murray in the Legislative Assembly represent the majority of what could be defined as Western New South Wales. Can you tell me how many local government areas are there in the seat of Barwon and how many are in the seat of Murray?
I can. Give me 1 second and I'll tell you.
The answers are 10 for Murray and 13 for Barwon, Minister.
Thanks.
I'll move on because I've got limited time. I've got to keep moving and I really want to talk about drought. Well, she didn't have the answer, so yeah, it was. So moving on, Minister, with regard to drought, how much of New South Wales is currently considered to be in some form of drought across New South Wales?
Look, the last statistic I have is 3%, but if that's changed, I'm happy to get more details from Mr. Hanson.
So what I'd like to focus on, Minister, obviously our state is seeing drier conditions, so there are different parts of the state that are in different conditions, and I will table for the committee the combined drought indicator off the Department of Primary Industries website. How much of New South Wales is currently in some form of drought?
Well, drier conditions and drought, they're different propositions.
She doesn't know.
3%, no, I'm answering the question. Just chill.
No, she's answering the question.
This aside is just discourteous. She doesn't know. I mean, really.
I appreciate that, but I think
it's
the minister...
It's a breach of the procedural fairness resolution.
I think the minister
given courtesy.
I agree, but the minister is capable of handling himself, which he just did just then.
As bad as they carry on in the House.
Minister, you have the call.
Thank you. 3% is currently in drought, 28% is drought affected, and 0.02%, excuse me, I'm answering the question and I haven't finished.
I'd like to raise a point with the Chair. I accept
0.2% is categorised as intense drought.
I accept your answer, Minister, and just for the record, it's 44.4% collectively, and for the record, I would like I'd like the committee to note that the Minister read those figures off the graph that I've just tabled with
Well,
the
I'm not
Minister.
just pulling them out of the sky.
No, you just read
and you
them
don't
off
add
the
these
graph
up as
that
a
I've just
total
tabled. So
because there are
that's fine.
different categories of
So specifically,
dry
I'm going to
conditions.
redirect the question
You clearly
around
have
drought
no
support.
understanding of how this works.
Oh my gosh.
With regard to drought support, Minister, at what percentage of the state being drought impacted will you be rolling out additional support measures for our farmers and drought impacted regional communities?
We have significant measures in place to support communities that are experiencing drier conditions. We have things that are available right now, and I would encourage people who are experiencing these things to reach out.
And
the
Minister,
rural financial counselling services are available.
Just to follow up on the question, because I actually accept your answer, you do have measures in place at the moment. My question is specifically around at what point does New South Wales need to be in intense drought or overall drought impacted for you to roll out additional support measures than what is already in place?
We won't be making decisions based on that sort of overall view. This is going to be, we want to work with people based on where this requirement is needed, just as we're doing now. So we're in the first stage, unfortunately, where things are getting drier. And there are services available for people, and I would encourage them to reach out as early as possible. I will make the point that when I've engaged with farmers in this role, and as people are preparing for drought conditions, the number one thing that gets raised with me in terms of preparing and in terms of resources that are needed is mental health support and the need for more mental health support. It gets raised with me every single time I engage with farmers who are concerned about drying conditions.
Just trying to drill down on support mechanisms, and these are genuine, very genuine questions. Do you have put before the committee in evidence that you're not going to look at that, or let's call that a holistic statewide drought impacted number? So are you saying that there is at no point in the state being, let's say, in intense drought, possibly in months to come, that you don't have a point or a trigger where you roll out statewide additional support for farmers and drought impacted communities?
What I'm saying is that these things are being considered based on where they are needed, just as they are for every other decision that we make. There is, for example, a need for more mental health support at the moment, and there will be ongoing. It is the number one thing that gets raised with me, and I will give you an example of a decision that has been made now,
it's something you
which
spoke
is
about.
in terms of allocating resources that need to be moved around based on where they are needed. You just don't want to hear the answers. I don't know why you bother asking questions.
The 11th of September, you visited Orange, again, great part of the state. 11th of September, Central Western Daily. I've tabled that with the Secretariat. You'd know this one, and it is titled, the article, New South Wales Minister for Agriculture, Tara Moriarty, ducks drought questions while in Orange. Now, during this visit, Minister, and this article, which I'm sure you're familiar with, you're quoted as saying, farmers know that things get dry and that they are drying up, and farmers need to have a plan to deal with drought. Now, Minister, given that you are the Minister responsible for drought policy in New South Wales, is this the best that you and your government can offer? And it really is like essentially telling farmers that they know that it gets dry and to have a plan.
We're at the early stages of the drying conditions, and we're working closely with farmers about the support that is needed. There is support available right now. We're repurposing the Farm Innovation Fund to be the Drought Infrastructure Fund, and there's well over $100 million available in that for people
Minister,
to apply for. And I do
you know
want
how much,
people
how much is actually
to reach
in
out.
the Farm Innovation Fund as of do you know how much is actually in there as of today?
Over $100 million.
So what, that could be 200 million, 300 million, 101 million? How much is in that fund as of today?
I've just answered the question.
Yeah, but
can
you be more specific, Minister? Because over 100 million, I'm trying to ask these questions
so that we can be really clear with farmers about what support is available for them to properly be able to prepare their infrastructure.
I'm going to take a point of order because there's too much talking over the top of each other. I respect that the Minister is trying to give a wholesome answer, but the Honourable Member has redirected and asked for a more specific figure of above 100 million as to whether you have some more clarity.
It's so vague, Minister. I just don't know. Is that 200 million, 250 million, 101 million? How much is in that fund as of today?
It's not that it's vague, it's that there are amounts that people might not have called down on, which means that there is more money available. Specifically, as of this moment in time today, I will take on notice, but there is that amount of money available for people to apply for.
Thank you for taking that on notice. I do appreciate it.
Just to fix their drought infrastructure
just to redirect about the
preparedness.
Farm Innovation Fund, how many farmers have actually accessed support through that program as of today?
Let me get you the details for that. I might have to take the actual numbers on notice, but
So I suppose following on another supplementary question regarding the Farm Innovation Fund.
3,200.
3,200. Thank you, Minister.
Thanks for
yeah, thanks, Scott. And will you commit, as the Minister for Agriculture, to top up the Farm Innovation Fund once the, whatever it is, over $100 million is expended?
This is stage one. This is part one.
But Minister, that's exactly what is the basis of my question, is that there is very much El Nino has been declared on the same day you made cuts to the RAA, and the budget was handed down.
We didn't do that.
The drought is coming. It's upon us. We need to know, are you organised? Are you ready?
Yes.
With your ERC, with the ERC and with your cabinet colleagues to actually get some more funding, because drought is just around the corner, if not already upon us, Minister.
So there is money available in what we are repurposing as the Drought Infrastructure Fund to make it clear that it is money available for people to prepare for the drying conditions. We're in the early stages of this, but we are working with people to deliver money where it's needed. I have repurposed money asked for money to be repurposed from Regional New South Wales because there were some wellbeing surveys conducted by the previous government over the last 5 or 7 years, thereabouts, every year to study the wellbeing of people in regional New South Wales. It cost $2 million. Nobody ever saw the results. They were never published. Anyone living in regional New South Wales could tell you what they were feeling across regional New South Wales. We're no longer doing those surveys that went nowhere, and that money will be spent now on direct mental health support for farmers, because they are telling me that is the number one thing that they need support for as they prepare for the upcoming drought. So we're moving additional resources around to make sure that they are spent exactly where they are needed. As I have said repeatedly, farmers tell me the number one thing they need right now is mental health preparedness and mental health support, and we are repurposing money that was wasted by the previous government on surveys that were never published. $2 million to be over that period of time, which is now going to be spent on direct mental health support for people who are experiencing these circumstances.
Thank you. I will now pass to Ms. Hurst.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, when you made the decision to put shark nets back in across New South Wales beaches, a post was put up across your social media channels of a cartoon with a shark killing and eating a Greens member. Were you the one that personally posted this across your social media channels?
If it's on my social media channels, then I'm responsible for it. It was a cartoon.
Yes. Do you believe that as the Minister for Agriculture and the Minister responsible for animal welfare, that was an appropriate post to be putting up after such a serious decision?
It's a cartoon.
I understand it's a cartoon. There are a lot of animal welfare organisations that were very offended by that post, obviously because it gave the impression that you were disregarding the animal welfare impacts of that decision. Adam Crouch was also very vocal about how offended he was and how offended his community were, who've been campaigning about shark nets in their area. Are you aware that this was highly offensive to these groups?
I'm aware that people feel strongly about shark nets on every side of the argument, because I think I've heard from everyone across New South Wales about their different perspectives on this issue. I take all of it really seriously. I understand that there are really strongly held views from an animal welfare perspective and people who don't support the nets. I really do take seriously that there are very strongly held views, and I respect those views. I also take strongly that there are strong views that people, and it is my view, that people are entitled to enjoy the beach safely.
Minister,
we're working through these issues.
Minister, this has nothing to do with people enjoying the beach. What I'm asking about, if you take these matters seriously and you respect people's points of view,
I do.
Why are you then putting up a post that makes a joke out of it?
I take the views of everybody who has views on this seriously. I really do respect the strongly held views of people who are really passionate about animal welfare and
Minister,
who are specifically really
took
passionate.
this post down. It's no longer up.
Who are really
why
passionate
did the
about.
post get removed?
I don't know.
Did you remove the post?
I don't know that it was removed or not removed. I think it was in a story, and they only last for a certain period of time. But the details, I don't know.
Given that there are several communities that were very vocal about how offended they were by this, are you open to apologising to these communities that found it very offensive?
I've got to say I'm not across the detail of that. If you're putting that view to me, then I accept that that's the case. I respect people's views, that are particularly the strongly held views from the animal welfare sector, and they're strongly held. I respect that.
So you're not willing to apologise for this post and the fact that it was quite offensive. It was in the media. Your office was asked for comment.
Okay.
And there was various posts tagging you with different groups talking about how offended they were.
I don't. It's not that I don't believe you. I don't really do social media as much as I probably should in terms of an engagement tool. I accept that what you're saying is true. I accept people have really strongly held views about this, and I respect it.
Given that, are you willing to apologise?
I'm not apologising for a cartoon.
Yes.
I understand the question. It was a matter, and I haven't seen that cartoon with respect to the Greens Party. Now, I understand that the person pursuing a line of questioning is a representative from the Animal Justice Party, not the Greens Party.
I'm not talking about anything to do with the Greens. I'm talking about different members of the community who were offended by that cartoon. I'm not talking about the Greens.
I'm just
This is not a point of order.
Can we just get to the point of order?
Well, I would have thought that the Greens Party, if they had a concern, would have raised this.
Chair, this is not a point of order.
That's not a valid point of order. I respect that the member has asked this question multiple times over in very similar ways, and the Minister has answered. You can keep asking the same question if you'd like.
Yes, I've just got one more question. Minister, are you willing to apologise?
I'm not apologising for a cartoon that appeared in the public domain.
That's a no. Frozen artificial insemination was a contentious issue in the last term of Parliament. Can you tell us what work your office is doing in this space and where we're up to on the issue?
I'm sorry, I don't know what was raised in the previous Parliament, so you might want to let me know specifically what you're referring to.
Okay. The State Development Committee did an inquiry on the proposed animal welfare bill. Did you read the report on that bill?
I have read the report.
So one of the major aspects that obviously came up during that report was frozen surgical artificial insemination. Are you not across what that is?
I'm across what it is. I'm not sure what you're asking me.
I'm asking you, so obviously if you know the background, so the background was that it was originally proposed by the National Party to outlaw that. The AVA has been talking about outlawing it, and I'm wanting to know where we're up to from you within your department on the issue.
Sure, I'll find out exactly where that's up to, and I'll take it on notice and come back to you.
Thank you. Minister, I wanted to also ask about shade for farmed animals. There was discussion around a funding package for farmers to be able to get money for shade on their properties, and that was supported by New South Wales farmers. Can I ask, did you advocate for any funding in this space?
Look, it is certainly an important issue that needs to be dealt with more broadly in terms of how land is dealt with, land use, making sure that there are trees as opposed to just covers. These are things that I am factoring in broadly in terms of decisions that I'm considering.
Sorry, so the question was about a funding package for farmers to be able to...
There's not something specific that I can speak to now that will provide funding for farmers to put shade up, no.
I'm just saying that that was obviously proposed and there was discussions around it before the last budget.
Sure.
And I'm wondering why that... was that something that you advocated for on behalf of farmers, or is it something that you're pushing for within your department as well?
Look, it's not something that I took to through this particular specific budget process because we were focused on managing what we inherited from the past. I understand the issue and the need for protection. I also want to work with farmers about what the most practical solution is, and I'm happy to continue work on that.
You'd be aware of the long-standing concerns about the inherent conflict of interest within the agricultural portfolio, and the difficulties for both the Minister and the DPI to manage competing interests of animal protection and animal agribusiness. How do you intend to manage this conflict of interest in your work as Minister?
I think it is manageable. We are managing it. These are things that need to be dealt with across the board. I expect in agriculture, full stop, that people are considering animal welfare as they are required to do in the businesses that they conduct. We said that we would look at these issues more broadly as an election commitment, and as I've outlined earlier, I have started work on how that will look going forward, and I'm happy to continue discussions with you and with others about that as we begin the process of delivering on that commitment.
Your first ministerial diary disclosure shows that you met with New South Wales farmers 6 times, while you didn't meet with any animal welfare organisations at all. I can understand where Ms. Boyd was asking questions around that disparity, and obviously, when we're talking about this conflict, it does appear that one aspect of your portfolio is given a lot more time than the other. Do you consider that an appropriate balance, that there was 6 meetings with industry and none with animal welfare organisations?
Well, I have met with animal welfare organisations. I met
Sorry,
with the
your
RSPCA.
first ministerial diary, which I can provide to you if you need it, your first ministerial diary that came forward showed 6 meetings with the New South Wales farmers.
It also included,
in
my very early days, an event that I did where a whole bunch of stakeholders came together and were able to engage with me, and that included the RSPCA. That was very early
Minister,
on.
obviously an event with a variety of organisations, not the same as actually having a meeting with organisations, particularly when you're making major decisions around shark nets, around the national standards process. With these big decisions, no animal welfare organisations were met with prior with a specific meeting other than briefly seeing somebody at an event.
But I have met with animal welfare organisations. I'll continue to meet with animal welfare organisations. It's an important
Minister,
part
if you met with them, why isn't it in your ministerial diary? If you met with them in the first
RSPCA will be
section.
in my diary. I'll have to check the details, but I've disclosed meetings as I need
Minister,
to.
you have met with them, but you didn't meet with them.
So
in
the
your
question you're
first
putting to me is,
ministerial
was
diary.
it a long enough meeting? I have met with them.
Minister, the first ministerial diary disclosure of yours has 6 meetings with the New South Wales Farmers Federation and no meetings with animal welfare, including no meetings with the RSPCA.
Well, I'd check the details of that. I do meet with animal welfare organisations. I've met with a number of them, including with you, and I'm happy
Minister,
to
that was only
continue.
in the last few weeks.
I'm happy to continue engaging with animal welfare organisations as is appropriate, as is necessary, certainly from my perspective, but also when people want to raise issues with me. I try to have my door as open as possible in the times that I have. I certainly do meet with New South Wales farmers very regularly, as anyone would expect, because they're a major stakeholder in this area, but I'm committed to meeting with any animal welfare organisation that wants to meet.
Did you meet with any of these organisations prior to making those major decisions, outside of seeing them at an event?
I'll have to check the dates and specifics of when things took place. But remember, particularly, you've asked me as an example in relation to shark nets as part of this question. I heard a lot of views about shark nets from animal welfare organisations. I respect those views. The decision was
did you
made.
meet with those organisations before you made the decision?
No, but you have to. I'm trying to finish the
After.
answer. The point is, the decision. I heard from a lot of them, and I heard from a lot of people with opinions about the nets, and I respect those opinions. The decision was made based on the available evidence that I had before me, based on the trials of new technology, which was only trialled for one summer. We're rolling out those things again this summer, and I'm absolutely open to feedback and opinions from everybody who wants to provide them. Ultimately, decisions will be made based on evidence in general terms.
Thank you, Minister. Just picking up on the questions from Mr. Faraway, in your response around the questions on drought, you mentioned that this is stage one, which sort of implies that there's a plan, there's further stages down the track. Are you able to table the plan that the department has to respond to drought? Because it's something that my party's been calling for many, many years, to actually have a structured response to drought. Are you able to table that plan to the committee?
What I can talk to is what support is and assistance is available right now. When I say stage one, that's in terms of what's available to people now as we are in the early stages of these dry conditions, and we as a government will have more to say about that as conditions change.
So you don't have stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, or whatever, how many stages, you don't have that worked out as of yet?
We'll have more to say about what's required, because of course there are things that need to be considered based on what's required on farms, and then broader considerations for what's required across communities when things do dry. The government will have more to say about this at the right time.
Okay, can I just turn to another topic? Minister, your government committed to doing an audit of the recreational fishing trusts. You have put out a draft scope of that audit, and you did receive feedback from the Recreational Fishing Alliance on those terms. Can you tell me how you've taken that feedback and changed or made modifications to that terms of reference?
You're correct in the proposition that you've just put to me. We did commit to reviewing the Recreational Fishing Trust. That was a significant election commitment in this space, and I have sought the views of a number of stakeholders in relation to the terms of reference that we proposed. It was welcome feedback. I want to engage with people in the sector about how they see it working going forward and what they might like to see us having a look at. That has been considered, and the final piece will be released, and the details of the audit will be in the public domain very soon.
Okay, so one specific point of feedback that's been put to yourself and myself included consistently is that the audit has to be done independently. So can you tell us who will be completing, which external company will be completing that audit?
There are very strong views about it being done independently. We're committed to it being done independently. I can't give you that information right now today, but I will be able to do that soon. And I know there are strong views on that, and I've certainly taken that on board.
So you can't tell me because there's a tender process that will be taking place?
We're working through the next stages of this, but I'll have more to say about it soon.
Okay. Minister, I might just go to the issue of the white spot prawn situation. In previous meetings that we've had, you've stated that the department was looking at alternative uses for the small green prawns to supplement the income of affected trawlers. Is there any update as to where we're at with those alternative uses?
Look, can I first of all just say I'm still continuing to certainly feel for and work with the prawn farmers who were caught up in this issue with white spot. I know it's been incredibly difficult for those individual farms that were affected, but also the broader industry across that community, which is why it was important that we did provide a package of support, the $21 million package. In terms of any specific update on where we're at with that, I don't have one to give to you today. Mr. Hanson may.
I'm happy to pursue it with Mr. Sloan if he might have further details this afternoon, if that's probably better.
We can go into further details this afternoon, but that research project that we're doing in conjunction with Clarence Co-op, in conjunction with Fisheries Research and Development Corporation, looking for those alternative uses, that's underway and going at the moment.
Yep.
But we can come back to that later this afternoon if you wish.
Sure, thank you. Just one other election commitment in probably the time that we've got remaining. You gave a commitment during the election to create a statutory authority for recreational fishing, and I note that there is some money in the budget which says $4.9 million to support a sustainable fisheries estate, including establishing peat bodies for commercial and recreational fishing sectors, but you also mentioned statutory authority. I just wanted to get some clarity as to what that funding is for, given that there is a big difference between a peat body and a statutory authority. So I know there's some work being done on the commercial peat body.
There is.
I'm just concerned that you want to establish a rec peat body when there already is one in existence. So are you still committed to a statutory authority?
We're committed to delivering what we said we would deliver. There is work underway in this area, and again, I hate to sort of but there'll be more to say about it, and I want to continue to work with the sector.
So what's the government's concern with the existing peat body in New South Wales in terms of recreational fishing, that being the Recreational Fishing Alliance?
I'm working with them. I think I've met with them a number of times.
So why is there funding to establish a peat body that already exists?
There's funding to deliver the commitments that we made about peak bodies, I think from memory, particularly in relation to the commercial fishing, and I'll continue to work with the recreational body.
Mr. Hanson, do you accept that Recreational Fishing Alliance are the peak body in New South Wales for rec fishing?
So I think the order of delivery against those election commitments start with that order of the trust, out of which will come then what recommendations around governance and input are required from both peak bodies and governance arrangements in terms of whether a statutory authority or alternative vehicle is required for that governance around that trust. So I think everything hinges off the back of the work that's being proposed around the audit of the trust, and out of that will then come those two additional pieces of work around the peak body and around the piece of what governance requirements need to be put in place. And that total amount of funding you've got there is for the total package piece, given the fact that what comes out of both the audit for the trust, like what comes out of that might dictate heavier lean one way than another way in terms of governance arrangements, peak bodies, etc.
Right, so if the audit of the trust finds in a certain way, we might not go towards a statutory authority. We might just go towards peak bodies. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Hanson?
I'd say what comes out of that audit of the trust will be then placed in front of the Minister, and the Minister will review that against the election commitments that have been made in terms of how best to deliver against those.
Okay. I might pick up on that later. Minister, you made a $80 million commitment around fire ants. I'm wondering whether you could provide some, perhaps on notice, a breakdown of what that $80 million includes and who's charged with expending it.
I can, 95 million.
Oh, sorry, 95.
In fact.
That's even more.
And I also I welcome the fact that the federal government came up with some more much needed funds over the weekend to assist with this. What I can do is take on notice probably the breakdown, but it is funding things such as awareness. We're making sure that the community knows what to look out for and what they can and can't transport across the border. I understand letterbox drops have been done. There is signage up around the border communities. We have detection operations in place and we're working closely with police on that. They've run some operations checking materials that come across the border. But look, the specifics and the actual breakdown I'll take on notice and provide.
Sure, thank you. And probably just one. Yes, Mr. Hanson.
Could I just add one piece of that? So the vast majority of that 95, in fact just about all of it, is actually our contribution to the national response that is led by Queensland.
Okay.
And so that national response plan, which we can provide you details of, highlights the collective work that gets done, and we then pay our share of those costs the same as every other state territory jurisdiction.
And do you have any level of control as to how that $95 million is spent? I'm assuming you would have.
Yeah, so the same way on any of these emergency responses, there's national management groups and technical advisory groups. In fact, there's a standing governance group around red imported fire ants which help oversight the investment strategies and the programs and activities.
Sure, and just in the last 2 minutes, and perhaps this will be on notice as well, the Good Neighbour program, which is aimed at tackling weeds and pest infestations between neighbouring public and private lands. How much money is going towards that program? And if you could give a breakdown as to where it's going to, that would be great.
$10 million is for that program. I'm happy to take on notice the specific.
As to, is it all going to LLS? Is it going to some councils? Is it going to national parks? Is it like just what is the breakdown of? You would be aware that last week I introduced a bill for another commitment, which was the implementation of a biosecurity commissioner. Yep.
The biosecurity commissioner, when they are appointed, will assist us with determining how that works.
Okay, thank you. Unless Ms. Hurst has other questions, I might just...
I might quickly throw one in.
We're at time.
Minister, earlier this year I asked you a question in the House about the Rodeo Code, and you commented that it was extraordinary that it hadn't been reviewed in 33 years, and that you would get an explanation as to why that review had not occurred in that period. What timeline is there in regards to a review now, and when can we expect to see something for public consultation?
I don't have current plans to review things in this space. I do recall you asked me about the period of time where it hadn't been reviewed. I will have to take on notice the details of what that was. I apologise, I can't remember, but I know this is something you're paying attention to.
If you could take that on
Sure.
notice. And so it's not something, even though it's 33 years overdue, it's not something you're looking to do in your term?
It's not something I am looking at today, but where there are issues that need to be dealt with in that space, I will look at them.
Thank you.
I'm just looking now for government questions, if they have any.
No questions, Madam.
No. Is there any other further business?
I'd just like to table a document. Thank you, Chair. This document is the request from the Minister for Agriculture in Western New South Wales Office for a brief on the Assistant Cross-Border Commissioner, and it also has answers from the last inquiry that we held, answering that it was requested by the Office of the Minister for Agriculture, Minister for Regional New South Wales and Minister for Western New South Wales, and I would say that the Minister has misled the committee today on that.
No, what I said was that I didn't know, and
well,
you already did, so why did you waste time asking me the questions?
All right,
Because you denied
Mr.
it.
Chair.
You
No,
lied.
I didn't actually,
Hang on.
and you should
Order.
withdraw that.
You denied
Order.
it.
No.
It's on Hansard.
No,
Order.
no,
Order.
not true, and you cannot do this at the end of an
The
estimates hearing.
the time for questions and answers are done. I accept that we'll make a decision on as to whether that document is published or how it's treated as a tabled document. We'll do that at the end of this session. I thank the Minister for her appearance thus far.
Thank you, Chair.
And we look forward to hearing from the other witnesses this afternoon. We'll now break.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for your time. I
Thank
really
you,
appreciate
Minister.
everyone's hard work,
Thank you.
particularly all of the department officials who do amazing work.
Thank you. We'll now break for
They
lunch.
keep their jobs.
I think Minister Farraway wants to raise a issue,
You
but
can
we'll do
go.
that once the we'll do that
Yeah,
once the
you
room
can
is
go if
cleared.
you
Yeah.
want.
She can stay in here.
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. So we'll just go into a quick deliberative. We welcome back everyone to this afternoon's session. We just have to swear in the additional witnesses this afternoon. So we're just starting with the first witness on my list here. Can you just please come forward to a microphone and state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation? That's Mr. Sloan.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And just for completeness, full name and position title.
Sean Sloan, Deputy Director General, DPI Fisheries.
Thank you, Sean. Dr. John Tracy.
Hi, it's John Tracy, Deputy Director General for Biosecurity for DPI. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Filmer.
My name's Kim Filmer, Chief Animal Welfare Officer, New South Wales DPI. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms. Filmer. Mr. McPherson.
David McPherson, Deputy Director General, Forestry and Land Reform in Department of Primary Industries. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly.
Rob Kelly, Executive Director, Regional Delivery Local Land Services. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Hogg.
Mr. Liam Hogg, Acting Executive Director Policy, Local Land Services. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Varnum.
My name is Drew Varnum. I'm the Executive Director of New South Wales Public Works. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Brown.
My name's Dan Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Soil Conservation Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, thank you. And before I start, have I left anyone off? There's no other witnesses? Excellent. Okay, we'll now go straight to questions from the opposition. I've just asked if you are called off the bench and come to the front, please bring your name tag with you just for Hansard. Is it Mrs. Taylor?
Yeah, it's Mrs. Taylor. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think mine will be directed to Ms. Fox, if that's okay. So I just want to talk about the Regional Job Creation Fund. So the 100 million round 3 was announced, opened and closed for applications before the election, and the recent election. So how many businesses applied for funding from the New South Wales Regional Job Creation Fund in round 3?
I can get that information for you. I've also got Mr. Wheaton, who's eating croissants in France, I think, who might be able to help me, but I've got that information.
Why on earth are you here, Mr. Wheaton, when you can be outside enjoying France?
I think it's 3 a.m, so he's doing a good
Oh,
job.
poor Jono. Oh, well done to you. I'm happy for you to take...
I've got it. I've
Yep.
got it here. So
Yep.
round 3, that total funding of that program was 100 million.
Yep.
Sorry, I don't have that broken down for round 3 unless you do, Jono, available.
No, that's fine. I just
We can
wanted
take
to
it
know
on
how many
notice.
businesses
Yeah.
applied for the funding for round 3.
No problem. I can take that on notice.
Okay. And then how many businesses were deemed unsuccessful for funding under the Regional Job Creation Fund round 3?
Mrs Taylor, sorry, I can confirm there was 264 expressions of interest submitted to round 3.
Okay, great. And do you know how many were deemed unsuccessful, Mr Wheaton?
So the round 3 was discontinued, and so all of those applicants were notified that that program wasn't continuing, so they weren't successful or unsuccessful, but they weren't progressed under round 3.
So what we're saying then, just to be clear, is that we had a round that was opened, the money was there for the Regional Job Creation Fund. You had 264 expressions of interest and the fund's just gone?
Some of those may not have been assessed as consistent with the guidelines, but yes, that was the number of expressions of interest.
Surely over 264 applications for a fund for the Regional Job Creation Fund, a process was gone through, it was opened, it was announced, it was opened and it was closed, and now you're saying that we cancelled the fund, like the government cancelled the fund?
That's correct.
Wow. So, okay. So, I'm sorry, I'm genuinely staggered at that. Can you please tell me that...
What's the point of order, Miss?
Complete commentary.
I'm sorry, look, I actually just expressed
Discourteous
myself.
to
It's
a
not
public servant.
Point
not
of
allowed to
order,
express
Mr.
himself.
Chair. Point of order.
I would accept the comment on commentary. I don't know whether it extends to being discourteous, to express dismay at something.
Withdraw.
I would just suggest that the member ask the next question.
But to the point of order, if I may, Chair, I would ask that the member withdraw that. I was not being discourteous to the public servant, and nor would I.
I intend to withdraw it because what is being done is trying to inveigle the public servant into the rhetorical commentary. It's not a question, it's just gratuitous commentary.
Shocking. Anyway, I'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Chair. How dare you?
You're shocking.
Okay, let's
Can I
stick
go
to
on,
questions.
please, to go through with that, just to clarify, and thank you for clarifying that. I actually had a lot of questions in relation to that. Can I just please make sure that the unsuccessful applicants, or I don't think I don't know if you'd actually even really call them that, have they been notified that the fund has now ceased and been cancelled?
I'm sure that's right. Jono?
Yes, yep. So the 264 affected EI applicants, they were notified that the program was discontinued on the 22nd of September.
Okay. Would we be able to be provided with the people, with the names of the businesses? Because usually you used to put that up on the website, what was there and how many you'd had and how many people had applied. Would we be able to have that information, please, of those 264 people that applied for a fund that now no longer exists?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you very much. Can I please move on now to the SAP, to the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund, the $4.2 billion Legacy Fund. Under the former government, 100% of Snowy Hydro funds were up to go into transformative infrastructure for regional New South Wales. Is this no longer the case?
The new government has redirected some of that money that was originally put towards some former projects, and it's been put into regional roads, so I can give you the breakdown of where that money has been allocated, effectively election commitments.
Yeah.
242 million to regional roads, 222 million to new and upgraded high schools, 64 million to helicopter ambulance bases, 16 million to aged and healthcare facilities, and 28.5 million to the Great Koala National Park.
Thank you for that, and I did have those. Thank you very much for the numbers. But can I just say too that wasn't the legislation said that it was to be for transformative infrastructure for regional New South Wales?
So
because a few of those things on that look like business as usual to me, because I believe a regional roads fund is not transformative infrastructure or BAU, and I'm very happy for that to be my personal opinion, but I'd just like to ask the question in the fact that it is meant to be for transformative, and that would be business as usual funding.
So, Minister, the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund is set out in legislation. It has quite a clear governance and process by which projects are determined to be eligible for that fund. The way that the legislation is written at the moment, a Deputy Premier and Premier nominate projects to the Treasurer, and the Treasurer would accept that. So that decision will be made on whether or not it fits the guidelines or the legislation through that process.
Yeah.
It's not something that the department comments on.
Understood. Thank you, Ms Fox. Would you be in a position to explain why the decision was made to reduce funding for the Snowy SAP from 391 million to 196 million?
So I can explain the process that we went through in there. There was an infrastructure review run by Ken Konofsky, and that review looked at all projects over $50 million. So the Snowy Special Activation Precinct was put through that process. We gave some input into that, and as a result of the outcomes of that review and the comprehensive expenditure review, the decision was made to reduce the funding in the initial stages. The Special Activation Precincts are 40-year programs. As you know, they're long-term master plans with long tails. They don't happen overnight. So the initial funding was reduced through that process.
So you referred to the expenditure review, whatever it was called, that the government looked at. So could you please explain how the reduction in funding will impact the delivery timeline, and where those funds that were deducted from the Snowy SAP will be going? Where are they reallocated to?
So they've been reallocated to the election commitments that I just went through in my last answer. In terms of what will be delivered, the team is working at the moment through a prioritisation process to work out where the funding should be spent in consultation with the community and particularly with the local council. I've got Mr Bolton here who runs that program. If you'd like any more detail, we can go through that.
I'm just trying, and I'm really happy
process.
for Mr Bolton to step in. We've known each other a long time. But I was just wondering that, so I just want to clarify, and please just correct me if I'm wrong, I genuinely mean that. So when we say it's been redirected to the current projects like regional roads, and I know, say, in the Monero to business as usual health facilities, that is where, so basically we've taken money out of that Snowy SAP transformative project, and then now we're putting it into the projects that are specified, that you specified in your previous answer. And that's what I would say, and not you, so completely respect that those are business as usual projects.
So I think those questions are best directed to Treasury. So we input into that process, but once we can only input to the extent of the projects that we're responsible for, and I think those questions are probably better directed to the Treasury team on how those funds are going to be reallocated.
Thank you, Ms Fox. I'm just obviously very particularly interested in the Snowy one, because I've had so many local people that are just so disappointed with all of the work that's been done about that massive cut to the Snowy program. So I thank you very much for your answers. May I please ask how much funding had been allocated for the Williamtown and Narrabri SAPs, and where that funding has been redirected to? Which you probably did answer, so maybe just the first question about how much funding has been allocated for the Williamtown and Narrabri SAPs.
So we had very little funding allocated to those two special activation precincts. Williamtown and Narrabri were both still in development. We hadn't finalised business cases, and the government hadn't made an investment decision. So we had what I'll call small amounts of money. They're still not small, they're in the millions of dollars, working on the setting up the master plans, doing the technical work for those special activation precincts, but we hadn't actually got to an investment decision. So there was not very much money allocated out of the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund towards those projects at this point in time.
So now all that work that you did, and that was an enormous amount of work that you'd done, and I know because it was my community and I know how excited everybody was. So now that funding's not there anymore, so that work's we're just going to do sort of a more budgeted version, are we?
Do you mean on Snowy?
Yeah, well, I mean on all of them where it's been cut.
So 3 of them haven't been cut at all. Moree, Parks, there was some additional money put towards Parks.
Parks is
and
really
Wagga.
completed, isn't it?
Almost completed, yes.
Which is amazing.
And the work that we have done on the Snowy SAP is not at all wasted. The master plans, the delivery plans, all of that work sits there. It's a 40-year plan and it will all be valuable. It just means that we don't have quite as much money up front on the initial infrastructure. But James, Mr. Walton, I don't know whether you'd like to add anything to that.
That's definitely an accurate reflection. The only other comment would be around Williamtown. So there was an early commitment of approximately $25 million for early works. 19 million of that was returned to the shelf and allocated to either the provision or some of those earlier election commitments that were mentioned.
Have you, and I may not, but this may not be an appropriate question, so I'm very happy for it to be ruled out of order because it will obviously be for the Minister when she comes back. But, I mean, sorry.
Are you inviting an objection?
I'm always polite and very, yes, Greg, whatever. What I wanted to know was, I mean, I certainly, I went to a function the other night in Cooma and I could hardly get past the door with people talking to me about how disappointed they are about the cut in this funding to the Snowy SAP because it meant so much to all of us and had been such a long process. Are you getting questions about that locally to your people that are disappointed, or is that sort of, would you prefer not to answer that? And I completely respect if...
I think we can answer that. We have a community advisory group that's been running for a long time in the Snowies. I think there was another meeting tomorrow night. So we'll get some different views then. I think it's fair to say that special activation precinct was always slightly controversial. It was certainly well regarded and welcomed by some parts of the community, certainly the business community in Jindabyne. It was doing some work in the Kosciuszko National Park, which was much more controversial. So, and councils changed in Cooma as well. So I think there'll be some people that are disappointed. There'll be some people who don't want Jindabyne to change at all. They like the way that it is. And there's still a lot of work happening. It's still close to $200 million that's going to be spent pretty quickly in that location. It'll make a big difference to Jindabyne.
It's interesting you say that because I certainly haven't had anyone say that to me. But I do understand there's always people that don't want change, but this was a really exciting project for this area that's now been slashed, so we're pretty disappointed. Can we now talk about the Working Regions Fund, please? And I'm not sure who to direct this to, Ms Fox, so I'll just keep directing to you and then you can palm off. Who will be eligible to apply for the funding?
That program is a new program, and I'm not sure that it's been allocated to a particular department at this point in time, so I don't think we have any information on what that will look like. I think that question is probably best directed to the Treasury team.
So we've announced a $250 million Working Regions Fund. We've abolished... Sorry, I get really confused with all the names because we had so many funding things. So we've abolished the Regional Job Creation Fund, which I have so many comments here from members when they were in opposition who are now the government that just love the fund, but we haven't got that anymore. And now we have no detail around the Working Regions Fund.
I don't
wouldn't that be held by Regional New South Wales? Like, you are the gurus of the regions and you have, runs on the board for all the amazing projects and things that you've run. How could it not be with Regional?
It may come to Regional, it just hasn't been worked out at this point in time, but the Treasury team may have more information.
So do you have any timeline of when you know who, because I've just never heard of this, announcing a $250 million Working Regions Fund with no detail and no one in charge of it, and I don't understand.
I think it sits with Treasury, but I'll take that on notice, I'll come back to you.
But how can it, sorry, but I just don't understand if it's Working Regions, how it sits with Treasury, doesn't sit with Regional New South Wales.
That's inviting an expression of an opinion on a policy matter.
Taking everything away from Regional
It's asking
New
the public
South
servant's
Wales.
opinion about which part of government it should be situated within. It's out of order.
Yeah, it's not for the member to ask for the public service to provide commentary on I guess, policy decisions. So I'd encourage the member to either rephrase or...
Yeah, that's fine.
another
Sorry,
question.
Mr Chair. I tend to sort of say out loud what's in my head sometimes,
No,
which
well,
doesn't serve me well all the
It
time.
happens to the best of us.
Thank you, yeah. My husband says one sentence too much, Bron, but usually I am on the money, so good luck, Mr Lawrence. Regional Events Acceleration Fund.
This is quite entertaining.
I note there will be
Is this
no
across the
future...
table or to the witnesses?
Sorry, can you shush now, please? I note there will be no future rounds of the Regional Events Acceleration Fund. Is this correct?
That's correct. It's been discontinued.
So, and this again may not be an appropriate answer, Ms Fox. I'm very happy for you to say that you're not going to answer it. But how do we plan on attracting and funding such events in the regions when we have in the past and we don't have a Regional Events Acceleration Fund? Yeah, that's fair enough. I accept that. Yeah.
You accepting the point of order?
No, I accept that he's going to say that I shouldn't ask Ms Fox that.
So you...
I was going to say that.
Okay.
I was going to say that.
Well, I've just, because they've closed everything, I'll just one more. No, you go.
Mr Hanson, I've got a couple of questions. We heard this morning about questions I had to the Minister around travel budget. And I wanted to sort of explore that a little bit more. I have heard of concerns that possibly your travel budget has been cut. So can you confirm, do you have more money set aside for your team, whether it is in research, statutory reviews, or biosecurity measures? Do you have more in your budget for travel or the same amount this year versus the previous financial year?
No, we have a cut. As you'd be aware, there's a whole of cross-government cut. We are doing our share on that piece. I would just say that none of our compliance, regulatory, R&D, stakeholder engagement teams are forced to cut their travel as part of their jobs. So we go for the low-hanging fruit, which actually gives us a couple of benefits. So the low-hanging fruit being trying to get internal meetings to, rather than someone driving 4 hours to go to a 2-hour internal meeting, if it can be done online, if it can be done virtually, we do that. That's already generated $1 million of savings year to date, and it'll probably generate us around between $4 and $5 million savings that we can redeploy back into other activities.
Obviously, you will find savings from within, because that's what you're being forced to do with the government's decision. But I would go one step further and say, is DPI able to participate in some of the community engagement that requires travel? For instance, attending the Australian National Field Days, or attending AgQuip, or attending forums, conferences. Do you envisage that there will have to be cuts with the engagement from the department due to ensuring that the priority for any travel, as you've just obviously given in evidence, needs to be around for compliance?
Yeah, no, so it's not just compliance. It's, as I said, it's with the research and development teams. It's a priority for them to travel out and check on research trials, so forth. It's a priority for our stakeholder engagement, and you'll have seen the teams present and active at AgQuip or at Henty or
the field days this week.
Thursday, Friday this week at the Australian National Field Days at Borinal. But as I said, this gives us dual benefits. We're asking the staff across DPI, because they're pretty smart people, to work out where they can create some efficiencies in travel.
So I suppose, for the record, Mr Hanson, are you able to advise how much of your travel budget has been cut in this financial year?
So we've set ourselves a travel budget this year of just over $8 million. Our travel expenses last year were just over 12.
Right.
Now, that being said, that's the budgets that we're working to. I can't predict how many fire responses we're going to have to go to. I can't predict how many biosecurity responses we're going to have to go to. And we're not going to be silly about that expenditure to provide the services that are required. I will tell you, the change in behaviour around making people think about the amount of time they're on the road. I mean, the members here are all from regional locations or travel regional locations. The amount of roadkill, the amount of sort of risks at the moment around travelling, if I can reduce some staff time on the road for internal meetings that we can replicate or we can do virtually instead, it's a good outcome for us.
Wish you all the best.
Yeah, we like seeing you out in the regions, Mr Hanson.
I will go to Ms.
live there, so.
Hurst and then to Ms. Higginson.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Mr. Hanson, I promised that I would get back to you in regards to some of the topics we talked about this morning. If we could start on the decision on Gary Beach to include shark nets, specifically on that beach.
Yes. And can I just to, I was going to say bloody minute, but can I bring Sean Sloan?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you.
I might get him come up to the table, and while he does. So, as the Minister alluded to this morning, I mean, it's one beach in a series of beaches that are serviced by a contractor, and while the road's closed off, as you'd be aware, it's part of that coastal track to get down to Gary Beach. We still have people walking down, we still have people both going down there for surfing purposes and for swimming.
Do you know how many? My understanding is it's about a 1.5 hour track, and it's quite difficult terrain to actually get access to it, and the beach is actually technically closed. Do you know sort of how many, like, was there any research done into how many people were actually making that trek down to the beach? Because it sounds, quite extreme to be able to access it.
As you'd be aware, it's one of the first beaches you come to when you're doing that southern coastal track down. So there is we know there are regular traffic down through there. But going to the fact, and I'll get Sean to bring up the statistics at the moment, it's one of the beaches that actually catches a high percentage of target sharks, bull sharks, tiger sharks and white sharks. And none of these nets work in isolation. They are, in effect, if you like, a series of barriers that operate along a region. The sharks don't hang out at just one beach in particular. They are constantly moving. So it is a effective part of the sort of network of nets.
But sorry, just to ask a technical question, and I assume what you're saying is that you want it as a whole barrier, but technically they're not actually attached to each other in any way.
No.
Like, they're all rolled out separately on each beach.
That's right, but it is a series of individual nets along those beaches that have been time tested sort of series of beaches with nets on them. That beach in particular, I think it actually has the highest percentage of target sharks caught.
That's right. So over the last 30 years, Gary Beach has had the highest catch of bull sharks and tiger sharks, and the fourth highest catch of white sharks. And so that region obviously has Gary Beach in it, and there are nets set at and smart drumlines set at other beaches in that region as well. But the whole network, when you think about the mobility of these shark species, particularly tiger sharks and white sharks, they move up and down the coast. So, not one individual location, they work together as a network. So it's not just one beach that is on its own in that sense. But it's also true that the advice we have is that surfers are still going to that beach. They walk in
and sorry, can I just sort of knuckle down on that information? Yeah, what sort of data was collected, and how was that information obtained? My understanding is that it would be very, very difficult for a swimmer to access it, but certainly a 1.5 hour difficult terrain trek with a surfboard would be virtually impossible. So I'm wondering where you got that data from, and also what the data is as to how many people were accessing it once it was closed and not accessible anymore.
It's anecdotal, and our shark team are very connected with the surfing community, and we have a strong relationship with Surfing New South Wales and other organisations. It's anecdotal information that comes to us through various sources, and the advice is that people are still accessing the beach.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson, I might go back to you in regards to the changes within the Department of Primary Industries, and particularly around the position of the Director of Animal Welfare. If I could get a bit more detail as to why that particular position no longer exists, and whether that means that the overall number of staff in that Animal Welfare Department is down one person.
Yes. So the short answer is there is no change to the staffing number. In terms of that particular role, and shout out to Suze Robinson, who will be watching these estimates. So she fulfilled a really important task over the last couple of years of helping drive the animal welfare reform project, the consultation, the drafting of bills and so forth. We used the opportunity last year with Sue's taking a break to actually redistribute and bring a broader suite of staff from across the broader business and our policy teams, our strategy teams, our legislative cabinet teams into actually the animal welfare space. So we no longer have a singular person driving that piece, but we have teams driving the animal welfare reform.
And are they sort of, sorry, is that those teams that are driving the animal welfare reform, are they sort of crossed over into other areas as well? Like, would they also then be working on biosecurity and other things, or? Could well be, yes.
Okay. And we'll be looking to utilise, their relationships with stakeholders, their relationship also in terms of parliamentary process and the work that they're doing on drafting legislation, say for an independent biosecurity commissioner. These are the kind of teams that we've also got working on this to progress the reforms. We still have access, obviously, to Ms Robinson. She's still within our team, just been deployed to government election commitments that she's now picking up and driving as discrete projects.
Are they in relation to animal welfare at all, or are they completely separate again?
Completely separate again. So the ability of using someone with a broad background like Ms Robinson has, to be able to swing her from one project to another project, whilst at the same time, as I said, not diminishing the resourcing we have in the animal welfare space or the animal welfare reform space.
So how many full-time roles are there that, for anybody that then works specifically in animal welfare?
14.
14. And what was that last year?
14.
14. So how has that remained the same with that one position? What was the new position that was created that made sure that the number still remains the same?
I'll get the title of it wrong, but I'll come back to you before the end of this session.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Thank you. And how will, if staff are now sort of balancing a whole range of different portfolios rather than specialising in one, how will that be balanced to make sure, or is that something that's sort of guided by the Minister as to what the government's priorities would be and people would switch between things? Is that how it would work?
Yeah, well, that's a reasonable description of day in, day out stuff for us, as you'd expect. And as you heard the Minister articulate this morning, the animal welfare reform and a series of election commitments around animal welfare are government priorities. They are election commitments that the Minister's committed to and has prioritised in delivery of.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is a question for yourself or Ms Filmer, but I note that there's currently a recruitment process underway to appoint new members for the Animal Welfare Advisory Council. In respect to the existing council, are you able to advise how many times they've met in the past 3 years?
Kim?
Maybe.
The answer is yes.
Yes, I think we can.
Thank you.
There was 5 meetings in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
There was 1 meeting in 2022. And we've not had any meetings in 2023.
Okay. And are there minutes for these meetings? And if so, is it possible to make those available to the committee?
There are certainly minutes for the meetings, but I don't think that there's something that is readily distributed, so I don't know the answer to that.
Could I ask if you could seek advice on that, whether or not that could be tabled with the committee? Yep. Thank you. Thanks for that. In May, I asked the Minister a question in the House about Cestrum nocturnum, which was still being allowed to be sold in New South Wales. And it this particular weed led to the tragic death of 2 horses, Joey and Midnight, who accidentally consumed the plant. And I understand that these plants are being sold in nurseries throughout New South Wales. The Minister advised at the time that she has requested that the department investigate options for and the feasibility of banning the sale of Cestrum nocturnum. And I understand that there are different versions of Cestrum that are banned, but I'm just interested in this Cestrum nocturnum. Could I get an update on this investigation and any advice of action that's been taken?
You can. You might just give me a minute to get an update on that, and I'll come back to you in the next round if we can.
Yep, okay, that's fine. I've also got some questions about the Veramite response. Is the fipronil baiting continuing under the new management strategy, or has the use of fipronil actually itself ceased?
No, there's no more. I'm not aware of any further fipronil baiting, and we've sprung those teams that were previously doing the fipronil baiting in the wild European honeybee hives. They're now doing surveillance and monitoring for detections of varroa in those areas, in amongst those wild hives.
Thank you.
Ms. Higginson.
Thank you. Can I ask whoever is the appropriate person about the broad area habitat searches that are undertaken, if that's okay? Is that you,
in
Mr.
native forestry, is that what you're referring to? It's
Yeah,
probably me.
in
then,
native
Mr.
forestry.
Higginson, yeah.
Thank you. So I'm just quite gravely concerned. We looked at 13 operations. They are Double Duke, Gibbergee, Forestland, Orara East, Tamban, Wildcattle Creek, Styx River, Bellingara, Warrawan, Bulls Ground, Bachelor State Forest. And we looked at all of those just to kind of assess, just as a random, in terms of operations that have either been completed or about to be completed. So it was 13 operations covering 5,500 hectares of public native forest. And looking at the BioNet records to see how Forestry Corporation is complying with its broad area habitat search obligations. The results were pretty alarming, really. There was very little and next to no records of the species that are required to be searched for as a result of those habitat searches. It strongly suggests that we're either not doing them well or we're not doing them at all. Is there something you can help us in understanding what's going on there?
Yeah, I can probably talk a bit broadly about the way we undertake the searches. So Forestry Corporation we've got highly trained and skilled ecologists and technicians in the field that undertake these searches and surveys in accordance with the environmental rule set that we've got in New South Wales. So when I say that, I refer to the Coastal Integrated Forest Operations Approval, CIFOA, and that regulation or rule set requires you to undertake a whole range of searches, and broad area habitat search is one of those searches. And I'm sure you're aware the IFOA is based on a landscape basis, which basically means it provides protection to a whole range of native animals and native plants on a landscape basis as opposed to individual species. In some cases there are prescriptions for certain types of species, but generally it's broad scale. Our harvest plans are drawn up in accordance with the Coastal IFOA, and they're regulated by the EPA. So there are a whole range of surveys, Ms. Higginson, but if there's any specific forest, I know you talked about 13 areas, I could take them away and have a look at them specifically and come back to you.
That would be great. Cause, does it concern you, like let's look at Talaganda, for example. Does it concern you, obviously it's very concerning to everyone, but what we found there is Forestry Corporation didn't have any greater gliders, or very few, and no den trees. And then EPA did a stop work order, and now we know there's 89 greater gliders, or probably more by now, and 20 den trees. I would suggest that, and perhaps you would too, that it's not just Talaganda, and it's not unique to Talaganda. I'm really concerned that you're not actually finding and recording and reporting the threatened species as you're required to do so, because we know that the harvest plans are developed on the ecological assessments undertaken anywhere between 2, 3, 5 years previous. So the broad area searches are kind of the safety net, but just that random audit of 13 operations has revealed pretty much no findings. Does that concern you, that maybe your very well-trained ecologists aren't actually finding what they're looking for?
So you referenced Talaganda. Maybe I can just provide some information on that. So Talaganda State Forest, it's about 24,000 hectares of state forest, and there's also about 21,000 hectares of national park in there. We harvest, and about 50% or more than 50% are set aside for permanent conservation. We harvest about 1% of that in any given year. As I mentioned earlier, our operations are performed in accordance with the Coastal IFOA, our harvest plan, so that requires those searches that I was talking about. And the IFOA was remade in 2018, which takes a precautionary approach and provides habitat protection for greater gliders as well as a whole range of other native animals. In doing so, we have, so the IFOA requires us to set aside particular types of trees for retention, so hollow-bearing trees, which can very well be den trees. And we have identified and set aside more than 5,000 trees in Talaganda alone.
So are you saying though that therefore means that you are then entitled or enabled to fell den trees if they are greater glider? Is that what you're trying to say? Because of these things you do, it doesn't matter, therefore, if they're missed, and we do fell greater glider den trees.
No, I guess what I'm saying is that the prescriptions that there are in the IFOA are designed to provide protection.
But what's happening
these
is,
greater
Mr.
gliders.
Chowdhury, with all the greatest respect, we're missing them, and that's why you've currently got several forestry operations across the state that are currently on hold, whether it's through voluntary with court actions, and I think I mentioned earlier, we're talking, there's quite a few. We've got Cherry Tree, Braemar, Myrtle, Newry, Talaganda. I understand Clouds and Bulga are all, perhaps they're voluntary. Oaks is on hold, and this is on the strong suggestion and evidence case that perhaps we haven't done the right thing and we shouldn't be logging because we haven't done the right thing. So what are we doing wrong? Why are we actually missing some of these most important threatened species habitat in the state?
So with respect to the voluntary stand downs and multiple forests that you have mentioned, so there have been application for injunctions in those areas, and for a variety of reasons, not specifically on threatened species. It could be questioning harvest plans. And those applications are before the court at the moment, so it probably wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment on the individual cases. We have decided to voluntary stand down in almost all of those.
It would be pretty
applications
unreasonable. It would be pretty unreasonable to just go ahead and ignore the claim being made in the litigation, wouldn't it? These voluntary are in lieu of injunctions. That's how it happens.
We want to make sure that we give the court the appropriate time to look at the merits of the case, and so we've done that by undertaking the voluntary stand down, and so those hearings are in process as we speak. With Talaganda, going back to Talaganda, we understand the EPA has raised some concerns about identification of den trees.
Do you think those concerns can be replicated in state forests where there are likely and highly likely to be greater gliders, like what we've just seen in Bulga State Forest, where Forestry Corporation didn't identify any and the community's now found over 20 greater gliders?
So, as I
or
said,
over 100,
our harvest plans are drawn up in accordance with the rules of
so
the
why
IFOA.
are we failing? Why are we not picking up threatened species, but the community is? Why is our Forestry Corporation, a state-owned corporation that belongs to the people of New South Wales ultimately, why are you failing us when it comes to our species that are literally facing extinction?
So, with respect to greater gliders, we undertook surveys, Transact spotlight surveys, where our staff walked,
Are you doing that in the north?
40 kilometres.
Or just Talaganda?
Just let me finish that. In Talaganda particularly, we were able to identify 400 greater gliders that were present in both, that's part of our biodiversity monitoring program, both in burnt and unburnt forest and harvested and unharvested forest. So it gives us that evidence, if you like, that our the coastal IFOA and the prescriptions in there are working. you
So
know.
why did we not do that before the logging operation and before the
We
stop
did.
work? Well, why was
So
the
those-
stop work order
those-
initiated?
The stop work order was initiated, and that's a question really for the EPA, but they had concerns about identification of den trees. So I'm talking about...
So how can you find animals and not den trees when now we've found 20 den trees?
So this
And
is a complex area.
I'm
This
about
is a
to run out
complex
of
area,
time.
Ms. Higginson, because the den
Well-
trees, as I understand, and I'm not a forestry ecologist, but greater gliders are nocturnal animals, so
They
can
are.
be seen.
They are. I've seen
at
plenty of
night,
them, and den
there's
trees.
And there's a definition of a den tree, which is the glider has to be seen entering or exiting the hollow
That's
of the
right.
tree.
That's
so
right.
not sitting on the branch; it has to be seen in and out of the tree,
That's
going
right.
in and out. So, look, we are working with the EPA to understand what
Can I
methodologies
ask,
they are applying.
my time's about to run out, can I
Sure.
just ask, how much does it cost to have a crew stand down for a day?
Too much.
Sorry?
Nothing.
Too much?
Is the figure
It varies.
around $7,000 a day?
Look,
Is that...
it varies. It could be 7, it could be 10, so it varies depending on where we are operating.
So we're looking at over $1 million on the Talagander at the moment. 2 crews standing down for that many days, 75 days. We're looking at over $1 million.
We are actually, no, that's not true. It's
Okay.
not $1 million because we are trying to utilize those crews elsewhere, so move them around to reduce the cost.
To plant trees?
A whole
That's
variety
the
of
time.
things.
Thank you.
And we are planting trees as well, yes.
I will go back to the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to direct my question back to Mr. Hanson, and I just wanted to pick up where we left off around the DPI travel budget. It is concerning to hear that it's been slashed by a third, so a $4 million cut. Mr. Hanson, do you have concerns that you will not be able to meet the demand, possibly with the drought that is upon us, which by all accounts could get quite bad or worse over the coming months? Varroa mite, always the possible risk of lumpy skin disease, which we've seen the last 12 months, which could turn up in our state. What are you going to do if all of these challenges present themselves pretty quickly and you've had your travel budget slashed by a third?
If any one of those, let alone each and every one of those eventuates, we just respond firstly by making sure that we're fulfilling our regulatory duties and then delivering against what the community and what government expect us to do in that space. Budgets are budgets. As I said, we've indicated to staff that our preference in this is for them to make the decisions about how they reduce the cost of travel over the course of the year. We're already seeing benefit out of that. Without a decrease in level of service or the level of fulfilment of our obligations. Any one of those things occur, our first thing is to respond.
Okay. Do you feel as if that could possibly create a reputation or reputational damage to a organisation, an institution as part of government that has a very, very good reputation if you're unable to deliver that sort of service to the agriculture sector?
Yeah, no, we will always make sure that
I hear a point of order. I know, Mr. Hanson, you were about to answer it, but...
I accept that there's a bit of a line here, but I think that is seeking an opinion on the merit of government policy.
Given, Mr. Hanson, you were answering it, I'm assuming you're skilled enough to answer it where you don't give that opinion. Are you comfortable in doing so?
I think he's been around a while. I think he knows what he's doing.
So, Mr. Chair, all I was going to say is we will always make sure that we fulfil our obligations and our duties. Yeah, it's a kind of optional decision making that we're trying to ensure staff make choice on. So, for example, instead of having 4 vehicles come down from Orange for these estimates, all 4 people hopped in one car to come down. Now,
What if they don't like each other?
whether they like each other or not. But it's those kind of decisions that we can make.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Moving on, staffing levels. Can you tell me what was the staffing levels, the total staff employed by the Department of Primary Industries in 2022, and how many have you got employed as of today?
So current FTE are 2,078. And the numbers for the last year, 2022, FTEs were 1,872.
So it's actually gone up.
Yep.
Right.
And as you'd be aware, we surge staff based on the responses we have. So, at the start of the last financial year, we didn't know we were going to have a Varroa response. We surged staff to bring people in to help us with that response at that point in time. We have staff going off the books at the moment because a number of the fire, flood, emergency response programs co-funded with the Commonwealth Government have come to their end point, and so the short-term contracted staff in helping in delivery of those come off. But as I said, 2,078 this year.
How many are employed in Orange at the DPI headquarters?
So our numbers tell us 400. And I say our numbers because we obviously have staff in Bathurst who are down on paper as being in Bathurst, but they'll come and work out of the Orange office. We've got people in Cowra, etc., etc. But on paper, it's been steady at 400.
So specifically, Mr. Henson, in the RAA, how many people were employed last year and how many people are employed this year?
So
are they all based out of Orange?
Vast majority, yeah. Vast majority of the RA staff are in Orange, and they're obviously the stuff that we've been scaling up and scaling back. So
while you're finding that number, I think it's valid. We scale up and down depending on the programs and the funding that we've got. That's a standard way of running a business that's got more than a budget of more than $3 billion.
Yeah, things change. Obviously, disasters, flooding, drought, fires.
And we need different skills at different times. Public Works is a good example of that.
So, sorry, thank you for that. Buying me time. 91 staff are on a casual or fixed term contract basis, and we have our 26 permanent staff members in the RA and ongoing roles.
That's this year, is it?
That's, yeah.
How many were there last year?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay.
I'm not sure I've got that. I'm sure it'll come to me before we...
That's okay. You come back in the afternoon a bit later on. That's fine. I want to move to the Farm Innovation Fund. I asked and questioned the Minister this morning on how much was left in the fund. The Minister her answer was over 100 million. It wasn't very specific. Are you able to advise, as close to today's numbers, how much is left in the fund?
So the Minister was right. It's over 100 million. It's 126 million.
126. Okay. Now, the Minister spoke of this morning, I think, is it the Drought Infrastructure Fund? Is this the new fund that is possibly going to replace the Farm Innovation Fund? Is that correct?
I think that's one for the Minister making an announcement on.
Right.
Very soon. Very soon.
Okay, so you have no detail on how that will work?
I think, as the Minister highlighted in her answer this morning, this is a fund that is... this is a refocus of the Farm Innovation Fund to put the spotlight on drought infrastructure and drought preparedness pieces as part of that low interest loan.
So your understanding is that you will transition, though, from the Farm Innovation Fund to a new fund?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are there any plans internally within DPI or Department of Regional New South Wales to top up that fund, or once the 126 million is expended or allocated, what's the plan then? Because obviously we could come on with drought conditions very quickly over the course of months, and that funding could be drawn down pretty quickly, couldn't it?
It could be, and we'd hope it continues to be of use for people coming in to these drought conditions. The question about top-up funding, that'll be a decision of government.
With regard to the types of infrastructure, so you have... The department is not in a position to advise what types of infrastructure might be included in the new fund. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's right. But if we use the current Farm Innovation Fund as a starting template, we know of the approved loans to date, or applications, which I think the Minister highlighted was 3,200. 730 of those fall into the category of drought preparedness infrastructure. That's currently in the fund.
And what are examples of that?
So that's like water, irrigation systems, stock water systems, etc. Bunkers for storage of feed.
Yep. Okay, so probably moving on to the RAA, how do you budget, and Ms Fox was mentioned this earlier, how do you plan plan the numbers in staffing levels and resources for the RAA? Because obviously peaks and troughs and it moves around, but on the same day that the New South Wales government handed down their budget, the Bureau of Meteorology declared El Nino. So one would think we are going into drier conditions, drought conditions. We asked the Minister this morning around how much of the state is in some form of drought, and there was obviously, eventually we got an answer, but obviously the trajectory is up. The trajectory is, the numbers are rising. It's 44.4% of the state as of 2 days ago, according to your combined drought indicator on your website. Are you already planning internally for more resources and staff for the RAA? Because it appears, as per the budget papers, that it's had a $96 million cut.
Yeah, so, and again, the budget papers reflect a number of those disaster emergency relief funding programs coming to an end. As a new program starts up, the new program comes with budget to be able to administer and deliver the program, and that's where we then swing to contingent and casual and fixed term contracts to be able to fulfil that. We do keep an eye on what we think might be coming over the horizon. So a good example was, as we had programs finishing 30 June, we knew that we'd have a sheep and goat EID rebate scheme starting up not long after that, and that we would need additional people on deck to administer that. So we held back some of the staff to be able to transition across to that. Any of the funding that comes via the emergency responses, so at the moment, Category B disaster responses for the 7 of the local government areas up north, they all come with capacity for us to ensure we've got people on to handle administration of, in this case, loans. So the programs come with a budget for admin.
Yep, okay.
We're lucky to be able to reach out to people who have been on, been off, who are in the community. We turn them, we see if they're available to come back on to assist us in short-term stints again.
In the budget, under personnel expenses, it obviously talks of a drop from last year's budget of 12.2 million down to 8.095 million. Is that that's directly within the RAA? Is that correct? That's the personnel expenses in terms of that drop, or is that separate to the travel expenses we were talking about earlier?
That'd just be staff expenses.
Okay.
And that's probably the conclusion of a couple of the big program areas in that period. If you think about the original fire, the catastrophic fire programs that we're running at that stage. So as we've sort of worked down, we'd expect to see tapering off. As we've had a tapering off in June 30 this year, September 30 this year, December 31, as program areas come to an end, so does the funding for those program areas and the necessity to actually administer them. And that's that kind of tapering that you see.
So if your department was faced with another disaster, whether that is a flood response, fire response, or drought conditions, you really have no contingency, do you, within the department to absorb any additional costs in response? You would need additional funding to deal with any disasters, any change in conditions for the ag sector moving forward. Was that a fair assumption?
With regards to RAA and administering programs?
DPI, across DPI.
Broader. Oh, no, it's fair to say we've become pretty adept over the last 10 years of swinging resources to where the biggest priorities need to fit. If you have a look at the sort of staff logs for any of our emergency responses, whether it's white spot, whether it's reported fire ants, whether it's varroa, whether it's capra beetle, we swing staff from our ag teams, our biosecurity teams, our fisheries teams across to where the immediate demand and the immediate need is. That's where we get our capacity to sort of respond to these areas.
And Mr. Farrow, we work right across the department. We've had public works staff, we've had rural fire staff working on varroa response. We've got a good track record of doing that over the last 3 or 4 years, being able to do what we need to do in that space, and we use all the resources.
Yeah, and I really respect what you're doing for the people in New South Wales in your roles, working for the public service, but it's fair to say, though, that if either DPI or the broader Department of Regional New South Wales were faced with another significant weather event, a fire, a flood response, or possibly drought, based on some of the cuts that you've had to make, and I appreciate that they're decisions that you didn't make, they've come from the Minister down, you really have no contingency to deal with a major response, do you? You would need the support of ERC and Cabinet for additional funding, wouldn't you?
In most of those cases, we work in a very well-defined national framework. Most of those programs are funded with the Commonwealth. We've seen it this week with the declaration in relation to fires in 7 LGAs. That gives us funding, immediate funding if it's category B, A or B, for example. We're well resourced in that space and we've always been able to do it previously. I have no doubt that we'll be able to do it again.
Mr. Hanson, I tabled this morning a copy of the combined drought indicator that said that demonstrates that the state is drought impacted in one form or another, 44.4%. That is, how often is that updated online?
So every couple of days, based on satellite data.
Right, and that's
uploads.
public. Like I just printed it off the website, so
It is.
Okay. In your experience, because you've been around a while, Mr. Hanson, and you're pretty well respected, like, at what point do you feel, where is the trigger? Where is the trigger, do you think, in terms of intense drought statewide before communities you feel need more support?
I'll hear the point of order. That's seeking an opinion on a policy question, I would suggest. I accept there's a line, but it's seeking to draw a distinction between presumably the opinion that's elicited and what the government position is.
It's not a policy question. I dare say that it is a fine line in terms of whether it goes to a policy position or whether it's seeking the expertise of Mr. Hanson and his tenure in his position.
That was the basis of the question.
I'm confident Mr. Hanson will be able to answer that without necessarily giving an opinion on policy.
I appreciate the confidence, Chair.
Don't let me down.
So there's an extension to the answer that was given by the Minister this morning, which is about, and everyone here would be aware, intense drought as measured by the CDI in Brewarrina is very different to intense drought in Taree. And so it is very much both place-based and duration-based, because people can handle certain periods with the frequency that they would experience these kind of conditions.
But I suppose in your experience in previous droughts, you were Director General of DPI in the last drought. At what point in your experience in the role with Director General is the statewide drought impact enough for a declaration?
Yeah, and unfortunately this is where I'd need a 3D graph to sort of show you that combination of axes of, because it's that piece of how much of the state, how intense is the drought, and what's available around the rest of the state to assist with drought impacts. So if you remember, and unfortunately I was in this role in the last drought.
You did a good job.
And actually the one before that in 2014-15.
So I suppose, Mr. Hanson, what were the trigger points, I suppose?
So the last one was the fact that there was no relief anywhere in the state.
Right.
You know, you think about the last drought, it very quickly became a whole of New South Wales drought.
And how quickly did that turn from drought impact to essentially intense drought?
Well, that was basically an 8-month turnaround. And
Within
I think
8 months, yeah.
This year I showed at New South Wales Farmers Conference the series of progressions of month-on-month CDI measures from the lead into the last drought and how this drought was tracking on very similar pattern. Now we've had one change, and like there's a lot of things different between last drought and this drought, right? Like, you know, we can talk about livestock prices, we can talk about a whole range of things.
Water storage.
But the one thing that is different is we have just had BOM update their summer rain forecast to now say average chance of average rainfall across all of New South Wales. Now, that's a more positive update than we had previously. It still needs to be taken with the context of the fact that we are seeing record low soil moisture measurements across a large tract of the north of New South Wales, and we are still experiencing or expected to experience one of the hottest summers that we're going to face. So even with average rainfall on a dry environment with increased heat, it's going to be a challenging summer even with those forecast pieces.
Just moving on, while I've only got a little bit of time left, and a question to both you, Mr. Hanson, or you, Ms. Fox. Are there any planned job losses or cuts for the DPI head office in Orange as part of the 400 staff that work there?
I can start with the senior executive staff. So you will know that the government has made an election commitment to cut the senior executive staff by 15%. So we're currently working right across the sector on what that looks like at the moment. I don't anticipate that will be significant for any of those staff in Orange.
So I suppose to that point, you're talking about executive level? Yeah, okay. So
senior executive
Senior
staff.
executive. So how many senior executive roles are looking to be cut out of DPI in Orange?
So we don't have a number at this point in time, and we'll work right across the sector to make sure that there's mobility options, etc.
When do you envisage, Ms Fox, that there would be a number?
In the next 18 months.
Right.
So just further that, I mean, we've tried to be really fiscally responsible around senior executive numbers in DPI, and the number hasn't changed from 2018. In fact, it's gone down by 1 from 2018 to this year in terms of senior executives. And that's managing the surges that come and go with sort of pieces. And that's because we can deploy people from one priority to another. So we can move someone from an animal welfare reform project onto another priority project and sort of swing them as those. But there are always changes, and like there's you know, the problem with a blanket answer of yes or no is like we're always going to be changing
But I
stuff.
suppose the point is, I suppose from your answers from both of you, there's cuts coming. They're not obviously determined what they are, and they would be in executive level
At
positions.
executive level, that's right.
Right, across the Department of Regional New South Wales and DPI.
Across the whole of the public service.
Including your agencies, yeah.
And you're already running lean, so.
Thank you. Mr Hanson, I might just pick up, before lunch you made some comments around how the Recreational Fishing Trust audit would facilitate some discussions around the concepts of what a peak body is and what a statutory authority is. If that's the case, why are we running peak body workshops next month before we've actually had an audit? Like, it seems premature that you would run these workshops without a clear path. And I know Mr Sloan's coming up. I'm aware that he signed the letter that went out to all the associations.
Yeah, so before lunch I was just purely buying time to be able to get Dr Sloan to the table for your chair, so I might throw to him. But as I do so, like, we do need to bring all the recreational fishing groups together around a table and have a conversation around what would this look like for them? What do they see? Now that'll be
you implied that the audit was sort of dependent on that, and I just think if the audit was dependent on, would feed into that discussion, why have the discussion now when the audit hasn't even, nowhere near been commenced?
No, but I don't think the first conversation is going to be the last conversation on the Peak Council one either. So commencing them around the same time might actually help us. But I'll throw to Dr. Sloan if I might.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so I think the sequence that we're following to implement the government's election commitment is to first have the audit conducted, and I think you covered that off in the morning session around the fact that there were some draft terms of reference that were sent out to a group of recreational fishing stakeholders. We got comments, and that process will shortly proceed. The next, I think, step in there, which I think is what the Director General was referring to, is the fact that there's a whole package of election commitments that relate to fisheries, and one of them's on the recreational fishing trust audit. There's another one on establishing a expenditure board, and I think that process around looking at the requirements for an expenditure board will follow the trust audit. Separate to that, there's election commitments around establishing peak bodies for both the commercial fishing sector and the recreational fishing sector, and so we're proceeding with those processes because that's a separate process around how those fishing sectors can represent themselves to the government. So I wrote to quite a long list of recreational fishing groups just recently to invite them to what will essentially be a series of workshops to work through what that would look like and engage all of the bodies that are out there, because we engage with a lot of fishing bodies, particularly in the recreational fishing space. And so we want to bring them all together, have the discussion about what it might look like, and then work from there. And similarly with the commercial sector, we've started the same process.
Yeah, well, my understanding is the commercial peak body discussion's more well advanced than obviously the recreational one. On notice, are you able to provide a list of the associations that have been invited?
Happy to do that. I can, if I've got a bit of time, I can probably search it and bring it up and run through it.
Yeah, I don't want to waste my question time in rattling off now. I think that's all I have for that line of questioning at the moment. Just perhaps on notice, I'm interested to understand how much money is being given to external organisations, particularly the Invasive Species Council, from your various departments. I just wanted to get some figures over the last 5 years, whether directly or indirectly, how much money has your departments given to the Invasive Species Council? I'm happy for you guys to take that
I'll take that on notice.
You'll take that on
Take
notice?
notice,
Thank
yes.
you, Ms Fox. Just some questions for LLS, if I may. I'll just get the Secretary to pass up a photo to Mr Orr. Mr Orr, when we were discussing some release of documents and some conversations around aerial culling, we raised concerns about some of the contractors taking advantage of their contracts and using it for personal gain, and essentially taking trophy animals and flying down, landing from their helicopters and taking those trophy animals, and you said you weren't aware of the case. I just draw your attention to the photo that's been provided to you, where we have, from our investigation, is a LLS contractor in full flight suit posing with a very substantial trophy. Now, I'm just wondering whether you could provide some comment as to what would be the consequences for that person, outside of don't get caught doing it again.
Mr Benasiak, all aerial operations are run in accordance with the FAST protocols, and since that photo has been provided to us, the matter's now under investigation.
Okay, thank you. Are you in a position, I just wanted to go to some questions about some of the documents that you did provide. So are you in a position where you have those documents to hand, or would you like me to give you copies?
Depends on your question, Mr Benasiak.
Well, it goes to the specific documents that were released as part of some of the concerns we had over the management of Moonlight Travelling Stock Reserve. Do you have those documents to hand, or would you like me to provide you?
I'm generally aware of the matters, but Mr Kelly may...
Yeah, I might
also
invite
make
Mr
himself,
Kelly to come up as well.
Available,
Yeah.
subject to your questions.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so there obviously was a concern from a private landholder regarding the management of that travelling stock route, and they wrote to you, Mr Orr, as the CEO, and in response you wrote back to them saying that there'd been no breaches of the Public Service Act. You're obviously aware of that letter since you wrote it. Given that there's been some statements as part of the independent report into that incident, or the management of this reserve and the complaint, where some of your staff have actually advised that they didn't handle it too well and they did show favour to one landholder over the next, how can you say in that letter that there were no breaches of the Public Service Act when the behaving ethically guidelines are quite clear in terms of acting impartially?
What I can say, Mr Benasiak, is that there's been several investigations into the matter which you're referring to in terms of Moonlight TSR, and the consequence of those investigations found that there was no wrongdoing or breach of the code of conduct by the staff members involved.
Is that with both reports? Because there was two reports, to my understanding,
That's
Mr.
correct.
Orr, and there were some fairly scathing findings from Miss Reeby of your department. Now, she mightn't have extended it to the point where she said there was corruption, but if I draw your attention to the summary of evidence and findings, she says, this is the words of one of your managers, in essence, this situation has not been managed well by Riverina LLS, and we are acknowledging that. We have failed to effectively manage or reduce the conflict issues that have prevailed on the reserve and between the adjoining neighbours relevant to the management of the TSR. She also goes to say what is surprising and concerning is that all interviewees acknowledge that they did not know the terms of the permit. So there's clearly an issue there in terms of training of staff as well.
I think, Mr. Banasiak, if I can just jump in. So your initial question was whether there'd been a breach of the code of conduct, and the investigation showed there hadn't been. The investigations did say that there were some areas of practice which could be improved, and those matters have been addressed. But Mr. Kelly may wish to add further.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Orr. So I think, Mr. Banasiak, in reference to the Mary Reeby report, it goes back to the original complaint that was received in 2021, around April 2021. And yes, it does acknowledge in that the initial complaint, the way that it was handled, identified some deficiencies in how we were managing the process. Having received that report and acknowledged the findings of that report, we did act on that, and we rectified those issues, and we put the staff that were involved in that through retraining and made sure that they fully understood what their role was, and particularly how the long-term grazing permits worked and how they were to be managed.
So just help me understand this. So you're saying it's not a breach of the Act?
Sorry, what I'm saying, Mr. Banasiak, is that we all have a code of conduct as public servants to abide by, and there wasn't found to be a breach of the code. But in terms of could the process, could we have handled the matter better, as has been alluded to, we could have, but individual staff members weren't found to have breached the code.
We'll probably pick this up when we next have time. I will throw to Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson, I just wanted to check if you had anything further on the Sistrum Nocturnum available yet?
Yes.
Great.
So the investigation had shown it was the Sistrum Nocturnum plant. The teams have reached out and spoken to retailers and ascertained that the key retailers in the state of New South Wales don't sell that plant. As you'd be aware, there's a prohibited list within the Biosecurity Act. That's currently under review, and we're looking to make some changes as to whether that should be on the list and what else should be on that list as well. It's probably one of the jobs likely to be picked up by the Independent Biosecurity Commissioner, if that legislation passes through Parliament, obviously.
And is that review, does that have a timeline at all?
No, obviously, except that we'd want to get it done pretty quickly.
Okay. But the Sistrum Nocturnum's definitely on that list of being flagged.
Yeah, that's certainly, given the fact that the retailers themselves are not selling it, given the fact that of the potential risk and it poses to livestock, it would make sense.
Yeah, great. When you say that it's not being sold, you mean by the major retailers?
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. Just going back then to the Veramite response, and just before you said that the fipronil's no longer being used, have all the fipronil baiting stations been removed from the former eradication zones?
Yes, as far as I'm aware. And, I mean, they were only there in the presence of staff.
Okay.
So, it wasn't as though we sat and forgot them. So the way in which they'd work would be we'd actually have staff at those baiting stations just using sugar syrup in the first instance to build up a large enough European honeybee presence around that it would ensure a low likelihood of any native bees coming into those bait stations. When that number got to that level, that's when the bait station would be spiked with fipronil. Once those numbers started to diminish and they went back to their feral hives, that's when that fipronil would be removed and the bait station be closed down until staff returned back there for another baiting. So,
Can I just confirm, because I think I was advised that even though staff were monitoring those stations, that they weren't there constantly with each station, that they might be moving between different stations, that it wasn't necessarily that they were there in front of one station the entire time. Is that your understanding?
So I'll get this confirmed, but my understanding is they might have been moving between eyesight of different stations that they were operating at any one point in time.
Mm-hmm.
But my understanding was that there was a staff present there whenever we had fipronil in those baiting stations.
Okay. Yeah, if you could take it on notice just to find out, like, sort of what, how many stations one person might necessarily be watching over.
Yep.
When that program was running.
Yep.
Given that it's been reported that fipronil can remain active in honey for up to 2 to 3 years and is highly toxic, is there any work being done to monitor and mitigate the ongoing effects of fipronil now, even though the actual poison stations have been removed?
I'll have to take that one on notice, or I'll come back to you with an answer before the end of this hearing,
Okay.
just with regards to what ongoing surveillance and sampling of honey might be in place.
Great, thank you. Earlier this year, the federal government announced that an investigation had found serious concerns regarding the regulatory capture within the APVMA, raising questions about their effectiveness as an independent regulator. Can you advise what actions the DPI has taken in response to that announcement, particularly given that the APVMA is the agency responsible for approving fipronil and other poisons like 1080?
So we continue to be confident in the fact that if something is registered for use by APVMA, then it's undergone significant and scientific rigorous testing. I don't think anything in that report threw doubt over any of the registered products or any of the registrations they had conducted. Certainly anything that is registered by APVMA that we use is used across the country and is used off the back of the process and that they've undertaken. So we haven't done anything differently or anything specific with regards to APVMA since that report was handed down.
How often is the DPI in communication with the APVMA?
On a regular basis, because we hold a couple of permits. So for example, the use of some of the chemicals required for treatment of varroamite, we hold a permit for use of those within Australia, and we work with the APVMA on those permits to allow us to make those chemicals available to beekeepers at the moment within what were previously the red zones, the eradication zones, to try to keep suppression on the mite loads in those areas. So we'd have pretty regular conversations with APVMA on those types of topics.
Okay. Have you had any briefings with the Minister on the situation with the APVMA and with the investigation findings and how that might actually affect the use of agricultural chemicals like fipronil or 1080?
The Minister was party to all states and territories, both senior executives and ministers, were on a call in which Minister Watt talked about the APVMA report and the result of that. But we've had no specific conversation at a state level with regards to APVMA, no.
Thank you. Will any analysis or research be undertaken to determine exactly how many bees were killed under the failed eradication program and the impact or the loss of the bees on biodiversity and pollination?
So there's two parts to that question. The first part is it's going to be incredibly difficult to know the number of bees, given the fact the number of bees in a hive is determined around the strength of the hive, how long the hive's been established, etc. So no, and it's probably unlikely that we will spend too much time or effort thinking about the number of bees. I would highlight, however, that this will kill bees in itself. So the absence of a control program means that there will continue to be, in some cases, the potential for significant European honeybee losses. managed hives will have a better chance of being able to mitigate those. Obviously, wild hives will not. So no, we haven't done anything around those.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of impact on biodiversity, that's one that we don't have a full picture on, and that's because the best we can do is turn to what's happened in other countries. And we're so different to so many of those other countries. Even if we look to our closest neighbours in New Zealand to say what was the impact there, both our native flora plus our seasonal conditions are so much different to what both North and South Island have over there in terms of they get a bit of a cold break over the year that sort of slows down sort of bee activity. You know, our north coast, basically most of our coast doesn't have that break. So we are working on estimates, we are working on best guesses in terms of those impacts, and we'll be monitoring to see what it looks like.
Thank you. 'Cause my understanding is that the actual veromite doesn't affect our native bees, is that correct?
No, that's correct.
So was there any sort of work done on, and I understand what you're saying about monitoring to try to reduce the number of native bees that were actually getting poisoned through the program, but was there any research done or any data around that monitoring and making sure that native bees weren't affected by this program as much as possible?
Yes, there was a lot of monitoring done. In fact, the teams who put together everything from the infrastructure and the hardware of the bait stations through to the behavioural patterns of the actual European honeybee to make sure that they minimise the risk of native bees being impacted. You know, it was incredible amount of work went into minimising that risk to them. And so, you know, we've done a lot of work to make sure that we've reduced the risk to native bees out of this process.
Can you just give me a bit of a rundown? I know that this is a big question when there's 30 seconds left, but like what sort of process we'll put in place other than monitoring, and what sort of data was collected?
So I might, if we want to park this one over, I might get Dr. Tracy to come up and he might talk to you in a bit of detail about the monitoring the records and what we've got on that.
Okay, great.
Because I feel as though I won't do it justice in the 30 seconds or 20 seconds we've got.
Got about 9 seconds now, so I don't think Mr.
In which
Tracy
case, can
will
I use
get
that
to-
9 seconds to say the title of that role, is that additional role that's joined the animal welfare team?
Yes.
Is Coordinator Stock Welfare Panels.
Sorry?
Coordinator Stock Welfare Panels.
So that's the new role. Thank you.
Okay, that perfectly takes us to the afternoon tea break. So we will break for 15 minutes and then we'll return at 3:45. Okay, welcome back after that short break. I will throw straight to questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the Secretary, to Ms Fox. What is the status, and this is a question that I did pose to the Minister as well, but there was a bit of uncertainty. What is the current status of the Office of the Cross-Border Commissioner?
The Office of Cross-Border Commissioner exists as usual. Its functions are being carried out.
Who's in charge of that office today?
Today there is an acting director in charge of that office.
So the actual Cross-Border Commissioner is not there, or?
I'd prefer to take those questions on notice. I'm very concerned about my obligations to ensure the health and wellbeing of all of the staff and to ensure that I don't breach any privacy obligations. So I'd prefer, if the Chair allows, not to comment on the employment arrangements of individual staff.
Right, okay.
But I can assure you that the Office of Cross-Border Commissioner is functioning.
Yeah, so just for the record, both the Commissioner and Assistant Commissioner are both on leave, let's just say.
I'm not confirming that or answering that question at the moment, if that's okay. I have got some information on the Working for Regions Fund that you asked, Ms Taylor asked me about, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
I was correct, it does sit with Treasury. So that fund is a reservation set aside under Restart New South Wales, and that Restart New South Wales Act is administered by the Treasurer. So the Treasury and Treasurer team will look at developing the governance structure and guidelines for the allocation of those funds. We'll obviously work closely with Treasury in our regional capacity as they do that.
Thank you for that, appreciate it. How many people currently work for the Department of Regional New South Wales?
I've got 4,432 at June 2022, which is the last Public Service Commission data. We're waiting on the June 2023 numbers. That excludes Forestry Corporation, who are a separate statutory entity, and Local Land Services as well in that number because they're an executive agency. So we work on about 5,000.
Right, okay. So are you able to take on notice to come back to us, do you think?
Yep, that's no problem.
Yep,
with everybody wrapped up together?
Yeah,
Yes,
and maybe by department or by agency as that come under the Department of Regional New South Wales.
No
So in total, Ms Fox, with some of the positions in terms of executive positions across, you mentioned obviously earlier the decision of government, across government, but across your agencies and across, and as the Secretary, how many executive positions are you needing to essentially make redundant?
So I don't have a number for the department at this point in time. We will work across the whole of the public service. So we have an election commitment of a 15% cut across the whole of the public service. The Public Service Commission will run a mobility process and people will be redeployed rather than exit the public service. I don't have a number at this point in time for the Department of Regional New South Wales other than we are working on that 15% across the whole of the public sector.
Okay. With regard, and we posed these questions to the Minister earlier, with regard to the report that the Minister's office requested regarding the staffing levels in your office, Secretary, that report has been finalised?
Yes. Informal report, yes.
Right. And what are the conclusions or recommendations or findings in that report?
So I've made some changes in my office, which I did after the election. So I was appointed in November last year, waited for the election to take place. Some of those changes have been driven by the skills that I have and the skills that I think need to sit close to me. I've moved the General Counsel, the Legal Governance and Risk team to directly report to me outside of my direct office. I've got the Parliament and Cabinet team, I've got a small media team and some direct staff that report to me. So those changes have been made to make sure that we're well aligned and can do what we need to do.
So how many staff did you have prior to that restructure?
So I inherited from the former Secretary, I think it was 83 staff.
And how many are in your office as of today?
42 or 43.
Right, okay, so half. Do you believe that the restructure you've put in place is now finalised, and do you envisage any further cuts needing to be made by the decision of government for your office?
Not in relation to my office, so I'm a big believer in the process of continuous improvement. I think we've got still some work to do to make sure that we can deliver the government priorities, work to our new budget, make sure that we can, as I said, go into drought, do those kind of things, support communities through drought. I don't believe that any group should stay static. We work in project teams often, and Mr. Hanson's talked about how we move resources around. I'm comfortable with the team that I've got at the moment. I don't envisage cuts as a result of any further reports, etc. We will do some more work with some of our teams to make sure that we've got the right resources in the right place at the right time. That's like any business that's got a budget the size of ours, and our workforce planning is important and is adjusted constantly.
Moving on, the Department of Regional New South Wales set up 4 key offices in the regions. That was Armidale, Coffs Harbour, Queanbeyan and Dubbo. Can you advise how many staff work in each of those offices?
I can, if you give me 1 minute. The commitment was for 100. I think we're well over 100 in 3 of those offices. I think Armidale has been a little bit slower in our recruitment there.
Because under the former state government, there was obviously to ramp it up to 400 jobs split across those 4 regions, and obviously it doesn't mean they're all 100, but it was 400 split across. So I'm just interested to know what the numbers are.
Yes, we're very close to that 400. I just can't find the numbers. I'll take it on notice and come back to you.
Okay. Do you envisage cuts that will need to be made in those positions in those offices?
No.
Okay, excellent. How many executive level positions are based in those offices, though?
I'll have to take that one on notice as well.
Next question. I wanted to move to the Regional Development Trust Fund. So, with regard to this as follows. When that will be, there will be an application process, won't there, in order to for that trust to be established?
We're not quite at that level of detail yet. So the trust is being set up, and we're about to appoint a Regional Development Advisory Council. One of the first roles for that council will be to determine the need for the trust, the investment strategy, how it will work. So we've got to modernise the Act, set the trust up, and work with the Minister and the Advisory Council. So we're not yet at the point of down to that level of process
Will
detail.
people have to
the
apply to be on the council, or will they be just automatically handpicked by the Minister?
So there'll be an initial appointment for 12 months. It will make some recommendations to the Minister, and after that initial 12 months, there'll be a comparative assessment, more open process.
Okay, so there'll be then a full, possibly, expression of interest after that first 12 months?
That's what I expect,
okay,
yes.
but initially, they'll be appointed for a 12-month term
appointment,
with
that's right.
recommendations coming from your department.
And that was because we wanted to do it fairly quickly and not go through a long process and get it up and running to start with.
Who will be eligible to apply?
In 12 months' time?
Well, in both.
I expect it would be open, and we've got the rules or the regulation sets out people with particular skills. They include things like in expertise in regional industry or economics, Aboriginal enterprise, those kind of skills would be people that we're looking for.
How will you identify people to initially sit on that council as recommendations to the Minister? Will you yourself as the department need to have an EOI process, or do you have a list of possibly qualified people that you'd be comfortable with? Or?
Yeah, we'd have a list of qualified people that we would interview and run a sort of comparative process and make a recommendation to the Minister.
Is there criteria available as to what the eligibility is to be considered?
Yes, there is.
Is that
in
is
the
that public?
regulation? Yeah.
Is that publicly available?
Yes, it's
on your
publicly
website?
available.
So,
but I can give it to you.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. No, that'll be fantastic if you could, Ms. Fox. Who would be ineligible? Are there any particular community members or positions that you may feel is a conflict of interest? Local government involvement, or
I would expect that we would consider conflicts of interest. I'm not aware of anybody or any particular category of people that would be ineligible at this point in time.
Okay, all right, that's interesting. So, because I have had some feedback, and whether this is accurate or not, that members with an involvement in local government or local government areas or local council may be deemed as having a conflict of interest and ineligible.
I haven't heard that.
Right, okay. So can a councillor on a local council in a particular LGA, who might be a community champion, who you've worked with, or apolitical, whatever, would they be eligible under that very sort of hypothetical proposition I just put to you?
That is very hypothetical, and my initial reaction to that, I haven't heard it before, is that they would potentially have a conflict of interest in providing advice to the minister, but we would work our way through that.
Right, okay. So what sort of oversight will the Minister's office have in terms of the trust itself?
So the Advisory Council will work and provide advice to the Minister on what that trust should look like. We've set some high-level objectives on what the trust should be doing, and that's still all to be worked through.
Okay. So can I just, do you have on hand what date the Advisory Council will be fully established with the initial 12-month term, or members serving the initial 12 months?
I would expect by the end of this year or early next year.
Are the positions paid positions?
Yes, they're paid in accordance with the guidelines for board and appointments and committee appointments that are set by the Public Service Commission.
Right. Are you able to table what those positions based on, in accordance with those regulations, that these board members would be paid?
I think that's all publicly available, yes.
Yeah, but would you mind
no, that's fine.
on taking on notice and submitting it with the other questions? Thank you.
That's fine.
I suppose one of the concerns I have, and I put this to such an experienced department and the people within the department, is there the need for an advisory council when we essentially already have an apolitical, independent department that has a track record of delivering in the regions in particular grant programs? Do you believe an advisory council takes away some of the expertise that has been built up within your agency over the last, since its creation?
Seeking an opinion on a matter of government policy.
Okay, so I'll redirect the question. Is an advisory council needed because your department does not have the resources to continue to grade and to assess grant applications?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Is an advisory council needed because of the cuts to your department as a decision of government in order to grade these community grants?
So the use of an advisory council in this kind of regional development program and trust is a model that works in other jurisdictions. For example, in West Australia, those jurisdictions also have departments that are responsible for primary industries, for regional development, all of the functions that we have in our department. I always welcome additional input. I think it's important to get as many perspectives as you can in that regard. It will be helpful to have community input and input from different stakeholders.
Would you be able to provide on notice a list of the eligible LGAs in regional New South Wales that would come under the trust or would be eligible for projects in their LGAs?
Yes.
Yes, okay, yep, excellent. Are parts of Wollongong, Newcastle and the Blue Mountains now considered regional New South Wales within the department?
So the definition of regional New South Wales, as you know, is often quite controversial and has been controversial over a long period of time. I would expect that one of the first things that we will do when we're modernising the legislation is consult and work out what that definition of regional New South Wales looks like. So it's usually contentious when those cities of Newcastle or Wollongong are either excluded or included from particular programs. So that's one of the first things that we'll look at, who is eligible.
So what is the current definition of regional New South Wales?
So the current definition that we use is the one that we have used for a number of years.
But based on the restart programs?
Set up, yeah, excluding the metro.
So is it fair to say at the moment Newcastle, Sydney, Newcastle, Wollongong, Blue Mountains are not considered regional for the moment until there is a review of that definition of regional New South Wales?
I wouldn't normally include Blue Mountains in that. It would be Wollongong and Newcastle and the City
Blue Mountains
Metro.
is not part of the restart guidelines for regional though.
I'm not sure about the restart guidelines.
I can confirm that one. So at the moment, the Blue Mountains local government area is considered metropolitan.
Okay, excellent. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, no, thank you. Now, wanted to move on to, I wanted to just get some confirmation, if you could, Ms Fox. The Stronger Country Communities Fund, you're understanding the way that that program is being rolled out, because it is part of the budget, because we have projects that are continuing to be rolled out as part of the current budget papers. That program was rolled out per local government area, wasn't it?
Yes, that's
So
correct.
what was the allocation per LGA?
I'll ask Mr. Wheaton to confirm that.
So there was 5 rounds of that program that have been run since 2017, and the base allocation for each local government area changed in each of those rounds, but for each round it was a minimum of $750,000 for each re-merged local government area.
So, Mr. Wheaton, it would be true then that every local government area that was defined within the parameters of regional New South Wales got at least $750,000 under the Stronger Country Communities funding model.
Yes, in each of the rounds, and so if you add that up over the 5 rounds, the minimum per local government area is much higher, obviously, than 750,000.
Okay, okay, got it. So, though that baseline funding from that program was delivered to those LGAs irrespective of who was the local member?
That's correct.
Okay. Which electorate got the most funding? Which Legislative Assembly electorate got the most funding from the Stronger Country Communities Fund?
Firstly, I would say we never tracked the expenditure per electorate. All of our data and application process was always done on the local government area.
I think it's
so I would have to take that on notice.
I think it would be that you would hypothetically, you would say, not hypothetically, it would be the one with the most local government areas.
Yeah, that's how the fund usually works, but there is some council areas that are pre-merged, would join together a number of council areas, but yes, Barwon and Murray, like you said, I think have the highest number of local government areas covered in their electorate.
To either Mr. Wheaton or Ms. Fox, Western New South Wales, obviously, you obviously look after that portfolio as well. Is it fair to say that the Legislative Assembly electorates of Barwon and Murray define pretty well what is Western New South Wales?
I think we've used the same definition from Western New South Wales that we've used for the last 3 or 4 years, but we've picked up Dubbo, so I'm not sure if that answers the question.
So Dubbo is an addition
to yes.
Okay, since the change.
Since March.
Okay, all right, okay. Wanted to.
I can probably talk to that more specifically if you like. So, Narrabri LGA I think is covered by Barwon, but is not in the definition of Western New South Wales. Then there is a suite of local government areas that are covered by the seat of Dubbo, Narromine and Gilgandra. And then down, I think Murray's split in terms of local government areas. So in terms of Western New South Wales, you'll have Wentworth, Hay, Balranald, probably a couple of others, but Murray covers a few more that are not in Western New South Wales. They'd be deemed to be in our region of Riverina Murray.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wheaton. Ms. Fox, I wanted to ask about airstrip upgrades. The previous government committed prior to the election of rolling out $8 million worth of funding for airstrip upgrades. Sorry, I'll get my language right here. Now, they were for several remote communities, in particular in Western New South Wales. was that commitment honoured, or is there funding there for that program currently through the Department of Regional New South Wales?
I'll have to refer that one to Mr. Wheaton. If he can answer that, please.
No, so that commitment for the $10 million was an election commitment made by the coalition government pre-March 23, and so that funding was not allocated at that time. It was an election commitment.
Chair, could I just correct? I've just got some information from the team. Local government members and councillors are not eligible for the advisory council.
Yep.
Thank you. It's my mistake.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Francis.
Thank you. Might just pick up where we left off with you, Mr. Orr. Can you just help me understand what is or isn't a breach of the Public Sector Act or the Code of Practice as it pertains to your entity? The General Manager of the LLS office in question and two of the staff members acknowledged that they treated the permit holder with favour over Mr. Slattery because they didn't like him. Can you explain how that's not a breach of the Act or even the Behaving Ethically Guide? And I draw your attention to the responsibilities where it says equal access and opportunity, treat people equally whether they are members of the public, customers or colleagues.
So, Mr. Benaziak, there's a code of conduct. That's probably the document you're referring to, so it's not a piece of legislation per se. So, the code of conduct, which LS has, which the department has.
So is that treating people differently because they don't like someone?
If I can just finish. And then there's been 2 investigations into the matter. Now, one of those investigations was a little while ago, which is the Mary Reedy investigation, which you referred to, and then there was
version 1 or version 2?
Well, there was version 1, right, and then there was another one which was an internal investigation. Now, both of those investigations concluded at the end of it all that there was no breach of the code of conduct. There were things, as you alluded to before, which should have been done better, but the staff in themselves did not breach the code. Now,
treating people different.
Well, I'm not. Yeah, you're going off on a bit of information which I don't have, which was considered through the investigative process. And the conclusion was that the staff did not breach the code of conduct.
You have the same information I have, Mr. Orr. You have the DPI documents. I'm going off the DPI documents, where you have 3 of your staff members acknowledging that they treated one person of the public differently over another person because they didn't like that person. How is that not a breach of the code?
Well, all I can say, Mr. Benaziak, is that the investigations were conducted and the conclusions were reached, but there was not a breach of the code. But Mr. Kelly, who is far more closely involved in the matter, may wish to make some further comments.
Mr. Kelly, would you like to come forward and tell me how that's not a breach of the code?
Thank you, Mr. Dawes. Mr. Benaziak, I think what we're talking about here in terms of the information you have, and particularly in relation to those emails, we do acknowledge and did acknowledge from the initial Mary Reeby investigation that we did not perform the way we should have in terms of understanding the requirements of long-term grazing permits, and particularly responding to Mr. Slattery's original concerns around how they were being applied to the TSR that stretches out the front of his place and past others. As a result of Mary Reeby's investigation into that, we did make changes. We re-educated the staff. It was a new process that was put in at the time for those long-term grazing permits, and the staff members were working off normal grazing permits at the time, and they obviously, and we've retrained them, didn't understand what the differences were between a long-term grazing permit conditions and management and what was required. In relation to what wasn't achieved on that TSR, we rectified those situations and the permit was cancelled. The long-term grazing permit was cancelled, and since then the staff are fully aware and have been retrained in understanding what the conditions are.
I accept all that, but that doesn't really explain how all 3 of them admitted that they treated one person differently over the other. Like, notwithstanding they didn't understand the long-term grazing permits, that's a separate issue. they all three admitted that they treated one person differently of the public over the other. Surely that's a basic principle of working in the public service, that you treat people equally. It's listed there in the Behaviour and Ethically Guide.
And Mr. Benaziac, the consequence of that, and sort of what someone's intent is here, Mr. Kelly said that there was an error made. It wasn't a malicious error, was the conclusion, and the investigation which was done was an independent investigation. That's the conclusions which were reached.
I guess one of the other big concerns for me when looking at these documents, Mr. Kelly, is when we talk about record keeping, it seems that your department or that particular office, I don't know whether it's systemic of the whole department, but this particular office wasn't taking accurate file notes on conversations that they're having with members of the public. And in the case of one of the staff members, they were asked to retrospectively, well actually all three, quite my understanding, 3 staff members retrospectively put file notes against Mr. Slattery, labelling him as aggressive, post them becoming aware that there was complaints or concerns being raised about the conduct of that office. Can you see how that would look to Mr. Slattery and even to me, where your staff are retrospectively recording file notes saying someone's being aggressive after the complaint's been made about your department?
I can understand your point, Mr. Benaziac. Mr. Kelly, do you have any further information?
I can completely understand the point, and as you've said, I wasn't privy to the those conversations about the circumstances surrounding why those entries were made in there.
So you, Mr. Kelly, you didn't direct the general manager or any of the other staff members mentioned to actually make those notes about Mr. Slattery's behaviour, or did anyone direct those staff to make those notes retrospectively?
Not to my knowledge.
Have we checked to see whether other officers are following good practices around record keeping?
So each LS region per se, Mr. Benaziac, is its own responsibilities in terms of record keeping. So they are an entity and need to comply with the State Records Act. So each general manager is aware of their obligations in respect to record keeping, as is all of local land services. And if there's any concerns with record keeping, we certainly look into those.
Would you not agree though that taking file notes from phone conversations, it's a pretty standard requirement in both public and private sector for workers, that when someone calls, you take a file note as to the I guess the précis of what was discussed?
Well,
would you say that's...
it
I know you say
depends.
that each office is their own entity, but wouldn't you, as the overarching...
It would depend on the circumstances, Mr. Benaziac. I mean, a ranger in the field getting a phone call from a landholder about 1080 baits or whatever the case may be, or asking for some advice, my expectation, they're not always in a great position to be able to take file notes.
I appreciate
but
that.
people should make good records in terms of the decisions which they're making.
But you would agree, particularly if an issue or dealing with a member of public was contentious, you would expect your staff to make file notes.
Yep.
So are you saying, just going back to that previous comment where you said each office is their own sort of master in terms of record keeping, is there not a standard process for LLS to
Every office needs to comply. So every region, and that's that's what I meant. So each region of LLS has a responsibility to comply with the State Records Act. And that's all pretty clear. People understand their obligations in terms of the State Records Act, and that's the expectation which we have of staff.
But you don't set a standard in terms of what that looks like for all the
The
different
State
regions?
Records requirements are pretty clear, Mr. Benaziac.
Given that you would have thought that some better file notes or better record keeping would have happened with this office, would you not agree?
Correct.
I might just bring up Mr. Sloan in the last couple of minutes to talk about Mulloway, if possible. We might start this conversation. Finish it later. Mr. Sloan, there was obviously some changes to Mulloway boat limits recently. I just wanted to understand how this is going to be enforced, given that we've gone from a individual possession limit to a boat limit. In the 29 seconds, can you explain to me how going from an individual possession limit to a boat limit will actually be enforced? So I see some potential court challenges. Yeah.
Thanks for the question. So first of all, boat limits are used widely across Australia and other parts of the world. Essentially, we have a possession limit for Mulloway for recreational fishers, which is 1, and we've placed a boat limit for recreational fishers of 2, and then a boat limit for charter fishers of 3 fish, and it's designed to help contribute to the recovery of the depleted stocks. Would you like me to keep going, or is...
I'm conscious of Ms Hurst's time, so we might pick this up when we come back.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson, I've just got a couple of follow-up questions, and I'm happy for you to take these on notice if you don't have the details for them. In regards to the 14 roles in animal welfare within the DPI, could I get a breakdown of the title of each of these 14 roles? How many of those roles are full-time roles? And also whether any of those 14 roles are part of those roles you discussed before, which had that shared responsibility within other portfolios, or whether some of those 14 roles are very specifically focused only on animal welfare.
I can certainly do that.
Thank you. Mr. Chowdhury, I've been contacted by a number of community members who are concerned about the proposed logging at Kawarrick State Forest, which is home to many koalas and other native species. Why is logging to this forest being undertaken, given it's been declared an area of regional koala significance?
Yeah. So, Ms Hurst, as I was explaining earlier, our harvest plans are drawn up in accordance with the coastal IFOA, which is the strict environmental rule set within which we operate, and that rule set has been developed. It took a number of years to develop it, with input from experts and scientists and so on. And as part of that prescription, we have a number of requirements there to protect native animals, including koalas. And we conduct surveys and searches, we identify koala habitat, and we provide protection for koalas. With respect to Kawarrick specifically, we have a number of compartments in there, but generally about 40%, I think, of the one of the compartments in particular will not be harvested, and if it is, it's a low intensity harvesting. And I think it's important also to note that we are only harvesting in regrowth forest, where we go in again and again over time. And there's good research that backs up that koala occupancy in harvesting and non-harvested forest generally remains the same, which gives us confidence that the prescriptions in the IFOA are working.
What led to the decision to delay logging at Kawarrick?
Look, I don't have specific answers on that particular forest, but generally it could be a number of reasons, such as logistics, trying to arrange crews, making sure the harvest plans are in order. A whole range of things could go into commencing or delaying operations.
Are you able to take that on notice if that information is available elsewhere?
Sure, I might be able to come back to you by the end of the session.
Great, thank you. And will Forestry New South Wales continue to work with the community and the local experts regarding their concerns about this proposed logging operation?
Look, again, as part of our harvest plans, we do consult and engage with local community members, and we will continue to do so. So if there's concerns there, absolutely we will engage.
Thank you. In September, the New South Wales Government announced logging would be immediately ceased within koala hubs found within the boundaries of the proposed Great Koala National Park. Which compartments were either active or planned to be logged and had to be stopped as a result of this decision?
Yep, so there's about 106 koala hubs that have been identified as a result of that government decision. It covers an area of approximately 8,500 hectares. The actual impact may be a bit more than 8,500 hectares because the koala hubs are, if you look at it on a map, it's actually scattered across the landscape.
Mm-hmm.
So to make sure we're not harvesting in those areas, there will be exclusion zones and buffers and those sorts of things that that means that there'll be a larger area than the approximate 8,500 hectares that will be excluded.
And do we know exactly which compartments or zones will be included in that yet?
Yes, we have a map that has been provided to us, which outlines which areas of the forest are designated as koala hubs, and the regulator has also amended the regulation to ensure that those hubs are now excluded from harvesting, and our harvest plans are now going to be developed in accordance with that.
And can we get a copy of that map?
I'll have to check that to see
Yeah,
how we can make it. It's not our map, we didn't produce it, but I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Can you also provide, and this might be one to take on notice, a list of where logging crews, contractors were redeployed to after the moratorium on logging in koala hubs came into place?
Yes, look, I mean, I can take that on notice in terms of specifics, but generally we've been trying to relocate them to other areas. There has been some impact, so at the moment we have stood down some contractors as well. Combination of the koala hub decision, but also the voluntary stand downs that we have in place.
Thank you. Can I just confirm as well, with that map, does it just identify the koala hubs, or does it actually identify the components and the zones that will be stopped?
I believe it identifies the koala hubs, which are those patches of forest that I was talking about across the landscape. And so, so that defines the boundaries, which we then put into our mapping system and allows us to exclude those areas from harvesting.
And of that 8,400 hectares of koala hubs subject to the moratorium, how much of this had been logged in the past 10 years?
So for the specifics of that, I'll have to take away, Ms. Hurst, because we haven't looked at it as koala hubs. We've looked at it basically as state forest in our landscape, and we have been harvesting in state forest in accordance with the environmental rules in regrowth forest over many, many decades. So specifically for the 106 koala hubs, I'll have to take that away.
And will that data sort of be available? Like, I understand that it's been divided into hubs now, but will there be some sort of way of tracking whether or not those spaces have been logged previously?
That's a very good question. I'm not sure about it because we haven't been tracking data based on those hubs. So that's a new configuration, if you like. We track data or harvesting data and surveying and searches based on state forest or compartments. So I'll have to go back to our staff and see whether that's something. Do we track? Are we able to produce that information or not?
Great. And if you are, if I could put that on notice as well.
Absolutely.
How many hectares are currently on the Coastal Integrated Forestry Operations Approval Plan portal for logging, either active, approved or planning within the boundaries of the proposed Great Koala National Park?
Look, that information is available on our plan portal, and the plan portal looks at how much is what is planned and what is proposed as well. So it gives you a bit of a forward look into our operations. I'm not sure exactly how much that is, but I can tell you, on average, as I was explaining to Ms. Higginson earlier, we harvest about 1% of the entire native forest estate that we have got. So generally that would be about 30,000 hectares, but that's across the state forest. It's not up in the Koala Park area. It's in the entire state forest we've got.
Are you able to take that question on notice in regards to how many hectares from that Coastal Integral Forestry Operations Approval Plan portal for logging, so that we've got that sort of specific data?
Yeah.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions for Mr. Orr as well. It's been estimated that we lose 50 million trees a year to habitat clearing. Ken Henry's report on the Biodiversity Conservation Act has highlighted that 83% of all land clearing occurs for agriculture, and more than half of native vegetation clearing has no known regulatory explanation. Given Mr Henry's recommendation that nature be given priority in all laws, what plans are there, if any, to review some of that code-based clearing?
So, Ms Hurst, what happened, so the Biodiversity Conservation Act, there was a statutory review requirement, and Mr Henry, Dr Henry, as you referred to, completed that review, and that review was tabled in both houses back in August. Concurrently, there was a review of the Local Land Services Part 5A, which are basically the native veg on rural regulated land, which is largely agricultural land, which also made a series of recommendations about changes to the, if you like, the land management framework. What the government has decided is that there'll be a whole of government response, which will consider both of those reviews.
So we're still waiting for the whole of government response on that. You're not able to sort of comment on the timeline or anything around this?
That's correct. What I can say is that there's a senior officials group which has been put together, and they're meeting for the first time tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I wanted to go back to Mr Wheaton around the airstrips. Now, you said that in your previous answer to the question that it was an election commitment from the previous government and it was not honoured. That's fine, I accept that. But I wanted to go one step further and ask, within the department, is there any consultation, conversations or any programs that Western New South Wales councils would be eligible for to upgrade their airstrips?
None at the moment.
Okay, so I wanted to move on, sticking with the airstrips theme, but probably we'll go to Ms Fox and you can redirect if you want to, but it's with regard to the partnership between the New South Wales Government and the Far Northwest Joint Organisation. Now, this was started back in 2019, I think, between the JO, supported by Department of Regional New South Wales with the JO and Fly Pelican and Airlink from memory, offering or servicing far western New South Wales with air services. Prior to the election, the former government did commit to an additional $4 million to ensure the long-term sustainability of these services. Was that commitment honoured by the government, or was that funded, or was there any work done on continuing this partnership?
I think I'll have to refer that one to Mr Wheaton, if you've got any information, otherwise we'll take it on notice. Mr Wheaton?
Yep, so I'll answer in a number of parts, and so the $4 million commitment, that we did not have the budget allocated for that commitment. It was an election promise that was made, but it was not costed or budgeted to the department. I'm aware that there previously was an allocation of $8 million that was allocated to the Far Northwest Joint Organisation to provide subsidised air services across Western New South Wales. Those routes are from out of Dubbo to Burke, Walgett and Lightning Ridge, and also to out of Sydney, Cobar. We've undertaken a review of those in September 2023. We've been partnering with the Far Northwest Joint Organisation. They have sought a variation to the current arrangements, of which we have agreed to extend for a further 12 months. So at this point in time,
Mr Wheaton, when does the actual contract, when was it due to expire?
November this year.
And the department have accepted, from what you just said, a variation request from the JO, to use unspent funds to extend the partnership for 12 months, is that correct?
That's correct, and so the current arrangements as they stand with the subsidised routes will continue for those 12 months. That will enable us to have a period of operation which is longer without the disruption of COVID, which essentially when we had done the assessment report, the data really was skewed to the impacts of COVID and other disaster activities that were linked with the patronage of those services. So the extension will allow us to do a better assessment of the economic benefit of those routes for the next 12 months.
So your review that you spoke of in your earlier answer, did you say that was commissioned or started in September? Has it concluded or it's still ongoing?
No, we've completed that initial review.
Right, okay. What was the findings of that initial review?
So the review has said that the current routes are well patronaged, but and like I said, that the data needs to have a longer period of operation without the disruption of COVID-19 to get a better assessment of the economic benefits of the service.
How much of the initial investment from the department to the JO, how much of the initial investment was left over or unallocated or unused or not expended?
Yeah, I'm going to say that that's likely a commercial in confidence figure that I wouldn't be able to disclose at the moment. So obviously there's two providers, like you mentioned, that have those subsidies that are currently provided through the contract with the Far Northwest JO. Or I guess I would be able to say is that obviously with the extension of those services for the next 12 months, we've come to the conclusion that that there is enough funding that is available at the moment to cover off the extension of the current subsidised routes for that period.
Okay, but obviously it's fair to say that longer term you'll be looking at collecting data in a non-COVID world, and you would hopefully maybe consider more normal operating patterns, but it's obviously fair to say, without going into the details, that the service or that partnership is a success. Would that be a way you would describe it?
Certainly the communities and the services that are enabled, the community connectivity, the services that are enabled by those services that are provided at the moment with the air services are well valued by the communities that use that.
Okay, excellent. While I have you, Mr. Wheaton, I might just continue to keep... I've got some questions that you may be able to answer. So it's regarding Walgett Pool. So you're probably well across this issue. I think it's been ventilated a fair bit in the local community, but Ms Fox, is Mr Wheaton the best one to...
Yes, Mr Wheaton.
Okay, excellent. Mr Wheaton, when were you first made aware of the seriousness of the issues confronting Walgett Shire Council regarding its local pool?
Likely the same time that was made through the media and the council resolution was made.
Okay, so...
Initially to decommission the pool.
Right, so a rough timeline? Just a rough...
So I'm going to say it was mid this year.
Okay.
That council had passed the resolution that they were going to decommission the pool.
Okay. So in an answer, and I'll continue with you, Mr Wheaton, in an answer to a question on notice that was asked on the 1st of August and answered on September 5th, it was stated that the staff from the Department of Regional New South Wales were in regular contact with Walgett Shire Council, and that Department of Regional New South Wales was working with the council to identify potential solutions to remedy the issue with the pool. This included support from Public Works, which had undertaken an initial assessment of works required to make the pool operational. My question is does this mean that prior to September 5th, obviously your department had a fair idea of what was required to make the pool operational?
Yes, so prior to September 5th, so the council, I know in the dates that I've got in front of me at the moment, it rescinded their initial decision to decommission the pool on the 23rd of August, and so naturally there had been some time passed between or before the 23rd of August where our local team on the ground based out in Western New South Wales and Public Works had engaged with the council on the options and the costing of the works that were required to make the pool operational.
So if that's the case, Mr Wheaton, it obviously took, another month to find the, $375,000, and that needed to come from the Premier's discretionary fund, didn't it?
I'm not quite sure whether it has been made as a grant through the Premier's discretionary fund or another source. It's not from the Department of Regional New South Wales as a grant.
would I be able to ask Ms Fox on notice? Would you be able to come back on notice to advise the committee on which fund the $375,000?
I won't be able to answer that except to say that it didn't come from any regional New South Wales fund, so I suggest that it's directed to the Premier's department. Mr Farraway, while I've got you, I've got the numbers for the hubs, if you would like them now, the 4 hubs.
Yep.
So Queanbeyan, 100. These numbers are as at the end of June 2023. Queanbeyan, 147 people. Coffs Harbour, 234. Armidale, 94. Dubbo, 167, which is a total of 642 on the initial 400 target.
Excellent. If it's okay, a follow-up question. That's 642, because my question is a different question because the numbers are different. Do you envisage, Ms Fox, any cuts to those 642 people that are based in those 4 regional cities?
The only cuts I would envisage were are there any senior executive staff that are caught up in the 15% cut, which is across the whole sector. I don't have the numbers. I don't know whether anybody sits in those offices.
So because we've got different numbers, are you happy to take on notice how many executive level positions are in those 4 different centres and are part of the 642?
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you. Okay, don't worry, Paul. Thank you, Mr. Wheaton. Now, I'll direct this to Ms. Fox, and then you can work out where you want to, or who you want to refer it to. And it is the first one. It's regarding the Community Assets Program. So Clarence Valley Council was invited to make an application under the Community Asset Program for up to $7.5 million. It was one of 7 local government areas in the Northern Rivers that was impacted by the 2022 floods. Now, it was deemed unsuccessful, their $7.5 million grant. Do you know anything about this, or are you able to advise why the Clarence Valley was the only LGA in the Northern Rivers deemed unsuccessful in its application for funding?
I can't give you anything specific, and I'll refer to Mr. Wheaton in a minute, but generally any applicants for any of our programs that are deemed ineligible or unsuccessful are offered a briefing. So I would have expected the team to go back if the applicant wants a briefing, so that would have explained to them, but I'll ask Mr. Wheaton whether he's got any further information on that particular one. If not, we can take it on notice.
So I'm aware of the situation with Clarence Valley under the Community Asset Program. So each of the local government areas that was eligible under that fund was written to and given a notional allocation of funding for them to guide their applications. And Clarence Valley was in the vicinity, from memory, of around $2 million. And they took the decision to apply for over $7 million for a single project. Also, in terms of the eligibility criteria for that program, that the asset needed to be directly impacted by the event, the natural disaster event, the flooding, and that then the decision was taken in the assessment that the asset, the pool that was proposed and the application from Clarence Valley was not directly impacted by the floods.
Okay. So to confirm, the assessment from the department in grading that application was that the pool was not directly impacted by the flooding event, and that their application was over the allocated amount, did you say, of $2 million that they would be able to claim for?
So we had done an impact assessment of each of the local government areas, and we then provided notional allocations out of the total pool of funding, depending on the projected impact of that local government area. Clarence Valley were advised of that notional allocation in writing, but then chose to submit a project which was over 3 times the total value that was their notional allocation, and also didn't submit any other projects for consideration. And as I understand it, that they had submitted a report proposing, in terms of the impact on the pool, that there had been structural changes due to the water saturation in the soil that had been a direct impact on the pool, the structural integrity of the pool, of which we had made the assessment that then that correlation that was proposed by council wasn't a direct impact
So I
of the
suppose
flood.
picking up on that point specifically, Mr. Wheaton, can you advise, was there any peer review that was undertaken on the geotechnical advice provided in support of Clarence Valley Council's application?
I would have to take it on notice specifically to that point, but each of the projects that is submitted under that program would have had an assessment by Public Works. Predominantly that is on the deliverability and viability of the projects, also on the costings, projected costings that are submitted by each of the applicants. And so there is the likely scenario that Public Works, and they do this, Mr. Varnum's in the room at the moment, you can talk to it more broadly, but Public Works do have a key role in assessing the impact on assets post-natural disaster and working with the Commonwealth and state, and whether there is that direct attribution of the natural disaster with the proposed damage that is being engaged in those discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Wheaton. My question now to Ms. Fox. It's regarding, it might be Mr. Hanson. It's regarding the extension of the RAA flood grants, in particular around sort of mid-north coast. So with regard to those RAA flood grants, I've been contacted by quite a few farmers, in particular up around the mid-north coast and north coast, that were unable to complete their upgrades or their repairs due to either further flooding, trade shortages that was across the country, if not just regional New South Wales. But my question is, why were those farmers and impacted landholders not given an extension?
Thanks for the question. So, in recognition of some of the challenges that were being faced there, I think just about every one of the natural disaster grant programs actually were extended beyond their usual timeframes. So the January 22 disaster grants were extended they end up being 19 months, an extension of 10 months was provided for applications and claims. June 2020 natural disaster grants were 14 months, an extension of 5 months provided for applications, and an extra 2 months on top of that
But
for
I
claims.
suppose, Mr. Hanson, the issue is that getting tradies to do anything is become such an issue. So I'll just redirect the question to keep it sort of on point. How many people, one, requested an extension from those events? One, and then the second part of the question is how many applicants or landholders were unable to be given an extension?
So I'm happy to have this number checked, but I think it was less than 20 that sought extensions. Each one of those was individually looked at to work out whether there's extenuating circumstances around that. And so I'll come back to you with the number that
I'm happy
finally...
if you want to take it on notice and come back to it. So just how many, obviously, how many people requested an extension, and possibly how many were not given an extension, but take it on notice. I'm not expecting you to know off the top of your head.
No.
But
it is important to note the extensions that were given across the board. In the September flood ones, it's 18 months, which is a lot longer than the 6 months. That these natural disaster grants, which are about quick and urgent, get back on feet kind of pieces.
To that point about extensions, is there an issue, or does your department come under significant pressure from your federal counterparts in and around trying to finalise claims and the issuing of extensions?
So actually, it's the Reconstruction Authority in New South Wales who negotiates with the federal government with regards to the timeframes on these.
So essentially, the RAA is the processing arm or element.
That's right, and we collect the information, we collect the data, we collect the inputs that go to RA for them to actually mount those conversations and discussions.
With regard to the extension or as individual reviews of extensions, was there a particular geographical area that for one reason or another needed more extensions than other areas, and that could be for a multitude of reasons. But was there anything that stuck out that you know, or could you take it on notice to see if a particular area? I've had concerns in and around the Oxley area, in and around south of the Clarence, mostly a lot of that sort of north of the mid-north coast going into the north coast northern rivers.
Yeah, so I'm happy to have a look at that when we look at those numbers. But like we've had things such as someone has thought that they have lodged a claim, and only to realise that all they did was save it rather than lodge it. And so we've been able to see that in the system and go back to them and say, well, this is why you haven't heard anything, because you haven't actually lodged the claim, it's just been saved. And that wasn't from North Coast, that was from Central Tablelands. And so there's a whole series of things that we find, but I'm happy to see if there's a geographical pattern to
I appreciate that. Next question, I suspect maybe for you, Mr. Hanson, but you can redirect, but it is around support of independent fish restocking programs and the Manila Fish Hatchery. Do you know much about that, or an application to the Minister, then to the Department, obviously, for some restocking programs? And I would note, I think it was August this year, I think the government announced $850,000 for their Habitat Action Grants, 8th of August, and the fund closed on the 29th. There's been concerns raised, I suppose, around the $2 for every $1 native fish stocking program due to be open in February, but I don't think there's been any announcement on that yet either, has there? So I'll try and make that a bit more succinct. Do you know about the Manila Fish Hatchery's application to the Minister and to the Department for support? And two, are they eligible under the Habitat Action Grants program?
I'm not familiar with the specific proposal from Manila Fish Hatchery, so I can take that on notice. I think we are due soon to be opening another round of recreational
so if
fishing
you're
grants.
taking that on notice, just for context, the member for Tamworth wrote to the Minister requesting funding. The Minister did deny the request for discretionary funding and encouraged them to apply for the future funding under the Rec Fishing Trust, which is the $1 native fish restocking program, which obviously we're hearing from these smaller independent fisheries and hatcheries that they just can't afford to operate under that model. So if that gives a bit of context to take it on notice.
Yeah, we'll take that on notice. And just, sorry, Chair, if I can, so to Mr Farroway's earlier question about RAA staff numbers for last year, if I might.
Yep.
So I think I ran through the numbers, which were 117 in total, 31st August this year. 30th of June or 1st of July last year was 101. And it did grow to 140 in December 2022 as we brought additional people in to keep up with applications and the workload. And as I said, it's back now to 117.
So 140 would have included the casual and permanent.
So it's 26 sort of standing, ongoing, permanent, and the rest are all scaled.
Okay, all right. Then so 26 is the baseline,
That's
and
it.
then the rest is scaled. Yep. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Mr Sloan, we might continue on where we were talking before, if you'd like. So I'm just interested, that there's a lot of references in the Act to individual or person, and I note your comments where you say that we're not the only state to have boat limits. I'm just wondering as to how that's enforced when a lot of the Act speaks about the individual or person. I'm just wondering, when it comes to a court process or a prosecution process, how that would be enforced.
No, thank you. So we do actually have a boat limit in place for gemfish in New South Wales, which has been in place for quite some time. Mulloway is not the only species to have a boat limit. Essentially the way boat limits work is that, for Mulloway the boat limit for recreational fishers is 2 fish, is that boat can only have 2 fish on board, and we've introduced a limit a boat limit for the charter fishery, which is 3 fish, which means that a charter boat can only have 3 fish on board. And part of the thinking here is that mulloway, because of the size limit for mulloway, which I think is 70 centimetres, they're large fish. So with 2 people on board a boat, 2 large fish, if you say fillet a mulloway, that's actually a lot of fish to take home. So potentially you could have, multiple people all taking a feed of fish home, and that's really how boat limits work, is that you limit the overall take, and it engenders that sort of thinking around having a feed of fish, taking only what you need, and not, overcatching. So mulloway's been depleted, which essentially by definition means that the stock's having trouble naturally replenishing itself.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, and I'm aware of obviously the status of mulloway. Can you help me understand, as part of this boat limit, it says that the possession limit applies in or adjacent to any waters or when transporting or storing the mulloway. Can you explain how storing the mulloway in particular, how is that going to be enforced? Does that mean storing on the boat? Does that mean storing at the person's residence? Are they in breach of the Act if they have a mulloway in the freezer and then they go out and catch another 2? Where does that storing the mulloway?
So the Fisheries Act defines possession of a thing, including having the thing under control at any place. So that means whether it's stored at home, it's in an icebox. So essentially the possession limit deals with the point I think that you were going to. So to be in possession of the fish, you can be in possession of the fish, not physically having it on yourself, but having it at home in your freezer or in an icebox. And the Fisheries Act actually defines how that works.
Yeah, I think we had this issue at the end of last year with the cultural fishing and the abalone, and I think there was a clarification made in legislation. Going to the point about the charter, is that boat limit, is that over the course of a day, or can the charter operator have multiple clients booked in for a day obviously it's separate bookings, and proceed to go out, get 2 caught for 2 people, drop them off, get another 2 people, do the same thing and continue throughout the day, or what's...
Yeah, the possession limit is linked to the person, the individual. So a charter boat limit of 3 mulloway means that they
is it
can
limited to the charter boat operator, or is it limited to the person?
It's to the person. So, but the boat, when it goes out fishing, let's say there are 6 people on that boat, there can only be 3 fish on that boat for that trip. If that charter boat then returns to port, those people get off and take the fish. The master of that boat can do another trip with a separate group of people.
Okay.
However, obviously the master of that boat can't be in possession of more than his possession limit or her possession limit.
Okay. So what would stop someone taking a boatload of spearfishers off into the water and dropping them off and then come picking them up again? Because technically they're not on the boat.
Probably safety issues would be the paramount issue there. I think you wouldn't want to be dropping people into waters where they were unattended. So that's not a practice we would
Can I just want to clarify some data around the recreational fishing fees over the last couple years. There just seems to be a bit of discrepancy in what's been reported. So in one instance I've got you, Mr. Sloan, saying in 2021-2022 there was 376,363 people paying the recreational fishing fee over a 3 or 1 year period. But then in another instance, it's recorded, I think, on the DPI website, where it's 265,000 people paying the fee. I'm just wondering, for clarity, which one is correct, and whether we have any figures for 20, more recent times.
Yeah.
For...
Sorry, you're right.
The figures I've got, and we can check if there's some inaccurate, different figures on the website. But the figures I've got are for the 21-22 period. There were 376,363 fishes, and the figure I've got here for the 22-23 period is 390,146 fishes. These are the number of fishes that paid the fee. But I can check that figure on the website to make sure that that's the right figure.
Sure.
Take that on notice.
Okay, and I note there was a decline in the 2021 or 2020-2021 to 2021-2022 period of like around 98,000. Are we attributing that to solely on COVID, or?
There was a reduction, and I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but there was a reduction in the number of short-term recreational fishing licences during that period, and we had a lot more people opting to take up a longer-term licence, which we think has had some effect on then the following year, because more people hold either an annual or a multi-year. You can get a 3-year fishing licence. So we think, particularly during that COVID period, a lot of people opted for those longer-term licences, and that could be an answer to that, but it's hard.
That period would coincide with the periods of lockdowns where people didn't get to go away for their holidays or their trips that they would normally have done. So,
I acknowledge that, but also anecdotally I note on the flip side, I noticed an increase in people applying to do the R licence course during that lockdown period because they were sitting at home bored and they were sort of preparing for when they could be released from purgatory. So I'm just curious that there was a drop in recreational fishing, but there wasn't necessarily a drop in the R licence.
No, but a lot of those fishing licence ones would have been the ones that they buy from the tackle shops, the bait and tackle shops at the holiday resort that they go to be able to go fishing and so forth. So
can we talk about participation in participation from recreational fishermen in research that's been done by the department, particularly around, I guess, the sustainability of recreational fishing, in terms of the department surveying recreational fishermen either by phone, via diaries, boat ramp, interviews. It seems like there's been a steady decline in participation. I'm just wondering whether the department's done any work to understand as to why there's been that steady decline in participation or willingness to participate in those surveys.
I don't have the figures to sort of.
Well, some of the figures I have that in 2019 and 2020 it was lower than the previous year by around 23%. I don't have any more current figures than that, but it seems like it's been a steady decline over the years. So I'm just wondering, have you done any work to ascertain why that might be the case?
Previous recreational fishing surveys, and there are obviously various types of surveys we do, but I think the one that you're pointing to is the one that we do every 2 years to estimate recreational participation and catch for all of the key species. When we started doing those back around sort of 2001, I think was the first sort of national recreational fishing survey. It was done using data out of the phone book. And obviously these days most people don't have their names and details in the phone book, so we've had to move to different techniques. But I'm happy to take the figures that you've got and have a close look at them and see if we can provide some clarity for you. But
yeah, just maybe even some more up-to-date figures on what the participation rate has been over the last couple of years. Because the data I've got is from 2020, so that would be good.
Certainly.
And there might still be a bit of a COVID sort of influence on that as well. But we'll have a look at that because that's the first time it's been raised. So.
Yep, sure. Thank you.
And sorry, Chair, if I just might. So you asked a question about the Invasive Species Council contribution. I think your colleague in the upper house also asked a similar question on notice to us just recently. So I know our number, which is a $33,000 contribution in the last 5 years from DPI, and that's been our payment into a interstate government and industry program that the Invasive Species Council is managing. So,
okay. Perhaps just before I pass to Mrs. on notice, can you provide some information about how you provide some level of accountability for how that money is spent.
Yeah, and yeah, happy to provide that because I think we provided similar in the response and question and notice. So.
Thank you, Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. I'll just go back to Mr. Orr. In the statutory review of Part 5A of the Local Land Services Act tabled in Parliament in August, it concluded that the government should reduce unallocated land clearing by better identifying native grasslands and non-woody vegetation. The review recommended that the government introduce interim requirements for landholder self-assessments of native grasslands, non-woody vegetation to be reported to the LLS. Have any steps been taken to implement that specific recommendation?
So I'll go back to my answer before, Ms. Hurst, which was the government's considering both reviews in terms of an overall response. There are a series of measures which the Minister is keen to progress with. I just need to take on notice whether that was one of those. But to your point about unallocated clearing, because there is a rather large number of unallocated clearing, what that means is there's not a paper trail to actually determine whether or not there was an approval or not, and in some instances there's no approval required. So what the intention was in relation to that, as it applies to non-woody vegetation, was that when people self-assess and they form a view that they don't need an approval, they just notify local land services. So that's what the intention was, and that's all designed to improve our understanding of what's actually going on with unallocated clearing. So that was one of the recommendations. Whether it was one of the recommendations which the Minister was keen to quickly progress with, I'll just need to take that on notice.
Okay. And I assume that is it right across that statutory review that you're still waiting on that advice for all of it, or?
The Minister's keen to progress with a number of the recommendations, which are largely within her complete remit and don't of themselves would actually cut across the recommendations within the BCA review, which was Dr. Henry's review, which you referred to before. So there are a number of those, and I'll just take on notice which ones they were.
Okay, thank you. Do you know what proportion of New South Wales emissions are attributable to rural land clearing?
No, I don't.
You don't? Are you able to take that on notice, or is that something that your department
It's
wouldn't
not
have?
something which we look at specifically, but Mr. Hanson may know the answer to that. Are you talking about emissions from
rural land clearing specifically?
From clearing itself?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. And also whether if you have any projections on whether or not it will increase or decrease as well.
The emissions or the land clearing?
The emissions. And do you also know what proportion of privately owned farms across New South Wales are currently benefiting from carbon farming and biodiversity stewardship agreements? Again, I'm happy for you to take that on notice. But
Yeah. So broadly, I mean, obviously, the advent of the environmental markets, many landholders are looking to both understand and take advantage of those particular markets, and it's certainly something which within LS we're looking to put on more resources to actually assist landholders understand those markets. Ultimately, it's their decision as to whether or not they do or do not get involved, but can we, or do we know a number as to what proportion? I don't have that to hand, but I'm happy to take it on notice.
Thank you. I just know I've got a couple of questions that might be relevant to Ms. Filmer as well, if I could get her. Thank you.
While she comes forward, so I've actually got it's actually 12. I said 14. It's 12 and 12 are the 2 years numbers within the animal welfare unit.
Mm-hmm.
I've got those.
Did it used to be 14? Or?
No, it used to be 12.
Okay.
Is now 12.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm happy to step through them at any stage if you want to step through those. But
maybe at the end, could we do that? Is that all right? Thank you. I do have a quick question for you, Mr. Hanson. I think this one might be most relevant to you. Last year, the previous government was looking at stopping the sale of fruit tree netting that was not wildlife friendly. Do you know that now that there's been a change in government, if that is still progressing within the department, or has it stopped?
Actually, I'm not aware.
Not across.
Let me find out a bit about that.
I can probably answer
Okay,
that one.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
That'll be
Wilmot.
something that would be considered as part of the animal welfare legislation reform. So there's not been a decision made on that yet, but it would be part of that process.
Thank you. Ms. Fulmer, I know that the latest statistics on animals in research were published in February 2023, and they relate to the year 2021. We previously spoke at other estimates about the delay in that data being published, and I believe I was told that the sector was moving to an electronic system, and it was going to make that process much quicker. Are you able to provide an update on this and when we can expect the statistics to start being published much sooner?
They should be published early next year, so the statistics are due to go to the next Animal Research Review Panel meeting, and then once they've been through that process, they go up through the normal approval process to the Minister. And given that the next Animal Research Review Panel meeting is in December, I think we're probably looking at early next year for that.
And that'll be early next year for the 2022 data?
That's right. So it goes on a calendar year, and so the statistics are collected and come to the department in March, and then it takes quite a few months to sort through that data to make sure it's accurate, and then go through the process to ARP and then up through the approvals. Making it an electronic system's probably taken a couple of months off the process.
But it will still be about a year to get that data public?
There's a lot of information. Like there's a massive amount of information there, and so it does take a bit of time to go through it, and it has to be, it has to be accurate. So the time in looking at it to make sure it's as accurate as possible is the aim, rather than just getting it out quickly and it not being so accurate.
Thank you. I've got a question about the New South Wales Puppy Farm Task Force, which was ongoing within the RSPCA. Is this something that is continuing? And can I also get an update on that program and what has been achieved through it to date?
Yes, I've got that data. So that the Puppy Task Force was established in August 2020. The stats that we've got on that are that since then they've undertaken 703 audits. They've done 375 revisits, and they've done 3 prosecutions during that time. They've issued 353 24N notices, 88 PINs. They've inspected 15,588 animals, and there were 141 seized, but that was back in 2021. There's been no seizures since then.
Sorry, is the program still going?
The program's still going. There's been 2 inspectors. There were 4 at one stage. There's been 2, but they're in the process of putting another 2 on. So it'll be back to 4 very shortly, is the information I've been given.
Thank you. And will that program wrap up soon, or what's the projection?
No. It's no. There's no intention for it to wrap up. It's waxed and waned a little bit in terms of the numbers involved in that program, but as I said, it's being moved from 2 back to 4 soon.
And do you know how much more funding that program has got to be able to continue?
The RSPCA has been funding that.
Oh, they're doing it themselves now?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Also in regards to breeding, at the end of 2021, the DPI released a consultation paper on the licensing and regulation of cat and dog breeders in New South Wales. Can you advise where that work is up to and whether it's continuing, and whether there's been any meetings with the Minister on that?
In terms of the licensing?
The licensing and regulation of cat and dog breeders. It was a consultation paper.
The paper's been looked at by the Animal Welfare Reform team, but I can't give you any updates in terms of conversations with the Minister on that.
So there hasn't been any discussions with the Minister that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you. Are you able to tell me Ms. Filmer, if there are any full-time or full-time equivalent staff that work specifically in the exhibited animals division of the DPI, and if there are, how many?
Yeah, is now time for me to come in with my...
Sure.
Excellent. So there's obviously the Chief Animal Welfare Officer, sitting at the table here, and an Executive Support Officer. Then there's 2 team leaders. There's a manager for policy and programs. There's a leader of exhibited animals. There's 3 senior policy officers, 2 policy officers, and the stock welfare panel coordinator. And hopefully that adds up to 12.
And they are all specific animal welfare roles,
That's
not
right.
shared.
That's right.
And they're all full-time.
That's right.
Thank you.
And then they've got access to both policy teams, they've got access to the communications teams, and they've got access to the compliance teams for assistance as well.
Thank you.
There I was.
Okay, that takes
might
us
get one more
almost to 5.
Don't you go to 5? We've got 3
15.
minutes.
What? That takes us
We've
all.
got 3 minutes.
Yeah, that takes us almost to 5:15. I might just ask one remaining question for Ms. Filmer, then invite members to clear the decks in terms of anything they've taken on notice that they wanted, don't want to take home for home. Ms. Filmer, Ms. Hurst was asking questions around the puppy farm task force, and you listed a few achievements there. How many actual puppy farms have been identified and closed down as a result of that puppy farm task force?
There's been three prosecutions.
Yeah, were they identified as puppy farms, or were they prosecutions for just animal welfare? Happy for you to take it on
Well,
notice.
it depends on your definition of puppy farm, because that's something that's quite
Based
loose.
on the department's definition of a puppy farm, perhaps on notice, can you tell us as to whether how many of them were shut down or identified and shut down?
So those prosecutions were breaches to Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act.
Okay, thank you. I'll now invite anyone to come up and clear the decks in terms of.
So I just want to square the ledger, you Chair. I talked about cattle yardings being up, and I said I didn't have the numbers for sheep. So sheep yardings are actually up 37% year to date. And I talked about processing numbers being up. In fact, lamb processing is up 17% on the 10-year average.
Right.
Mutton is up 22% on the 10-year average. So that just rounds out those numbers that I gave you this morning. If I may, there was a question that the opposition asked with regards to the RAA and the request for extension. So there was actually 7 official requests to NEMA for extensions, and 5 of those were approved by NEMA.
Mr. Sloan, you look like you've got some.
Thank you. And Mr. Farraway asked a question about the Manila hatchery, and I can answer that question. So the Manila hatchery has participated in we call it the $2 for $1 stocking program, which means that the Recreational Fishing Trust contributes $2 for every dollar that a private hatchery contributes. And I think there's been some difficulty for the Manila hatchery to continue to participate in that program, so they were encouraged to apply for a grant out of the Recreational Fishing Trust to essentially help boost what they're doing at Manila. So that work has been assisted by staff in the department, and essentially the Manila hatchery is just waiting for the next round of funding applications to open, and then they'll be able to apply and go through that process.
Mr. Benazzi, I think you had a question about spend on the feral pig program to date. So the spend as of the end of September was $119,000, noting the budget, New South Wales budget was handed down on 19 September. And also, Mr. Benazzi, given the discussions we had about Moonlight, if it's useful to have another follow-up discussion, more than happy to be involved in that through the Minister's Office.
Sure, thank you.
Chair, there's one other one. Ms. Hurst asked a question about the Koala Hub maps, and that map is available on the EPA website.
Thank you. Well, I'll now look to government for...
No, nothing from us.
Sorry, Mr. Benazziak, I had a couple to clear up as well. So just regards to Walgett pool, their first motion that was passed to decommission the pool by council was on the 5th of July. Our team had no notice of the issue with the pool prior to the media report that was indicated that the cost would be at $1.7 million. And then the decision by council was confirmed, was rescinded on the 23rd of August, like I said. Just to confirm, the Flood Community Asset Program application through Clarence Valley, their notional allocation was $2 million. They had applied for $7.5 million for the Grafton Memorial Pool, and we will take on notice how we assess the geotech report that was submitted by council with its application. Just lastly, I just want to say thank you very much to the committee for letting me join online. It's time for me to boire du vin rouge, which is to drink some red wine for the folks at Hansard.
Here, here.
Thank you, Mr. Wheaton, for rubbing salt into the wound.
Mr. Wheaton just got that in Hansard. Very, very good. Very clever.
Well done.
Mr. Hanson.
Just to allay any concerns with regards to the fipronil baiting question. So the fipronil baiting stations are only ever operated in the presence of an authorised officer, and the team actually did a really clever piece of marking bees that went to these baiting stations and following them back, tracing them back to their wild hives, and then took samples from those hives, sent them to the Newcastle Uni where wax, nectar, pollen and honey were tested. The uni found extremely low levels of fipronil in pollen and wax, but none in the honey. The bees died too quickly for any honey production. It also has an extremely short half-life, and it doesn't persist longer than the 4 hours. And it was used at levels lower than what you'd normally find in a dog flea collar. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Madaziak, just the last comment, just on drought generally. I wouldn't want the committee to think that there's not a lot happening in relation to drought. I know within my organisation, Local Land Services, we're deploying a lot of resources to deal with the drought situation, provide advice and information to landholders, be it about animal welfare, animal health, weeds, pests, other ag production related things. So there is a lot which is happening. Again, wouldn't want the committee to think that there isn't, but there are a lot of things going on across the state.
I'll put them on notice for you.
And we think we're getting rain on Friday up north. We'll see.
Just jinx.
Now we've sent it into a weather report.
We're ploughing right now.
I thank all witnesses for their time today. You have agreed to take some questions. I noticed some of you have cleared them up, others might be still outstanding, and the committee secretary will be in touch regarding those. So once again, thank you very much for your time, and travel safe wherever you are going back to.
Thanks for your great evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.